a few atoms of oxygen or whatever,
Yeah.
they'll succumb to that pressure going outwards to a lower pressure.
No, though, because gravity works against that thermal pressure.
Okay.
And to make that local equilibrium state.
I'm sorry, but I'm just saying, if those free ones at the top disappear, then you've got a lower surface, and now these ones that are free will start disappearing, and it's a cascade effect. And even if somehow you've got equilibrium with that system, as soon as the air gets heated at the top, it rises
and becomes less dense, then has less thermal pressure. So
okay, so
so
this thing.
That equilibrium state balances it wherever it is, and brings it back into that equilibrium, and that's why we're just losing atmosphere, basically.
So where can we see an example of this idea of thermal pressure demonstrated on Earth?
I can't give an example right now.
Well, that means it's not repeatable.
I think it is. I think it is repeatable. I think there are experiments. I just haven't written an experiment down.
If you can't repeat it, if you can't show me where this concept of thermal pressure, if you can't demonstrate it, how can we see? No, it's real.
Well, thermal pressure. You can if you have air particles in a container and then you heat the air particles, the pressure is going to increase as the temperature increases. That is thermal pressure. It's the kinetic energy of the particles and their collisions against the wall of the container. That as the temperature increases, they have more energy, more collisions, more pressure.
Yeah, what is?
Yeah, no. This is you said an example of thermal pressure.
Air pressure is going underneath, but what's your?
Yeah, there's no set boundary. It's that gravity holds our atmosphere to our planet. Is it? No. Do you want to take over?
Can I just mention, guys, that we're actually going to allow the audience to ask questions at the end, and even though it's fantastic questions, we've got to be fair to these guys on how we do this.
To go on pressure there, pressure doesn't require a container, and we can give quite an easy example of this. I'm going to use the ocean for this. If you imagine we take a random part of our ocean, and we're underneath, we take a random bit of water, and you make like a dotted circle, and there's a bit of ocean there. That part of ocean, assuming there's no waves and assuming there's no motion, is staying in that one place. Now, you'd think gravity would make it want to go further down, but it doesn't. It stays where it is. That's because there's an inherent pressure taking place there due to all the water surrounding it. So because of that, you can imagine if we're using arrows like a basic mechanics, you've got an arrow going down, and then you've got arrows in all other directions and an arrow going up. That's the up arrow is the pressure, and that's what's balancing it, keeping it there. Now, we can do the same for air. We can take any bit of air, make our little dotted sphere, make our dotted circle, say we're talking about this bit of air, those atoms aren't moving. And they're not moving because there is a pressure pushing it outwards and gravity pushing it down. Now I wanted to link this to the helium balloon to give an example of why it does work. If we take our helium balloon, now the helium balloon is less dense than our air. So, to get less dense than our air, that means less mass, which means less gravitational force pulling it down. You now have the same big arrows pointing up because the air pressure is the same, but now you've got a smaller down arrow of gravity, and that's why you get that lift. All these ideas can be explained with pressure and gravity in this way, and it does not require a container to do it. Yeah.
I just want to make a question, but for myself, which is, all these from the early 50s until our days, the space agency launches a lot of rocket space. That don't break the equilibrium. I mean, in the pressure system, if you have a hole, you're gonna have some kind of interaction with that. I don't say that we're going to destroy the planet, but nobody measure any kind of the rocket leaving the air and breaking all the layers of the atmosphere until reach the space and see something that happened with that. And
Dave, do you want to say one last point? I know you.
Can we do them one at a time, and then Dave can go again, and then...
Yeah.
Sorry.
Go on.
So you're asking, so as a rocket leaves the atmosphere, it doesn't leave a hole behind, essentially.
I don't mean exactly a hole, but some kind of interaction of differential pressure that something maybe escape.
Yeah, sure.
I'm talking about thousands of rockets, not
Yeah, but these rockets, in kind of when you take into account how big this rocket is compared to the size of the atmosphere, it's very tiny. You know, it's
I assume that.
yeah, it is negligible. So I believe that it will kind of locally disturb the equilibrium there, but because of these forces acting on it, you know, it will essentially punch a hole through the atmosphere, but that hole will reform immediately afterwards.
And somebody measured that? Just a question.
I'm not a rocket scientist, so I don't know.
That's what our theory predicts, basically.
Yes.
Yeah, that's a prediction we can make.
And I imagine that something like that is factored into during launches as well.
Okay. Just one last thing on this. Right, we were just saying about a rising column of air. So let's say a smokestack, you know, heated air going up, going up in the atmosphere. Now that's not all that's happening. Yeah, when that heated air is moving up, it's actually pushing a column of air up. It's not just that piece that's moving, right? It's literally a whole column of air being pushed up. Yeah. So that's just one small example, right? Every time the sun rises, the whole face of the Earth is heated up. Yeah, and all that air is now going to be moving up in a huge column. That should, every time the sun rises, all the air should leave the Earth, basically. You know, you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because what you're trying to describe is a state of equilibrium where, you know, gravity balances out this force, you know, of air to evacuate into a vacuum. Okay?
Yeah.
There's an equilibrium. If you change that in any detail, the equilibrium is going to break and air is going to escape.
It's the nature of the dynamic equilibrium that it maintains itself. When an external change has acted on it, it changes the conditions and it relaxes back into the equilibrium state.
How does that happen? As we said.
So you talk about
when hot air rises.
When you
it
talk
pushes
about
a whole column of air up and out.
Yeah. So as it goes up, it's again the thermal pressure decreases and the gravitational influence decreases.
But now I'm talking about a whole sun.
Yeah. Okay. Yes. So with your sun example, like the heat transfer between particles it's a very complex system. It's not that the sun shines down on Earth's atmosphere and it only heats a layer of air at the top as it hits it. Energy is transferred between these molecules as it comes down.
I agree.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying, we know that when air is heated, it rises.
Yeah, and I'm sorry I don't have more to say, but it's exactly the same thing as I was saying before. As that air is heated, it will go upwards.
And then all of a sudden, that mass of air and that velocity just suddenly stops because
it's not like that. It's not a process like that, but it's something gradually happening.
We know how fast air rises. You know, we can watch a hot air balloon work, and we know how fast that rises.
I feel like that's not an equivalence.
It doesn't rise the same speed as a hot air balloon.
Well, it depends entirely on how their air is heated. I think you can't really draw parallels between the two.
Yeah, well, you know, when it's dark at night and it's cold, the sun comes out, it's warm. Yeah, there's a
I'm not
great
arguing with that.
thermal difference there. Yeah. And so the air is affected by that. Yeah. And it should disturb that boundary condition.
Yeah, but I'm saying as it's a dynamic. It disturbs that equilibrium state, but because it's a dynamic equilibrium, it corrects itself. It's not like this column of air punches through and just scatters in space.
The example I'm giving you isn't a little hole being punched through.
If we could see it in action, if we observed it in action, if we could see those molecules in action, it would look very, very boring. It would not look anywhere near as dramatic as you're making it sound.
I'm just saying that we cannot replicate this idea that you're saying that somehow a pressurized system next to a vacuum can exist. We cannot see that. And I gave you an example, a little experiment to try.
Yeah,
which proves that, you know, a pressurized system next to a vacuum.
Yeah, they creates a local, they equalize locally, don't they? Yeah,
Yes.
that's what we agreed on.
So
Yeah.
so that scales up to the Earth. And
No, because it's completely different. Because
Oh,
you're talking
okay.
you're talking a
Completely
gradient of
so
pressure.
then are
aren't
you
we?
saying that at the top of that container there's a gradient of air pressure?
There's a gradient of air pressure all the way up from the surface right up
No,
to the
no,
upper
I'm just
limits of
saying
the
in
atmosphere.
this container example.
No,
when the air rushes in-
because it's like like you're saying vacuum in the container, normal ground level air pressure outside. If you puncture that container, air's going to rush in. It's going to equalize.
Right. Yeah.
So that's if there was a boundary cutting through that boundary. But this isn't just a solid loads of pressure, no pressure vacuum. It's a gradient going upwards.
So I guess actually something more analogous would be to get hundreds and hundreds of these boxes with various with pressure gradients going up and up and up, and then if you were to pierce through all of them, what you'd find is something much more similar to our own atmosphere. It's not that there's this kind of boundary change at the atmosphere; it's a gradual change as you go up from the surface of the Earth to the outside.
I just want to make one point on this. I think what we're describing, when the sun rises, heats the air rises, and as you say, it's an equilibrium system, other air rushes in. I think we're describing the Coriolis effect, and I think we're describing it without needing a moving Earth. Well, I'm just saying, I think that's how we get the Coriolis effect. No need for a rotating globe to create it. It's exactly air pressure, difference in temperature, difference in pressure, and the system kind of, being an equilibrium system.
Well, again, it's a good idea. It's a nice idea, but it's something you have to prove empirically before you can.
Again,
Yeah.
same observation, two different explanations. Yeah?
Okay, here's some news. Breaking news. This is from phys.org, yeah, from a website. It says, Earth's atmosphere is leaking. Every day, around 90 tons of material escapes from our planet's upper atmosphere. Yeah, so it's supporting what I'm trying to say. Yeah, so if 90 tons of material leaks away into space every year, or every day, every day. Yeah. So, yes, save your breath, everyone. So, all of a sudden, when that atmosphere leaves, then you've got a new layer of atmosphere, the new lower level of atmosphere. And now 90 tons of that leaves that day. And then so on, until there's no atmosphere left.
We have to wrap this up.
Yes. The one thing I would add to that is that this is a model that we have one set atmosphere, and once that air is gone, it's gone forever. We are constantly producing gases. I've produced quite a few today, and I think you should keep that in mind.
Yeah, I can vouch for that. He's released some. I fainted for 4 minutes. So, anyway, again, I'm loving this. It's really awesome. Number 3. So you're wrong. How would you explain light slowing down when hitting a denser medium and speeding up after leaving that medium for a less dense medium when the law of conservation of energy prohibits such observations?
Sure. So there is a quantum mechanical explanation to this, but I don't think we have time to go into it, and I don't have a whiteboard. So the way that I picture it is that actually light traveling is essentially it hits an atom. That atom absorbs the photon. Electrons within the atom are excited to a higher state, and then they drop back down, and the photon is re-emitted. So here in the air, we have much a much less dense system of these atoms than we do in a table. So once you shine the light into a block of glass or something, it's then being absorbed and re-emitted by far, far more atoms. So it appears to be traveling slower. In fact, it's still traveling at the speed of light.
Just a curious question. Somebody ever see an atom? I mean, there is empirical evidence of an atom because molecules, supposedly there are empirical evidence, but an atom, even the science says that is unobservable. And just a question. Thing.
Can you guys hear this?
Sorry. Yeah. Oh.
No?
No, I ask for is real evidence of the existence of the particle called atom, and instead talking about molecules, because in my research I come across that nobody can show the particle of the atom. Of course, there are supposedly tiny particles, but it's something that happened the same with quarks or with gravitons or with all these kind of measurements that the quantum physics trying to do for explain the things, but never show. They show just statistic on computer, but you actually is some method to actually see the particle because we are talking about particles.
So in terms of directly seeing an atom, it's impossible. We can kind of indirectly infer it through things like electron microscopy and things, where you look at the interactions of electrons with these atoms and build up pictures of them. So yeah, in terms of seeing an atom, we can't do it. In terms of knowing that there are things there, as far as we know, there are.
So it's like exoplanets.
No, and
you can see some of them.
I see that, but there is not an atom.
Direct image some of the
There is not an atom.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
With recent technology.
Okay. And the last question, which is related with that.
As in what we have.
The last question related with this subject, it's, and that is also if for myself. I hope it's Yeah. When we observe the mechanism of the magnets, we're talking about fields, and we experiments show us that this field is perturbed, and we know there is even a magnetic pressure and that kind of things. But however, observates a particle that it's carry on that kind of field, because when we're talking about fields in quantum physics, I believe, maybe I get wrong, there are fields perturbations for these supposedly particles like quarks, graviton, etc. We have something that we can observe as a field of magnet, but there is some kind of particle. Science assign some particle to that interaction of the magnets.
Unfortunately, it seems to have fallen on me. I'm not an expert in either quantum mechanics or magnetism. So, as far as I know, there is a theoretical particle known as the magneton, which is thought to mediate the forces of magnetic fields. Magneton. As far as I know, it hasn't been detected, but you could look to some people at the Large Hadron Collider or something, because I imagine they're looking for it. Cool.
Okay, questions at the end, if you don't mind. Is that okay? We've just got to give these guys plenty of opportunity, yeah? Is that okay, Nora? Thank you. Can you calculate Can you calculate any planet's orbit based on gravity/mass alone when using all masses in the entire solar system and get a result matching the prediction algorithms of the proposed elliptical orbit of any planet? I couldn't say that backwards. So anyway, I can't, but maybe these guys can. So,
This is their question.
no. Well, these are questions to them. I didn't write this.
Yeah, I can
No,
try and
well-
sum up the question
Yeah.
to how I understand it. So the idea is that using something like Newton or Einstein's gravity, can we accurately predict the orbits of the planets in our solar system? Have I got that one?
Yeah.
Cool. So there's my Reader's Digest version of it.
Short answer, yes, pretty much. We have a very good idea where all our planets are going in our solar system. We know where they're going to be, and we can continue to predict where they're going to be for the next 500, 600, 700 years. That's because it's based on really quite a simple system of just pulling in certain directions at certain velocities. I mentioned earlier when I said about Mercury was the one planet we weren't sure how it moved, and that's why Einstein had to come in and they was able to explain it, and now we know exactly how Mercury moves and how it's going to continue to work. I think it was the case, we got it there, of the two planets. Yeah. We didn't actually discover Neptune and Pluto straight away, and yet they were predicted because we found that due to the way the planets are orbiting in our solar system, Uranus, we would expect them to be there. And when we looked for them, we found them. We would not continue to follow these if it weren't for their predictive capabilities. And the same laws help us work out when we're going to have a solar eclipse and a lunar eclipse. Thus, why the news channels are able to tell you and predict it, tell you way in advance, and why you've heard of stories of Westerners going to islands and telling the locals that you're going to have a lunar eclipse in the next 5 days, and then treating them like wizards because of it. It's because they're simple models and it's very easy to do.
1, 2, 3. Lou. I just wanted to make a little point because this is the second time that you kind of wax lyrically about Newton and his theory. Okay. Now you said that Newton's theories, and you before said they were amazing and amazing breakthrough and wonderful and everything. Newton's theories didn't explain everything, right? Now Newton wrote a huge tome, basically to describe his theory of gravity. He also came up with a whole new way of, calculus, basically, to explain it. Now, when Einstein came along, he gave a completely different interpretation of what gravity is. Completely different. It had nothing to do with what Newton said. So that means everything Newton produced was bullshit. No, bear with me, yeah? If he wrote all this calculus and came up with a theory that didn't quite match, what we observe, yeah, which means it had no relationship to reality, and Einstein came along and gave a completely different interpretation, which apparently does match up. That means that whole book is bullshit. He made it all up. That's it. So.
I actually totally agree with you. Newton was wrong. Demonstrably wrong, in fact. But
Stood for 400 years.
yeah, but you can still apply his calculations to kind of most, certainly everything on Earth, quite a lot of bodies in the solar system. His calculations work, well enough. Sure. He was wrong. This is why I say that nothing is ever fact. That things are just theories until someone comes along and proves them better. I'm sure, maybe in another century, 2 centuries, or whatever, someone might come along and say. And saying that Einstein's theories of relativity are wrong and prove those. But at the moment, that's the best we have, and that's really how science works.
Yeah.
That you just improve on things until you try and get to what you believe to be truth.
I forget the man's name, but a quite important statistician said that all models are wrong, but some are useful. Thank you. Yeah, George Box. All models are wrong, but some are useful, and that's the tenets of which how science works. We can never prove something to be right. We can only prove what's wrong.
Didn't you just say earlier that saying just a theory was wrong? Because what we're saying is then everything is just a theory, and it will stay a theory until something else comes along to replace it. So everything is just a theory, and that's the correct way of applying.
No, because once again, these are backed in evidence and they have utility, and that's all we can ever want of a model is utility.
Newtonian had that for 400 years,
and it worked, and we were able to construct bridges. We were able to do a lot of stuff on this planet using those ideas, and that's all you can have. Science. The big misconception is that science will never be able to give you the philosophical idea of truth. It's not what it's capable of doing. What science is capable of doing is giving you a model of which you are able to use and predict. That's all it will ever try to do, and it's doing it very well with the current model.
Can I just add a piece? Thank you. That's a very good explanation. I want to come back to what I first said to you all when we started about the testing, because this is very relevant here. Physics has obviously matured over the last 40 years. I think we'd all agree. Your testing processes are supposedly much better now. Would you agree with that? Obviously, your experimenting tests of new, more fundamental theories is becoming increasingly difficult, actually, not easier, isn't it? Because you're learning more. Many existing theories are so difficult to test that they are widely believed to be untestable in foreseeable future. Would that be fair to say as well? I'm just reading verbatim notes that I've made previously.
There are some things we can't.
Yeah, I understand that, and I just wanted to add this final piece, because I just want to get clarity around this. The methods from the past are not working anymore. I think that's fair to say in many ways, because you would agree that you're having to find new ways to test these things. So basically, we're in a very difficult era of science. Thank you.
I agree with you. I think we're in a very difficult era of science, but I think we've always been in a very difficult era of science. It's just that we, as we learn more, we get better.
We all agree we don't know everything yet.
Yeah. Like LIGO's unbelievably impressive. There are people out there who 20 years ago, when LIGO was like first in the pipeline, they were like, it'll never be done. You'll never see gravitational waves, and here we are, having seen them.
Just before, okay, I just want to talk very, very quickly. Newton, Einstein. Just one sec now. Just give me a sec. just because I got the first 5 minutes. I haven't had anything since. All I wanted to say to you guys was I agree with you, and especially about this misconception about a theory. The whole point is that you can make predictions. Newton's theory, it was okay. It made certain predictions. Einstein's made a bit better. Something will come along and make them even better. Can I ask you why Ptolemy, from the 2nd century BC, was able to make the same astronomical predictions which stood for 1400 years before gravity, before a moving Earth, before a vast solar system, before heliocentrism? Ptolemy had what has now become the almagest, and that stood for 1400 years, making all predictions of eclipses and all the predictions of the planets. Yes, we haven't discovered the outer planets yet, but he was able to do that 2,000 years ago, before any of these, what I'd call newfangled explanations.
A quick. So Ptolemy was a believer in very much a geocentric universe, right? And also I believe that he thought every single orbit was a perfect circle. Yes.
The point is that his prediction.
Yes, but they became. They're very complicated. So we can explain the orbit of Mars with one ellipse. I think he had to use almost 300 circles, and his predictions were, just the We don't see it. Yes, because of perturbations by other planets in the solar system. Yes, I think that's why. Yeah, I think that's why. Sorry.
we can assume that we assuming that we have elliptical or circular orbits, but we still from here see retrograde motions. We don't never see a perfect circular or elliptical orbit from outside to corroborate that.
And kind of that's the crux of my argument, that why would Ptolemy try to fit the orbits with perfect circles when they're demonstrably untrue?
His explanations, fair enough, were wrong, but his actual predictions, the theory was
Yeah,
correct.
yeah,
That's all
exactly, yeah.
That's all I'm saying.
Sure.
I still don't think you've got the explanation right.
Shut down. Right. Right.
Here we go.
Hello. Right. You mentioned detecting gravity waves.
Wait. Just before you continue, so Cardiff has a gravitational waves department. They get very angry if you call them gravity waves. Gravity waves happen on water. These are gravitational waves. I don't know the difference, but they get very bent out of shape.
Right. The thing is, before I was into the flat Earth and everything, I was really well into science, really into quantum physics, Einstein's theory of relativity, the whole works. So when LIGO, was it LIGO? LIGO, sorry, yeah. When they first started doing their experiments, I wrote to ask a physicist, and I asked them a question, and they weren't able to answer. Well, they refused to answer, okay? I've asked the same question over the years to various people. None of them answered me, okay? So this might get a little technical, just a little bit, right? So the way LIGO works is that it's kind of like an L shape, okay, with these 15-mile long legs. And what they do is they fire a laser, split the laser into two directions, okay, bounce them back off a mirror, recombine them, and you get an image on the screen, okay? Now, if at any time the distance between the two legs changes, so if a gravitational wave goes along one side, it will change the distance, change the size of that leg, okay? Then there should be an interference pattern on the screen. You agree?
Yep.
Right, so this is supposed to prove Einstein. But what Einstein said is that it's not the gravitational wave isn't in space, it's in space-time. So if space contracts, then time slows down so that the speed of light stays the same. So if you're doing an experiment with the speed of light, you will never detect gravity waves, because if the gravitational wave, so that, yeah, if one leg shrinks slightly because of this gravitational wave, then time would slow down for that beam of light. So it will arrive exactly the same time as the other beam of light. No interference pattern. So if they detected something, that means Einstein was wrong. So if they don't detect something, that also means Einstein was wrong. So what do you got to say about that?
So,
Leave it there.
yeah. This would
That's the best answer today.
this would absolutely be the case if you were doing this experiment with anything other than laser light or light in general. So, whatever speed you're traveling at, if you were traveling at half the speed of light and you fired a laser, you would see that laser go away from you at the speed of light. Yep. So it doesn't actually matter about the fact that the light is slowing down because it's still traveling at the speed of light.
Yeah? No.
Yeah? Yeah?
Don't try and blind us with bullshit. The point is, you're using the speed of light as the measurement medium, okay? And we're saying, right, that the only way of detecting anything is that the space-time will contract, okay? Now, Einstein says that it's not just space, it's space-time. So they're like a reciprocal. You know, you change the space, time changes, so that the speed of light remains the same. That's the core of Einstein's relativity. So that means it can never detect a gravitational wave.
But so as the gravitational wave passes through one of the arms, that space contracts or expands. Yeah?
And time slows down.
Yes, but the light is still traveling at the same speed.
Only because time is reciprocal to space. So it has to, according to Einstein, that's what has to happen. That's Einstein. It's Einstein. You can't argue with that. It's not me. It's Einstein.
No, it's not quite one over the other.
It is. That's it.
No.
Oh, for crying out loud.
But it's still that the beam of light is traveling further.
Sorry, say again?
The beam of light is traveling a different distance.
No, because again, it's space-time. You know, the whole thing of gravity is time and space curving, changing shape, you know, contracting. But the speed of light has to stay the same in Einstein's theory. So, you know, it works the same way in LIGO that it does apparently with the Earth. Yeah. Come on, high five someone.
Drinks the wrong day. There are people much more knowledgeable about this subject. I'll get them.
Yeah, one's here.
In the words of Tom, we are 1 hour 35, would you believe? That is zoomed along. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give these guys a chance. Is there any questions that haven't been asked that you would like to ask? And secondly, yes, could somebody get these guys some water, please?
No, keep them
Right. Can somebody get them 3 cups?
I've got my own.
What are they going to do? Throw water at you? So what I think we should do is give these guys opportunity to ask a question back, as opposed to them always replying to a question. And then after that, I think we should open up to the floor, and then maybe we can always just have like a 1 minute conclusion from each person. I think that is actually a good plan. Does everyone agree? And the other thing I want to ask while they're getting water is, how has this been received by you guys, reference doing this again in the future? Is it something you'd want?
Hello. Hello. Yes, I see you. Now you can hear me.
Hello, Lantiman.
Hello. I feel like you changed your name so that I would call you a mad hot chick.
Oh, I didn't even realize. It's not me. Some people change it for me at times without my knowledge.
I like fertilizer. I thought that was funny.
Yeah, I was, inspired by you, so,
I got some good stuff today. I wonder what you're gonna say.
Sure, let me just get my headset real quick.
Okay.
Okay, hello?
Hello.
Okay, just give me 1 more minute, okay?
Okay.
Yeah, plan. Yo,
What up, man?
I forgot about the context of our convo earlier, but when you said phenomenon, you said it somewhere. That's asserting a scientific experiment. So the measuring things is in science. We went over this yesterday. I'm trying to remember
Hang on. The basic definition is let me read it out again.
Like I highlighted, you're using a colloquial definition, and phenomenon it can't be a concrete noun. So, like I said, trees are natural. They're not phenomenon. Phenomenons are things that you're observing that are
Yeah,
happening
but
in
you
the
can't just say a tree is like you can't just
Oh,
say like,
right,
yeah, a
exactly.
tree
You
and
can't.
like if I just say, well, look, think about it like this. If I said a
You
tree,
can't. You're right.
that's not a fact or a situation. But if I say the
It's a
distance of the
concrete
bridge is
noun.
well, hang on. But if I say the distance between the tops of the bridge is this, that is a fact that I am observing to exist.
What are we talking about?
We're right now
Sorry, we
we're
were
arguing the
going
semantics
back and
of
forth in the
phenomenon.
live stream. Oh, there's no argumentation here. There's no argument here. I mean,
Okay, let me
he's
ask.
trying to say the distance
So,
between something is a phenomenon. it's it's
Lulu.
just a measurement. It's a man-made measurement. Distance is a
Mhm.
man-made construct, right? You assign
Doesn't
value
change the fact that it's a fact that I observe.
fact, but it's not. You called it a phenomenon, so I corrected you on it. It's not a phenomenon. Like,
How? But
you're getting
if it's
caught
a
up on
fact
the
that I
theory that
observe,
it's pretty
that's all a
policy.
phenomenon is.
I think
Okay, so
that's.
go
Go
ahead.
ahead.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead, Russ.
Hang on,
No, it's
I want to hear
ridiculous. I don't know
your
why we have
chime
to
in.
teach this out like the most basic of science. I mean, we're not talking about science now, but when he claimed that the distance between two beams under a bridge is a phenomenon. I don't know if you said natural. I'm assuming you were, because yesterday I spent
No,
about an hour
I just said
talking about
I never said
as to
natural.
what
All
the
I said,
phenomenon.
the only thing I said is that the distance of a beam, like the distance between the tops of the beams, is a phenomenon.
Yeah, I think that's a very loose use of the definition of the word phenomenon. Like I said,
Yeah, I mean, because
it's almost too stupid to like explain to you. Like I don't even know how to like explain this to you. So if you
Well,
want to,
okay, well, here's the thing.
you
Tell me how it's
want to
not
try
a
to help me
fact
out.
that I observed to exist.
Okay,
Because that's all it takes for a phenomenon to be a thing.
right. Except in here
So
we talk about natural
the
science a
distance
lot. So
is a
yeah,
fact,
it's an
and then
equivocation
I
fallacy.
observe it to exist.
well, then
That's a phenomenon.
the thing is, you have. I think when you're talking about a phenomenon, it can be like an everyday occurrence. Like it has to be something that is outside of uh
Where does it
your
say that in the definition? Like, if you can provide a
Okay,
definition that supports
I
that?
got an idea. How about the distance between the two beams is a phenomenon?
You can't
Now,
just tell me to like accept what you just
where
said
do you
with
want to go
like,
with that
you
now?
know, some
Because
sort of basis.
you're arguing a red herring fallacy that's just so off base of the claims on the table. So how about we get back on track and stop arguing these red herrings? Okay, so you could have your phenomenon be distance between
Okay,
two
so
beams.
for
Okay,
just for the sake of argument, you will say that the distance is a phenomenon.
I'm giving you that. Okay, so we can
All
get
right,
off this red herring
cool.
fallacy because you're committing a
but
red herring fallacy.
can I just
So
say
I could
in
merely just end with this. Go ahead.
there is, because I just looked up phenomenon, and there is a definition for it that it says so the first definition is an occurrence, circumstance, or fact that is perceptible by the senses. And then
Right.
the next one is an unusual, significant, or unaccountable fact or occurrence, or a marvel. And then the third one is a remarkable or outstanding person, paragon's wonder. So that's why when you say it's a phenomenon, I would, it would be something like an everyday
So if it doesn't
thing
apply to both
cannot be a
definitions, it
phenomenon.
can't be the same thing.
It's just an
'Cause
observation. I don't know why you have to say phenomena.
hold
And
on,
in here, we're not
but like
talking about the colloquial first Google definition of phenomenon. I mean, we're always
Yeah.
talking about natural science and and the scientific method. So you're committing an equivocation fallacy and justifying it with the first definition that comes up on Google. And I'm trying to tell you that's an equivocation fallacy. You're conflating the two. They're two different things. Phenomenon isn't a concrete noun. So just say it's an observation. That's fine. We can move off this.
Yeah. What is what is it? The phenomenon you're saying
So
is two distances.
yeah, so let me
so hang on.
summarize it. He's saying there's a mile-long bridge in New York, and it
Okay.
appears to be curving, or it was built. He's not even providing any proof. He's just basically telling a story that there's curvature in it. I'm saying
Okay.
1 mile of a bridge would produce 8 inches of curvature. So I'm telling him to go to the National Board of Optometrists and get some sort of supernatural test done on his eyes because he's detecting 8 inches of curvature on a 1 mile
All right,
bridge, which is just superhuman.
all right.
So it's
So
like
can
the
I present
Mm.
my
dumbest argument
argument?
I've ever heard.
Yeah.
Okay, Russ. Okay, well, let me present my argument. So basically, that bridge, right? It's called. Let me look it up again. Let me check where I originally did it. Give me 1 second. Uh,
What are you doing? You're looking up where it is? Like I said, I live 30 minutes from it. I
no,
just
I'm
think it's
looking
a
up
really
the name
bad
of it.
bridge.
I forget the name.
There's
So
10 miles of bridges.
is
Not
he trying? Is he trying to say that this
It's
is
the.
an experiment?
So hang on,
No,
hang
no,
on,
no,
hang on,
no,
hang on.
no. No, I don't think so.
Okay, so
And
Oh, okay, good.
hang on, hang on. You guys could actually. In fact, you could literally prove me wrong, Russ, if
okay,
you
then.
if you
I
spend 30
I
minutes to
have
prove.
no idea what the argument is yet, so I don't
Well,
even
hang
know
on. I know, I
what
know. I
I'm
haven't got to it.
proving it wrong.
I'll
Yeah,
explain it. You gotta give me a second.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so I
but
just
it's
put the
definitely
name
not
of
an
the
experiment.
bridge in the chat. Okay,
What is it? Is
so
that the
this
bridge?
bridge, yeah,
The name
Yeah,
of
the
it?
Verizon in New York.
yeah, that's the name of it.
Okay, I'm
And
gonna try to
it's
look it up.
so it's
Look up the
so
distance
long that
too.
the curvature of the Earth
Google.
affects it. And I'll explain how. Well, I'll explain how I think it affects
Wait,
it.
hold on. How long is it? How long?
It's like 1.5 kilometers.
Okay, so how many miles is that? I'm in America. Can you just convert that for me? Is it is it
It's not
Three
that
mile,
long.
3-ish
3
mile.
miles? So it's
No, it's
3
not
Yeah.
3
miles.
miles. It is not 3 miles.
I think
Not
it would be
is it
like 1
more or
mile,
less?
right? It'd be about a mile.
Yes.
Yeah, it'd be less than. Oh, it'd be like a mile-ish.
Okay,
Oh, okay. Sorry,
with the globe with a radius of 3959, how many inches of curvature would that bridge be affected by? Or how many
I think
feet?
you were
How
trying
many?
to get
Just
to
how
8
much
inches.
curvature? 8 inches. So why are you picking an example that's just so terrible to support your ball? Why don't you go to a bridge that has 10 miles of length? This is crazy. You're going to try to prove the globe with 8 inches of curvature? The textbook.
wait. So what's your argument though that you could see curvature in this
Well, yeah,
bridge?
if Russ would let me talk. Come on, Russ, I had a little bit more respect, man. You
Yeah,
kind of
but you have to establish.
kind
You
of
have to
ripping
give
into
us
me here for
details.
no
The
reason.
length of the bridge, right? You have to give us
Well, like
details
if you'd
about
let
the
me
curvature.
talk.
Okay, well, you're going on. I want to make sure you establish this. Go ahead. I'll mute.
Okay, well, you haven't even let me establish anything. You've been talking for me.
Why don't you just go ahead?
Okay, thank you. I will. So you see like those you sent the picture of it, right? You see those two long beams, like the tall ones.
Oh, I'm
Here's
sorry.
my
Are you
problem.
talking to me? Or
Yeah. I'm talking to you directly.
oh yeah, okay. So what yes, the long beams. Yep. What about them?
Those beams are equal heights, right?
Sure, I don't know anything about the bridge, so I'll take your word
Well,
for it.
See,
I
that's
mean,
my problem.
okay.
That's why I'm interrupting you. You need to provide the height. You need to provide the data on the bridge, the engineering data. You have to provide I mean, what are we just going to take your word for this and then you're just going to attach a story to it? So that's why I'm interrupting
I'm
you.
just gonna present. Here's the man. I'll just present my
For your
argument,
claim.
and then you could literally go out and verify this because
No, I'm
people
not.
have
I'm not
already.
proving your claim. I'm not proving your claim. You could provide the data. Okay, so like I said
Okay.
before,
Well, if I
total
provided data, you just
surveying
say
data,
I
engineering
could
data.
here, Russ. I could get you the height of the bridge, but you probably wouldn't believe me.
Just get the engineering data of the Verrazano Bridge. It's public information. Go through it
Okay. So
and provide
if
support.
I got that and it showed you the height, would you then believe me?
Why don't you just do it and support your claim instead of wasting time asking
Okay. Well,
questions
the
and
concept
diverting it from the
is what
point?
matters. It doesn't matter about the height just yet.
Okay,
Right.
I still don't
So
know.
we're just gonna assume for right now, before I get the engineering data, that those two beams are of equal height.
Okay.
If it's on a flat plane, then the distance between the top of the beams and the bottom of the beams should be equal. But they aren't.
If it's what?
If the Earth is a flat plane, then the
Mm-hmm.
bottom of the beam, the distance of the bottoms of the beams should be equal to the distance of the tops of the beams. But it's not. The tops of the beams are longer than the bottoms, very slightly, but it is longer.
Why?
Okay.
Where does this
Oh,
come
hold
from?
on.
Okay, Okay, but here's the
I
thing.
just want to understand your argument. Hold on, I'm sorry. You're saying the beams are equal height?
Equal height, and they're perpendicular to the ground, so they're at a 90-degree angle to the ground.
Okay. And
So
you're
if that is
saying
true on a flat plane, there is no way that the bottom of the bridge should be a shorter length than the tops.
Yeah, it should. Called structural integrity. Because if you're
Structural
building a bridge,
integrity?
yeah. So if you're building a bridge like this, you're going to have to pull back to make it stronger.
Okay, so
You
you're saying that the
understand?
beams don't go. Hang on, Jedi. So you're saying that the beams don't go
Jesus.
in perpendicular to the ground.
I
You're saying
literally
that they're at an angle.
sorry, my friend, I haven't actually said anything yet because you keep interrupting what I'm saying.
All right, go ahead. Go ahead.
So it's for structural integrity, right? So we've got a
Yeah.
cable bridge here. Yeah? So the top of the bridge is going to want to be pulling, for example, and also
Okay.
you will understand that there is some tolerance involved as well. Obviously, because these
Okay.
bridges are going to have to move, they're carrying weight. In it's colder days, they'll do some things. On hotter days, they'll do other things as well. So just because the top of the bridge is just a little bit further away than the bottom of the bridge doesn't mean that the Earth is a ball. This is just structural integrity.
Okay, well, here's why that's wrong. Okay,
Okay.
in order for what you just said to be true, the beams would have to go into the Earth at some angle, but they're not. They're perpendicular.
That's awesome. What's the difference between the bottom of the bridge and the top of the bridge?
Nothing. There's no difference.
So there's no difference then?
There's no difference.
And so what's your problem? If there's
Bottom
no
of the bridge is
difference between the
closer.
top of the bridge and the
Bottoms
bottom
are
of the
closer than the tops of the bridge, but they're perpendicular to the ground. That's impossible geometrically on a flat plane.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, I don't know.
So hang on, Jedi. Hang on, Russ. Let me talk to Jedi. I like this. Let me talk to Jedi.
Yeah,
Jedi.
me too.
Okay, thank you, Jedi. Both beams are perpendicular to the ground, right? Which means they make a 90-degree angle.
Yeah.
So the top of the beam to the other top of the beam should be equal to the base, but it's not.
Yeah. Okay. How far? This is why I asked you. How far away are those top beams from each other over the span?
Let me look it up for you.
Because if this is the same one that's like 3/4 of an inch, man, I'm just going to go into structural integrity and tolerance.
Okay, it's just not possible.
Smugness. I like smugness. Yeah, let's go with this.
Okay.
It's a cable stay bridge, isn't it? It's the name of the bridge I'm trying to think of. Is that correct?
It's a suspension bridge.
Suspension bridge. Thank you very much.
Cables. It might be a cable suspension bridge. I honestly don't know.
Yeah. So the cables are stretched over the top, aren't they? And pulled back, and then those cables are planted into the ground over the far side of each bridge, yeah?
Yeah, so...
Yeah.
It's about...
So if you've got cables going over the top of that bridge, please don't be surprised that, they're at slightly different values from the bottom of the bridge. You'd have to demonstrate to me that
you're
they
saying
are
that those things could bend you're saying that they could bend the beams enough to make that...
Hold on, you're still trying to hunt for that value. So
no, I found it. You're right. It is pretty small. It's 41 millimeters.
Brilliant. So this is nothing then.
How is it nothing? You're saying that the beams.
You do understand within engineering of these types of things, and I've already brought up about 4 or 5 different reasons, right, of why there is tolerance built into these bridges because they have to move.
So let me ask you this: if I put like a bubble level and I put it on one of those beams, would the bubble stay in the center?
I don't know, man. You're the one who's bringing this up, right? But you're saying
the answer
that this
is yes,
would
because
be
they're perpendicular. That's the whole point of being perpendicular.
My goodness me, man. Shush. You're saying that this would be impossible on a flat surface. You've brought up that the
Yes.
difference between the tops of those bridges is millimeters. Millimeters.
Yeah, like, yes.
Nothing
It's
then.
about half. What do you mean nothing?
Well, within engineering, tolerance-wise, nothing. Go back on a different day. Would they be the same if the weather had changed, if it was hotter, if it was colder, if there was more load on the bridge?
The
Obviously,
beams
this
would
is a
still
bridge.
be
Sorry,
perpendicular.
obviously, this is also a bridge that spans quite a long way over a distance of water, and it's windy, so the bridge has to be able to move. Wow.
I don't see how this proves anything. I'm not saying that it can't move.
Well,
I'm
yeah.
saying that if you
So
put. Here's the thing.
neither am
Listen
I.
to this.
Mate,
Here's the thing.
neither am I.
If you put
This is
this,
not
okay.
proving anything either way. This isn't proving globe because the tops are a little bit further away from the bottom, being as it's a suspension bridge where the cables are cast over the top or through the top of the bridge structure
Wouldn't that
itself.
make them closer? Wouldn't they be suspended inwards toward each other?
No, because then the middle would sink down. I wouldn't bring this point up again, mate. Seriously. I'll tell you what, I'll go find an engineer for you. Timbo's really, really good at this.
Yeah, I was gonna
There's
say,
lots of
like, talk
engineers
to an
on this
actual
earth.
engineer. Sorry.
Yeah. No, you're fine, darling. You're fine.
Hang on, Jedi. So you're telling me that
Damn right, I'm telling you.
the distance between the tops and the bottoms, that little bit is always there. That's always there.
No.
Is because of.
I'm not saying it's always there. I'm saying this is a value that you've gotten from those bridges. Go back on a different day when the weather is different, whether it's hotter, whether it's colder, if it is windy, if there's more loads on the bridge. Because they have to move a little bit, a bit of sway. You know, the top of the Eiffel Tower sways at about, I think I was given a value of about 2 meters on a windy day. So the Eiffel Tower has to sway about a bit. There's tolerance involved. It has to move, because if it was
beyond
dead
tolerance.
fast, it would be brittle.
You're saying that there isn't some sort of like equilibrium point that it just sits at.
I'm just saying that there's tolerance involved. And if you're
Dude,
talking about
I'm not arguing that. Like, I'm not arguing that there like isn't like structural integrity, and so it needs to be able to withstand the conditions of the world.
But you're saying
But
that this is only possible on a globe
but
Earth,
at
and
the
if
same
it was
time,
flat, that it wouldn't be like this, which is fucking. I was going to say retarded then.
okay, so draw up 2 sticks that are perpendicular to the ground that have different distances from the bottom to the top.
Okay, and put a cable stay over the top, which are planted in with foundations over the far side of each bridges and have to be pulled taut. Do you think that the tops of the bridge are going to be pulled back just a little bit, a couple of millimeters?
So you're saying that it's bending the beams then? That's what you're claiming.
Ever so very slightly. How tall are the beams, and
So
what's
then
the
you
difference?
could put a
My
bubble
goodness
beam
me,
on
can
there,
I get a
and it wouldn't be in
sentence
the
out, do
center.
you think? Do you think I could get a sentence out without you spluttering all the way through it?
All right,
Do
man,
you
keep going.
think? I'm going, smug nut, fucking cunt. Don't you think that from the bottom of the bridge that is in foundations to the top of the bridge that has got cables going over the top, if that's where the cable and the torsion is, over that distance from top to bottom, a few millimeters is nothing?
No, I think the few millimeters is definitely significant. So
Really, a
especially
few
since it's
millimeters?
there at all times.
Really?
Well, here's the thing. Like, if you put a, let me ask you this. Hang on. If you are correct, then if I put a bubble beam at the very top of the bridge of one of those beams,
Go on then.
it should be slanted. It shouldn't. The bubble shouldn't stay in the center of the level.
Go on then. Off you go. Go and tell us what happens when you do it, instead of making blind assertions about appealing to the future and something that you haven't done.
All right. Well, that's about it. I'm not going to New York anytime soon, and I probably won't be on the top of that bridge anytime soon. But just if you guys, here's the thing: what you guys got to realize is you guys have to prove that the Earth is flat. Like you guys got to
hold on. Sorry, my friends. Being as we all observe a flat plane and nobody feels any motion, and we can demonstrate that to have gas pressure you require a container, the burden of proof is actually upon you, because you have got the You have got the claim that is
You are
outside of
going
our
against
observable reality. Oh, he's going to
all of
splutter through me again.
science.
All of science.
You are
Give me
going
a
against
scientific.
all of
I'll tell you
science.
what. I'll tell you what. Give me a scientific experiment that proves the shape of the Earth.
Here, how about this? Why don't you go talk to any like PhD
Why?
scientist?
Why have you now got an appeal to an authority? Why don't you, if you know what you're talking about, answer this question? Give me a scientific experiment that proves the shape of an object. Go on.
I don't have one on me right now, to be honest with
Do you
you.
think? Sorry. So is this the level of person that I'm speaking to? That
Well,
when
hang
I
on.
ask,
Well,
hold on, I haven't
there
finished.
is.
Hold on. Listen. If I was to ask anybody for a scientific experiment, you know, the very manipulation of a presumed cause to see if it has an effect, to find the shape of an object, then surely you would understand that science wouldn't be the tool that we would use to figure out the shape of an object. To figure out the shape of an object, you observe and measure it, don't you, my friend? Don't you?
Wait, say that again?
Scientific experiment. The very manipulation of a presumed cause to see if it has the effect. Science deals with cause and effect relationships, natural science, right? Now, natural science wouldn't be the tool that you would use to figure out the shape of an object. To figure out the shape of an object, you observe and measure it, don't you?
To figure out how tall is it, you wouldn't say that. Hang on. Say that again.
My goodness me. All right, third time. And I'm going to give the game away to you. Don't snigger, makes yourself look stupid. Science
Okay.
deals with cause and effect relationships in the physical and natural world, doesn't it?
Yep.
Awesome. So do you think that would be the tool that we'd use to figure out a concrete noun, a shape?
Do you think there's a tool I could use?
Do you not
Can I help?
understand the
No,
words that are coming out of my mouth?
no,
Would
you kind of cut
science
out then.
be the tool that we'd use to figure out the shape of an object, a concrete noun?
Would science be the tool? I honestly can't. Like,
Jedi, he's trolling. What about the
no, I'm
experiment you
not.
gave me
I'm
yesterday
Jedi. I'm genuinely
with the
not.
boat and flags? Remember, you were giving me an
You
experiment
might have to
yesterday.
type it out.
Remember, you gave me an experiment that we could do, science. You were telling me it was science, where you could send a boat out, right, and put a flag on. I forget the specifics, but why don't you explain that
Yeah.
one to Jedi? You can go
Yeah,
through
yeah, yeah.
that.
I'll explain
Just
that.
to
You
try to get,
put a
yeah.
flag on a boat and you go out into sea, and then if you could technically before that calculate when each part of the flags would disappear.
Awesome. What was the observer height?
You could make it whatever you wanted.
We're talking about specific flags, right?
We're talking about
I mean,
specific
you still
flags.
haven't answered my last question, which is really annoying.
Okay, you might actually have to type it out. I seriously I swear to God, every time I hear you say it, I can't comprehend it.
So he's proposing this as
Right,
a
let me do it like
scientific
this.
experiment.
Science is a tool, isn't it? It's a way of doing
Science
something,
is a
right?
tool.
Yeah, a way of doing
Okay.
something, right?
Yeah. Sure.
With a very specific method to figure out something in the physical and natural world, isn't it?
Yeah.
Science deals with cause and effect, doesn't it?
Yes.
Awesome. Now, is a concrete noun cause and effect?
Is a concrete noun cause and effect?
Yeah.
No.
Awesome. So shape, concrete noun, not cause and effect. You wouldn't use science to figure out the shape of an object. Do I have to repeat this for the 5th time? And do you have to snigger through your fucking voice as well?
So you're saying that it would literally be impossible to do a scientific experiment to test the shape of something.
Yeah. How do you figure out the shape of an object? Do you science it or do you measure it?
You measure it for sure.
Awesome.
But
So not
what if you were only given like certain parts of like the shape? Then could you figure it out?
of course you can figure it out, but you're not going to science it, are you?
You're gonna math it.
You're going to measure it and observe it and math it. Please don't tell me that maths is science. Otherwise you just ruined all of the fucking science, technology, engineering and math. Might as well just call them science. Science. Math isn't science. We understand this.
Yeah, okay.
Awesome stuff. So when I asked you, is there a scientific experiment that proves the shape of the Earth? If you knew what you were talking about, you would say, no, of course not. Science doesn't deal with shapes. That's math and geometry.
Okay.
So please don't turn around to me and say, go and talk to scientists, go and talk to PhDs. With all that stupid retort that you gave me, I think fucking about 2 weeks ago, because it feels so long explaining this point to you. Don't do that again.
So when I so do you think that like you can't like put things up in the sky? Like you can like fly things, right?
Yeah,
So how far would you say the stars are?
don't know. How would I know that?
Well, I mean, like you can at least give like a like some sort of basis, right? Like we know that we can go at the minimum. Like how far do you think we can go into the sky before we hit something?
I don't know. Now you're starting to build straw men. What, hit something? How would I know? Not been up into the sky and kissed the fucking ceiling.
Like we've sent like you can send like a rocket with a camera.
Could you?
Yeah,
Okay.
you could.
Go on then.
So then you could calculate how high you could go, right?
Well, being as high altitude balloons get to an average altitude of 135,000 feet, what would you want me to do about that? Maybe it's further away than that.
Yeah. So, but could you give
I'm
me
not
like
going
at
to get.
least like a
Is it
range?
Is it legal to build a high altitude rocket and send it into military airspace? Is that legal?
No. But
Right. So how the fuck am I going to do that
shoot.
then?
Well, you can still get data from them, and you can get permission to like shoot shit into the air.
Can you demonstrate gas pressure without a container?
Hey man, I'm not getting into that. I would say gravity can easily hold down gas, but you don't believe in
Really?
gravity, so it doesn't matter.
Well, I'll tell you what. I'll believe in it for you. No problem.
Okay.
Gravity exists. It's fine. Most people say it's the effect, things go down, blah, blah, blah. But I'll give you all the gravity that you want, whether it's Newton or Einstein, a push or a pull, I don't give a fuck. But it's observably not affecting gas. Which way does gas go?
So I like to do I want to go back to that vacuum example, and you said that if we put in half the air, that would complete like so if it's a 100 milliliter volume container and we put 50 milliliters of air in it, what would it do?
It would disperse in all directions. Pressing on the
Then after
limitation of its.
it would disperse, I would agree with you, but then after time, it would have to settle.
Okay.
And I think it would settle in a way to where there's going to be thicker air at the bottom, and then it's going to get less dense as you go up, similar to our atmosphere. Because you agree that the higher you go, the less air there is.
Yeah.
So why is there significantly more air towards the ground than up?
I have absolutely no idea.
I'd say it's because of gravity.
Awesome stuff. You got a scientific experiment that proves that?
Proves what? Gravity?
Yes.
If I drop a hammer in a vacuum chamber, there's nothing
Sorry.
to.
That's an effect.
That's an
I
effect?
let go of gas in a vacuum chamber, it presses upwards as fast as it goes downwards.
Not necessarily.
What do you mean, not necessarily? Okay, then let's, if we're going to be picky about this, not
Well,
all things fall at the same rate.
Before we get to
Sorry,
that, hang on,
my friend. No.
Let me finish
Not
what I
all
wanted
things.
to say.
No, not all things. If we're going to be picky about things, because you said no, not necessarily, then I'm going to disagree that all things fall at the same rate, because they don't.
Okay, so what do a feather and a hammer fall at the same rate?
Do all elements fall at the same rate?
Do all elements?
Yes.
So if I had a 10-ton lead ball and a 10-ton mercury ball.
Nickel, iron, copper, silver, magnesium. Do all elements fall at the same rate?
Yes. Yes.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes, they do. Dude, okay.
Okay.
So
All
hang on.
Sorry, my friend, hold
Jedi.
on,
Listen
2
to me.
seconds. 2 seconds. No. I don't like your
Okay.
smugness. You're jumping up and down going, yes, because it sounds like you're
Hang on.
about to come.
Well, let me
You do
explain
realise that
why I
they
think
don't.
that.
sorry, you obviously don't realise that they don't fall at exactly the same rate. Would you like me to go and get you the scientific papers so you can wipe your fucking smug ass with them? Because I don't like your attitude, mate.
Hey, dude, take a deep breath real quick.
No,
First
no,
off,
you jump
so if
up and
hang
down
on,
going, yes, yes, they do, yet
hang
they
on.
don't.
Okay, well, hang
Are
on.
you
Let me
able
tell you
to
this.
share
So,
that paper, Jedi, actually? I've seen the one
Yeah,
that
sure.
people pass
No
around on
problem.
here
Give
with
me
like
2 minutes,
the
I'll go
dropped
and get
one,
it
but
for you. Yeah, yeah, I'll go and get it for you.
Jedi,
Fuck cunt. Nah,
if
fuck
I
off.
have if I have an iron hammer and I have a feather and I drop them at the same spot, which one will fall first? The answer is they both hit at the same exact time. Okay, Necros, but why do the hammers, why are the hammer and the feather attracted towards the earth? What is special about the hammer and the feather? Okay, what about what if I get you an iron ball and a nickel ball and I drop them from the same height? Because it really should be no different from the iron hammer and the feather. How am I cherry picking? Necros, get in here, man. Unmute. Talk to me.
Is it still about the bridge?
No, we're talking about gravity right now.
Gravity?
Yeah, we're talking about. Did you have something for the bridge though?
No, if Jedi couldn't explain it to you, I sure hell can't, So I'm not gonna try.
I don't think Jedi really gave me
Could we
enough.
talk about maybe the horizon and where can we see the Earth curve and where can we see water curving?
All right, Kenshi, let me ask you this: how far are the stars from us? Try and give like at least just a ballpark if you had to
Wow,
guess.
I
that was
have
like
no.
way off the
I
his
have no.
his question.
Another red herring.
Well, hang on.
Red herring
I'm trying
specialist.
to. Hang on. Just wait. You can answer it too. How far do you think the stars are from where we stand? Just at least one.
Who
I
made a
can't
claim
tell
about
you.
stars?
I don't have any way of any measurement. Nothing. I can't
Well,
tell you.
we can agree that it's at least more than 70 miles, right? That's a bare minimum.
It sounds like it's your claim, so why don't you just go ahead? None of us mentioned stars.
Well, hang
Go
on.
ahead.
I just want to hang on. I just
They're not light years away.
sure. They don't have to be, but you would agree that at the minimum they're 70 miles because that's how long it takes to get to space.
So you claim. I don't know.
Yeah,
Yeah. But
continue with your claim.
okay.
What's your
So
point?
if name one thing that you can see 70 miles from you. You can see things. You can
What?
see things maybe 30 or 40
What do
with
you
air
mean?
refraction under my view. But name something that is
Well,
70 or
according to
plus
your
miles.
theory, one thing that I can see 70 miles from me, according to your theory, is a star. According to what you just said.
Yes, because in my view, you can see as far as you can see straight, as long as
No,
the light
it's
still hits
so
your eye.
looking up is not the same as looking horizontally. So
Ow.
because you have all the density at the surface of the earth, so you're not going to be able to see as far if you were to look straight ahead versus if you were just looking up.
So you think that the only thing impeding um, our vision is air?
No, it's not the only thing, but it is one of the things that prevents us from looking far. And you can experience
Could you
this
measure
in
this amount of?
even in a closer distance. You can experience this when you have fog, just completely.
But
Um,
fog isn't air. That's literally like moisture.
Whatever atmospheric condition, whatever, right? My point is there's a lot of other factors that come into why you can't see straight across. And I'm just giving you an example of fog as a something that everybody has experienced that impedes our vision even at a like 1 foot distance, you know?
So if there's no fog, it's just air. That's not even similar to like what fog is. Like we know what
No, no.
fog
You
is.
asked if air was the only thing that is that is accounted for, and I'm just saying no. There's other multiple
Okay, sorry, let
factors.
me
So
clarify. On a clear sunny day, what else other than air?
Well, I've heard other globers say that we can observe the curve of the Earth from the ground. For instance, when a boat goes over the horizon or the sun goes behind the horizon. But
Mhm.
we've debunked those, so it seems now the new thing is. Never mind. I'm not
Do you-
gonna even go there.
Well, I mean, how did you like at the end of the day, like if you send a boat over the horizon, it sinks bottom up every single time.
Yeah, but you shouldn't be able to zoom the camera in and bring the bottom back into the camera. It's
You
just like
can't.
if somebody goes
That's
around the
false that you
corner.
can do that.
So you're saying if a boat
Yes, yes.
goes, let's say the
If a
bottom of a
boat,
boat.
so hang on. I'll give you a better example. If we put a flag on a boat and it has three different levels, so there's a red, a blue, and then a green, and he goes out. If we go halfway, so half of the green is showing and then all the blue at the top is showing, there is no way you could ever see the red part. You might see sometimes parts of the green might start to come over, but you will never see the red.
Can you like ever give any proof for anything, or you just make up stories constantly? Like, look at the chat. Okay, there's pulling a boat back into your field of view when it goes too far away. So where's the geometric Earth curve? We just sit in here, listen to you, just make up stories. I mean, it sounds like you're talking about the
Yeah.
first Google search again, the Nat Geo experiment, where the horizon's beyond the obstructed flag. So the
Dude,
horizon's
I'm not
beyond.
arguing that if you zoom in on something, you can get better
Okay,
vision of
so
it.
then
But
where's the Earth curve
if
that's
something
blocking?
Oh my.
disappears below the horizon,
Listen to
you
what you're
cannot
saying,
see
dude.
that again.
Yes, we
Hey, it's
can.
not going below the horizon if
Okay.
you could pull it back in, but standing in the same spot. You're at the same location and you don't move. You have the same observer height and you watch a boat disappear bottom up and then you bring out binoculars and pull it back in. It did not go over your Earth curve. Why is this so hard to understand? I mean,
And
dude.
also, you're going
Okay,
against what you
so
just
not
said. You
seeing something and half of something disappearing because it's literally physically blocked by the horizon are two different things.
It's not
okay?
literally physically blocked. It's an optical effect.
So hang on,
Look at
hang
the
on. So
dirt.
if you
Look at
can't
the
hang
dirt.
on, let me ask you this. If you can't see the boat in that picture, is that air obstructing your view or is it just too small to actually make out?
What's with you and your question proofs? Do you think
Yo, you're
questions are a
just
proof of
Like
going
something?
if
crazy.
why is my camera able to see through air better than I can? It can't. It can
Dude,
just magnify better.
it magnifies it. Right. And you're going to have a
But the
limited
air should be
distance
obstructing my vision at that distance because I can't see it.
okay. Your claim is the camera can see beyond the Earth curve.
I'm saying the camera can see beyond your guys' like air blocking.
Right. So if I'm looking at the horizon, right, and
So
I'm
hang on.
on a marine tracker and I'm watching a ship go out to sea, and I
Hmm.
see the bottom of it disappear, and it says it's 6 miles away, right? It went over the curve of the Earth, correct? If the bottom disappears, that's 6 miles. Is that it going over the curve of
You're
the Earth?
not using so you're saying that
Just
okay.
naked eye, naked eye.
Naked eye.
Yeah,
See that's the problem is because you have to keep the naked eye. I don't even think can see like that. Like look in your example
yeah, but
that boat is not under the horizon by any means.
what do you mean? I'm trying to walk you through a thought experiment. I'm looking at a boat go away in the distance, and it starts to disappear bottom up. Is that going over Earth curve?
The thing is you'd have to be able to verify that it is, or you'd have to
Yeah,
verify that it's not
no
you just.
kidding.
Wait, hang on. Hang on. Listen to me. You'd have to verify that it's not your eyeballs not being able to see it anymore,
You know
and
how
that
we
it
could
is the
verify that?
horizon taking
Easy
away
way
the
to do
picture
it?
of the boat.
Okay, I have an idea. Okay, you're right. Okay, so we go to an Earth curve calculator, horizon calculator. We plug in our observer height of 6 feet, right? So
Yep.
it'll tell us the distance that the geometric horizon is supposed to be, meaning where the Earth curve starts to obstruct the bottom of things. So,
Yeah.
so according to
Absolutely.
the globe, yeah. So according to the globe
So hang
map,
on. So what about this? So let me ask you this. So let's hypothetically do exactly what you just
no, we
said,
don't
and
have to do it hypothetically. We could do a demonstration with the black swan or the Rampion windmills. There's a few of them. So we could do this so we don't have to do another thought
Let's just do a
experiment
thought
with you.
experiment. Let's just do a quick
No,
thought
no, no.
experiment.
You've done
Well,
too
you were
many
doing
of
the
those
thought
tonight.
experiment too. Let
Let's
me
do a
hop
real
in on it.
demonstration. Let's
No,
do
no,
a
no, 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 no,
real
no. Let's do the
demonstration.
thought experiment really quick. Well,
Now we're gonna
let's
do the
make the
black
thought
swan.
experiment. All right.
Now, now we're gonna do the
Let's
black
create the
swan.
thought experiment really quick. All right, we do exactly what you just said. You know, the observer height is 6 feet, and we'll say that you can start with a telescope. You don't even have to go from naked eye to the telescope. You just start with the telescope. You calculate out on the geometric horizon when they should be obstructed. They go out. You zoom in, you see them, and then you say, okay, now if you keep going forward, then you should start being like your vision. The vision of the flag should start being obstructed by this much if you're moving at this
Okay,
speed.
where's the horizon
And then
supposed to
you
be?
could literally
Where's the
visually
horizon
see
supposed to
that.
be? Where's the horizon supposed to be according to the horizon calculator?
I'd have to
Or this is
pull up the
really just a fantastical imagination hypothetical. Can you give me at least some real distances? So where's the geometric horizon supposed to be in your thought experiment? Or like I said, it's not on Earth
Wherever
anymore.
that calculator puts it, I'll
Okay, so
trust it. I'll
plug it
trust
in
the
and propose.
calculator.
Okay, well, your paradigm made it up, so that's what we have to test against. So
Okay.
why don't you put in 6 feet observer height and let's see where the horizon's supposed to be, right? And if you have if you have an observation that you have footage of, or somebody that you know took it, we could use that, or we could use one of the ones that we provide. But let's not do a thought experiment anymore.
Oh, hang on.
Okay,
Say that again. I'm sorry. I missed
okay.
it.
So first step, let's see at 6 feet observer height, right? Just standing up. You have
Okay.
binoculars. You have a high zoom
Can you
telescope,
send me
whatever
a
you want.
curve calculator again?
What's that?
Can you send me a curve calculator again?
Dude, just type it into Google. I mean, I could send it to you. It'll be easier for you to just type in curve calculator or horizon calculator.
I looked it up. It's 3.24 miles
Thank
for
you,
6
Lulu.
feet.
Okay, so for 6 feet observer height on a
Yeah, you
ball
got. They can go up for 3.24 miles without being obstructed.
okay, so 3.24 miles. So that means if we have an observation, that means it always should be there because that's a geometric Earth curve, and the Earth is not pulsating. It's not growing and shrinking, right? It's always the same size. Can we agree on that?
Yeah, 100%.
Okay, so at let's say 4 miles. At 4 miles at 6 feet observer height. So let's try to look at this picture and see where the horizon is.
Dude, I don't care for your black swan, dog.
Okay, so then explain it. Why is the horizon 10 miles plus? Why? If the Earth curve's
You
supposed to be
could
there at 4 miles.
one something
Make
that
up
you're
a
not
story.
factoring in is the height of the object. Two, air refraction is a thing.
We're talking about
If we
the
did
bottom of the
if we did
object.
the
Oh, there's a
experiment,
law.
if
There's a
we did
law.
the
There's Snell's law. Refraction can only go so far, and it can't go 10 miles.
Yeah,
you're
and
saying
you're
air
telling me it's
refraction, you're
pushing
saying
the
air
horizon
refraction
back
can't
and
go
moving
10
the.
miles.
Yeah, it can't go 10 miles. If it's a 3.24 miles, it can't go all the way up to 10 miles of refraction. It can't. There's a law for that.
Yeah, can you show that, please?
Yeah,
I'll
and
find it for
also
you.
plant
Please
refraction.
bring up Teal. Please bring up that law.
What type of refraction are you referring to specifically?
Air refraction. It's just light
No,
refraction.
no, specifically because this is a really anomalous phenomenon that we're seeing, right? That's causing the horizon to be pushed back behind an object it's supposed to be obstructing, right? Pushed back at least 6 miles. I'd say it's closer to 10 miles because the black swan's at a 1 foot observer height. So it's being pushed back 10 times further than it should be. And the object that's supposed to be behind it is now suddenly appearing in front of it. So what type of
I feel like
specific
I feel
refraction
like
are you
the
talking
black
about?
swan,
Looming?
dude.
Would you say looming?
If I can't use the
What, your baseless assertions?
bridge, if I can't use my bridge example, I feel like you can't use black swan.
Okay, you're a clown, bro. You
I
exposed
can't use
yourself.
my bridge example, you fucking smug little cunt.
Fucking
Wait,
exposed.
I have a question though. I have a question. Do you think the sun always goes over the Earth curve? Do you think that that's
I
how the
think the
sun
sun always
disappears?
goes over the Earth curve.
Yeah, like do you think it cuts in half when it's setting,
Do I think
and that's why it disappears?
do I think the physical sun cuts in half?
No, like when
Or do
you
you think
see it over the horizon, you see it in halfway over the Earth curve, halfway below it. Because the reason why there's different conditions is because of weather conditions. In some places that are really
What
dry,
does
the
it have to
sun
do
turns
with the
into a
sun
tiny,
being halfway?
because it has to do with how far the horizon is. It's an optical illusion. The sun can be huge. Like, I live in Florida and there's so much humidity here. I never get to see it turn small
So are
in the
you?
sky. I always see it.
Sorry to
And
interrupt
so
you.
I'm saying that in very dry climates, the sun turns into a teeny tiny little ball in the sky. You don't see it ever go over the horizon when it's super dry, because there's nothing obstructing
So
it. There's
you're
no
saying it's
humidity. There's
impossible to see
nothing
a
making it
sunset in a
magnified.
dry environment?
No, I'm saying, do you believe that the sun, when the sun sets, when it turns into night, that it goes over the horizon?
Do I
Is
think
that
it
what you
goes
believe?
over the
Because
horizon?
yes,
Do you not
I mean,
understand?
because that just
no,
shows
not really,
the
to be
different
honest.
conditions. That's why some things seem like sometimes something goes over the Earth curve, the supposed Earth curve, way faster than others,
I'm not saying
and
that
way shorter
the sun is
distances
going over
because
the
of the
Earth curve when it does
magnification,
that.
because of the weather. It's
I'm
because
not
of the
saying that.
weather. Well, that's why some things go over the horizon at certain miles, and some things go way farther. It's because of weather conditions. It's not
The
because of Earth
sun,
curve.
in my view, the sun is so independent. Like that means nothing to what I was trying to prove.
Well, I'm trying to tell you, the sun displays how there's optical illusions when you see things go over the horizon. It displays itself how it's an optical illusion.
How is it? Well, you think it? How is it an optical? Like, because under my view,
Because
the
if
way.
you go and you look at somewhere super humid, the sun is huge. It's ginormous. And you see it going over, you see it setting over the horizon. But then you go somewhere else and it's a tiny little teeny weeny dot way above. And it goes further and further away. You don't even get to see it set. It just goes away. So I'm
So you
trying to
are
tell
saying
you
that
that
it's
the
impossible to
weather
see a
conditions
sunset.
affect things so much that the sun can be ginormous in one place, but it's a little teeny weeny dot disappearing in another place. It's
Teeny
all an
weeny.
illusion.
I
It's
feel like
all
you're
optical
making
illusion.
it sound like you're making it sound like it ever gets smaller than the moon.
It does.
No, I'm telling you that it
Yeah,
gets
I've seen
tiny,
it with
like it
my own
just
eyes.
goes away. It doesn't set all the time, but some places it looks like huge. That's what I'm saying, that you can't depend on seeing things go over the horizon and saying that proves that there's a curve, because the sun itself, the sun setting, proves that it's an optical
Okay,
illusion.
under my view, a boat going over the horizon is nothing compared to the sun. The sun is not even in like close to the Earth.
Can I make a clarifying
No,
point?
look, I'm just talking about the horizon. I'm not talking about how close it is. I'm talking about the horizon. The horizon is a
The
set
sun has
place
nothing to do with the
in your
horizon.
point of view.
There's literally nothing.
It
You
doesn't have
realize that
when the
sunsets
sunset has nothing to do with the horizon.
Sun
do you
sets
know your
The
own
at a
sunset, the
horizon.
reason why in your globe model, the reason why the sun sets is because it's going away from where the curve is and we can't see it anymore. That's the whole reason. The sunset has everything to do with the horizon.
Thank you.
The
Because your
sunset is
horizon is
because
based off curve. The flat Earth horizon is based off optical illusion. Your horizon is based off curve.
so this when like the sun sets in the or like I honestly forget sets in the east or
Rises in
I
the
don't even
east
know.
and sets in the west. My goodness.
Yeah, thank you. That's because the Earth is rotating.
Stop smiling for everything that you say as well.
Am
That's
I not
not
allowed
what
to
I'm
smile,
saying. I'm
Jedi? Do I have
saying
to be
that
all
the
mad and pissed off like you at all times?
Well, because you're demonstrating yourself to be, I don't know, a smug little git, and I don't like smug little gits. You're not having a
Sorry,
conversation
man.
really,
Sorry,
really
I've come off as a
combative.
smug little git to you, man.
You're just coming off really combative, and every time somebody brings up a really salient
I'm being.
point, you kind of giggle through it.
And you gaslight them, and you have to ask for a clarification on every single point that's given to you. So you're saying,
Hey.
dude, everyone's been crystal clear in everything they've said, and you haven't seemed to interpret any of it or understood any of it. I don't think you're being genuine here. There's no way.
Hey, man.
I mean, you
I'm
need
sorry you feel
clarification
that.
for every sentence that comes out of our mouths. So you're saying,
Dude, especially when like Jedi was talking, there's definitely some like mic shit going on. Not on his part, but I was just hearing it wrong.
you're not listening.
Okay.
Do you realize that the sunset is supposed to be the Earth rotating away and the sun going down past behind the horizon. So the sunset is
So
going
wouldn't that
over that
technically,
Earth curve. It's the same
under
as a
my view,
boat.
wouldn't that technically be like me going away from the sun?
Well, yeah, at
It's
sunset, yes,
appearing.
you're
Yeah.
rotating away. But the reason why you can't see the sun anymore is because the physical Earth curve is in the way, isn't it?
Because the physical Earth curve is in the way? Yeah. Well,
Awesome.
not necessarily. Actually, no. I mean,
No?
yes? I mean, I don't know.
Yeah,
That's kind of a hard
yeah,
one.
yeah.
I feel
Yeah.
like it's because
So every time, like Teal was trying to point out to you, every time that we show you that the horizon isn't in its geometric location, as in where it's predicted to be for an observer standing on that altitude and the tangent line to the Sagittar, every time we point that out to you, you kind of go, no, 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 no. But ultimately, if you're claiming that sunset is occurring because of physical obstruction, then all we have to do is give you 5, 6, 7 observations of the horizon not being in its geometric location to render that assertion redundant.
no, I don't. I completely that went right over my head.
Well, at least you didn't smile for it that time. I don't
Okay,
understand
well,
how that went over your head. Let's do this slowly.
yeah, do
Why
it slowly,
can't you
please.
see the sun at sunset when it starts to appear to go down? What is causing the obstruction?
Earth rotating, so the curve is getting in front of the sun.
So physical obstruction, the physical Earth is getting in front of the sun, yes?
Yeah.
Right, so that should be at the mathematical point that we keep asserting, right? The line from your eyes to the Sagittar, the top of the curve, right?
Yes.
Awesome stuff. So when we give you observations like the 2 black swans, the one with the oil rig and the one with the wind turbines, which shows that the horizon is well beyond its geometric limits, then it cannot be physical Earth curve that is getting in the way, can it?
I mean, not necessarily.
So what is it? Is it physical Earth curve that's getting in the way of the sun, or is it not physical Earth curve that's getting in the way
I
of the
would
sun?
say it is the physical Earth curve.
So if it was physical Earth curve, then it should be at that mathematical limit for an observer standing at altitude on that curved surface, 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So if I'm
So
3 foot above the surface of the water, standing with my feet in the water at the beach, the
yeah,
physical horizon should be 3 miles away, and that should be the physical obstruction for sunsets, right?
yeah.
Awesome. So when we show you the black swan, either one doesn't matter. The horizon is at least 10 or 12 miles in both of those observations, well beyond its geometric limits because the observers are only 1 foot and 3 foot. 1 foot would mean the geometric horizon's at 1.2 miles away. 6 foot would mean the geometric horizon's at 2.9 miles away, but 3 miles to keep the math simple. When we show you that the horizon is not in its geometric location, then you have to drop the assertion that physical Earth curve is getting in the way. It's
I
therefore
mean, no.
redundant.
Well, here's the thing. Like I said, like the black swan, like crazy shit can happen with light refraction. And like Tia was saying that her main point against that was that it's impossible for light refraction to happen at that distance, but she hasn't provided the thing that says that that's true.
What, what is,
Secondly, what does that have to do? Like every time the sun sets, it always gets obstructed by the curve. I mean, you don't think that, but and secondly, I guess where is your guys' like model for the flat Earth? I feel like you guys have to have some sort of model that you guys could like,
I sent you a
be
video, by the way, of the sun getting really, really small, just going away and not setting. I mean, it's setting
okay.
because it's like a sunset, but it's not going over the horizon. It's just turning really small. And that's like Polly in a really dry place with no humidity, not magnifying it.
But so eventually it still gets obstructed by the horizon though.
In this video, you don't really see that. You just see it go away. You just
Go
see it
away. Okay.
go so far that eventually you just watch the video yourself. And there's many videos like
Yeah.
this. I'm just the only reason why I pointed that out. It just shows that depending on the weather and things in the way and stuff like that, it could change the way things look from a distance extremely. Because that sun looks completely different from the sunsets I see here in Florida.
Teal,
I
I'm
never
sorry, I
see a
was not
sunset like
listening.
that.
I was
Oh, I
talking to
said
Go ahead. You can repeat.
you seeing things from a long distance. Oh my gosh, I lost my point. That seeing things from far away changes depending on where you are. So the horizon changes. It's not a physical curve. It changes based on where you are. And even if you're like, even people who believe in the globe, if I were to believe in the globe, I would at least believe how big it is, how big the Earth is. It doesn't make any sense to see things from such a far distance when the curve doesn't support that.
Hey, sorry, I had to mute again. You're gonna have to restart. I feel bad. I'm not trying to mess with you.
Oh no, I literally I can't even explain it again. I can't
Okay,
even
well,
explain it again right now.
well, I'll get us back on track. I looked at your video, and the sun definitely goes behind the horizon. It definitely looks. I get what you're saying by it. Like it looks like it just vanishes, but if you slow it down, you definitely see it go like below the mountains.
Yeah, but the reason why I sent this to you is because it looks so different in other places. The sun literally looks sometimes 20
It doesn't
times
change
bigger
the
than
fact that it
this.
doesn't
And
go
it
over the
looks,
horizon, though.
yes, but that's the whole point. I'm trying to tell you that it depends on where you are. You can't depend on seeing things go over the horizon and say, oh, that proves that it's a globe. I wouldn't even argue that if I believed in the globe because it changes so often. It changes so much depending on where you are and the weather conditions. It's not a good argument. And also, you could see things from such a far distance multiple times that it's just not a good argument.
So list something that you can see over a span of 70 miles that isn't a star.
Bro, that's such a horrible argument.
You know that's not a good argument.
Hang on, Mad.
We are talking about the globe the globe math that we are given, okay? According to the globe math, you shouldn't even be able to see 10 miles at like a 6 foot height. So we've given you plenty of
And I say to that, I say that light
examples. So
refraction can be crazy. And you could shut me up about the light refraction if Teal could provide that law that shows that Snell's law can apply
Okay,
at
it's
distance.
Snell's law, and I don't know all the math behind it, to be honest. I need to look up a bunch of stuff about it, and I said I wasn't 100% sure about all that. I think it's called Snell's law.
But Teal, he's the one
It's
who's
called
claiming
Snell's.
refraction. He needs to provide it. You need to provide the
Yeah,
citation
and
and
I'm pretty
demonstration for
positive
the,
The
it's
only
called
thing
Snell's law.
that
effect of
Teal
it
needs to
being
provide is where it says in Snell's law that it can't be applied over a certain amount of distance.
It's an equation for the maximum amount of reflection can reflect over a certain distance, and depending on the height of where you're viewing it, obviously, and you can't. It does not go to 10 miles. I know that for sure. It does not. A 6 foot person can only see 3.24 miles away, and it does not add
I'll believe
7.
you.
It does not add 7 miles. There's no amount of refraction that adds 7 miles.
And
If
where's
you
the
really
second
think
medium?
that you can add 7 miles with just
What'd you say,
refraction,
Russ?
do you really think that you could see something that is 10 miles away and you're not supposed to see it past 3.24 miles and it's adding a whole almost 7 miles? Do you really think that?
All right, I'll tell you this. Maybe there are some examples where I can see something 10 miles, but can you give me an example where I see something 50 to 60 miles?
Yeah.
okay, yes, it was. Sorry, Jedi. Overfences posted a picture of 255 miles. It was the Guinness record. Is that how you guys say it? Guinness Book of Records, whatever. It was in that book. Yeah, and you could see it. We can give you all of the information that you need. Put in the globe calculation. This right here, that picture. Are you seeing it, Planty Man?
Yeah. Where is it taken from?
Yeah, so we can provide you all of the information in just a minute. But according to the curve, or sorry, to the globe curve calculation, that those mountains over there, especially the one all the way in the middle, should be about, I think, 5,000 feet below the curved horizon. Okay, So
Okay, so
we
you're saying that it's 255 miles in front of me and not across.
it's what?
I'm saying
Again,
like
with
the picture that
It's
you're taking.
it was taken from like 9,000 feet up altitude. It's
9,000.
looking 200. Calm down. It's looking 255 miles away at a mountain called Tete de Gard something. It's looking from France all the way to Italy, I believe, and we'll give you all of the calculation. Somebody will put it in the chats. If not, I'll put it for you later. It's through infrared camera, I believe, so it's minimal action or. But the point is, this is
hang on.
the point is the point is the point is the point is this is.
Okay.
The mountain should be about 5,000. The mountain across is about 7,000 feet in height, and according to the calculation, that mountain top should be 5,000 feet below curvature.
Okay. So let me give you this example. What if
No,
you took that
address
camera? Hang on.
the example, not another example.
I'm waiting for the calculations on the stuff. That's what I'm waiting for. But until then,
Okay, fine.
until I get that, let me ask you this: if you took that camera and you brought it to the top of the Empire State Building, why couldn't you see Chicago?
Why are you going to the Empire State Building? I just gave you an example of you bitching about showing 70 miles, and I'm giving you double that, and now you're gonna go away to another spot because you can't handle the truth. I am done with you. I think I'm gonna join Jedi and just be in the chill section of the flat Earth room because we've been over this with you over and over and over again, and you don't want to. You're not here like genuinely. You're a very disingenuine person. I'm sorry, bro. I can't engage with you anymore. I just can't do it anymore. No more. No more.
To your ideology, then you can't handle me. Like, come on now.
Wait, hang
That's
on. We're
fucking
calling
insane.
you out on your red herring fallacies, and you're continuing to just fire off red
Dude, we
herring
are in
after
an.
red herring every time we get to a
I
tie
will,
down point,
guys.
and you're not even listening. So how about you actually think about the claim, take the 9,000 feet observer height, punch it into the curve calculator, because if we when we post a citation, which I will right now, you're just gonna be like, oh,
please do.
well, what if this, what if
That's
that?
what I've been
So
waiting
how
on.
about
And
you
while we
punch
were
it in
waiting
on
on
your
that,
own?
I was trying to give another question.
Yeah, no, it's a ridiculous
No,
question. I mean, there's
I don't
mountains
want
between
your
the
curve
Empire State
calculator, Russ.
Building.
Russ, I don't
There's
want your fucking
terrain.
curve calculator. Give me all the specifics for the fucking picture. How they took it, where they took it from, what they're taking a picture of, how far the distance is.
Yeah, it's gonna be
It's in the
posted for
Guinness
you.
Book of World
Chill.
Record. I'm
Yeah,
pretty
please,
sure that
then
they.
post it. That's what I'm waiting for.
Yeah, but while I want you to
Well, yes,
actually like
and
listen.
I can't. I'm
Listen,
not gonna
while
do it.
I want you to actually be thinking about this, already your brain has gone to a different part of the world, trying to
the
do your
same
mental
subject.
gymnastics, trying away, just reaching on
Mental
how could this
gymnastics?
be? Yes,
Mental
you're trying so hard to figure out a way. How could this be? Because the earth is a ball. I can't let my ball go. I love my balls. Like, no, bro, it's not a ball. It's
No.
flat. Okay,
No,
you
bro,
need to deal with it. You need to deal. I'm sorry. You got to deal
Oh
with
my
it.
goodness. Okay.
You just have
Will
to
you
deal with it,
please just
Planty Man.
entertain me for just like 5 more
No, I'm
minutes,
not
all
going to
right?
entertain you. I'm not going to entertain you. I'm not. We've entertained you for 4 hours on Ladies Night, plus some more on other days, and then plus like an hour or two
I mean, do you want me to be a
today.
flat earther or not? Like,
I don't even
no.
care. I don't even care. Actually, we don't want you. Stay a glower because you're not a.
You
Hey everyone. Hey, hi everyone. I just want to ask a question if I can make a presentation as a concept for how a microscope proves flat Earth. Do you guys want to hear it?
Yeah, when we've finished dealing with this idiot man, maybe his
Okay,
situation.
I'll wait for whatever amount of time it takes. I'm just here chilling.
Okay, cool. So until you guys like bring up that article of like the
Here you go. Here you go. Be quiet. Be quiet. Stop. I just posted everybody has been posting all of the information. I posted like a little summary of all of the height, all of the stuff. If you are serious and genuine about your this argument and your position and whatnot, take 5 minutes, look at the information given to you, pull out whatever curve calculating math you want to use, plug the numbers in, and then come back. Until then, I don't want to hear you talk. I just don't want to hear you talk for the next 5 minutes while you're doing that, please, for my own sake.
Okay.
Mute him while he does
So,
it.
so I'm not gonna do that, and and this is
Of course
why
he's not.
what I want.
I just said I don't want to talk. I don't want to hear you talk, bro.
Fine, I
Go
won't
away
talk
for
to you. I'll
5
just say
minutes
it. I'll
and
just
come
say it.
back.
I'll just say it in the voice chat then. How about that? What I
Yeah.
want is I want the Guinness Book of World Records hook that. I want you to get me the Guinness Book of World Records article.
Go and look
I don't.
at the information. It's been provided for you. Plug it in.
I'll
Plug
take
it
the
in.
information
Plug it
from
in.
your
Plug it in. Plug it in.
I will take it from the source, not from you. I'll take it from the source that you're referencing.
Plug it into your calculations.
Take it
Do
from
what
the
you need
source
to
you're
do.
referencing,
Do
not
what you
you.
need to do.
I will take it
Do
from
what
the
you need
source
to
you're
do.
referencing,
I don't want
not
to
you.
hear your voice.
I will
I'm
take it
not
from the
gonna
source you're
listen.
referencing.
I don't want to
Take it from
hear
the
your
source you're
voice.
referencing.
La 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 la. Okay.
This is
Okay.
coming from the guy who only gives thought experiments and take my word to support his claims. Now all of a sudden he's become the most rigorous researcher
Shouldn't be
ever.
that hard to
You're
bring up the
so
source. You guys got it
critical.
from a source.
Dude,
Provide the
you're
source that
being
you were
dishonest.
referencing.
Sorry, did
Provide the
the
source you
middle
were
of my
referencing.
sentence interrupt the beginning of your sentence? Jeez, this is going on all night, man. All night. Now all of a sudden you're this conspiracy theorist, right? Like all you provided is thought
You guys are
experiments and
the conspiracy
hypotheticals,
theorists.
right? Just thought experiment
Um.
after thought experiment, red herring fallacy.
Okay.
You can't stay on a
Okay.
point. You're just
Okay.
dodging. You're doing mental
Awesome.
gymnastics to try to avoid the
Awesome.
reality that you're being presented with.
Provide the source you're referencing. That's all I'm asking. Second.
Actually, you know what? I'm gonna put you on mute for 5 minutes because I think Lumpy had some points to make. So we'll listen to Lumpy make his point, and then 5 minutes after we can talk to you. Thank you, Lumpy. Go
Hey,
ahead.
God bless you guys. I love you guys. So it's all about optical convergence, guys, right? Right? The horizon, right? It appears to converge, doesn't it, right? Right? This is how they tricked us, right? Saying the boats went over the edge but that's convergence due to, we can't see a cell with our naked eyes, but because it's converged right there, it's right dead in our face, guys. It converged. We can't see a cell with our naked eye, but we can use a what? A what? A microscope? And then you even get a little deeper into this, and you look at what Royal Rife was into. Guys, hey, I just want to say,
Yeah,
I really feel
Lumpy,
like God
you're
gave you
right.
that, and I hope you guys understand the argument here, because it's dead right in our face. It's live right in our face. It's real life right in our face. It is optical convergence. Look it up. It's a medical term. Um this is what this whole thing's all about, man. And geometry, of course. I mean, you cannot triangulate on a sphere. And yeah. But hey, guys, I'm gonna mute. Just anybody who didn't get it. Do you want me to repeat, or does anybody think they
Yes,
want to hear
Lumpy.
that
I
again?
think you should. Yeah, I want to hear it again. There's 3 more minutes, so I want to hear it again.
Okay, so like we're talking about things converging due to distance, right? Like I've seen planes flying away with their blinking light, and then eventually that light in open air is converged, right? I've seen that, right? I don't know if anybody else has, but that convergence point, it's a medical term. It's optical convergence, and you can Google it, or I'll post some stuff in live chat about it. Okay, guys? But that's how they tricked us, is by hijacking that optical convergence. And now with, say, for example, with the Nikon P900, we've been able to extend beyond our eyes' capability in that direction. Now what I'm saying is look toward our inability to see a living cell without a microscope and convergence. Does anybody need that repeated? I'll do it again because it's that simple. If we could see a cell with our naked eye, it's converged because it's angularly too small for us to see. that's exactly like even with the Nikon and like and with air quality and stuff like that, like why we can't see, like when the sun goes behind that one mountain and it's like it's a ridiculous miles away, but it shows us that, right? Mount Canada or something. You guys know what I mean? But that's beyond what the Nikon can do. That's the sun silhouetting a mountain. You follow me? It's over water. It silhouettes the mountain right down to the water line with the sun. Have you guys ever seen that? So have I lost attention? So what the whole point is like even with the Nikon P900 we're limited, but we're given an example of that limitation in that Mount Canada when that sun silhouettes that mountain. It's like a couple thousand miles, man, or something like that, guys. Anyway, back to the point. It's all about convergence, and I'm gonna post in live chat what convergence is, and I'll carry on with that. I emailed it to Nathan Oakley to present, and I told him it's his free. He can have it as a gift. But I really do believe that this has a real powerful effect in it for us. I really believe that.
Sorry, Lumpy, to interrupt. I just need to be AFK for a few minutes, but if anybody wants to go at it with Plantyman, go ahead and unmute him. Okay, I'll be right back.
I'll do it.
Hey, what up? Give me a second. I'm looking at the sources. I looked up the Guinness Book of World Records longest photo. It's like 275 miles. But something funny is like it says due to the curvature of the Earth, both the observer and the object must be sufficiently high altitudes for the object to be visible at long range.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, we've debunked everything to do with
Oh, hang on.
That
Well,
boils back.
hang on.
Okay, go ahead.
Hang on, Lumpy. Sorry. Thank you. The one girl who was just talking, she says the target was Tete de Garnier, and the observer height was Pico du Inigo. But the longest photo is not only a little bit longer, but it's in a different spot. So I need to find the one that she's referencing.
Sure, but just fundamentally, guys. I mean, flats a reference. I work in tool and die, so I know what these terms mean, and triangulation is impossible on a sphere, and anybody who wants to argue that is literally
Wait, what'd you say?
seriously
Triangulation is what?
impossible on a sphere, and a section
Triangulation, like
triangulates.
navigation, or like triangulation?
Celestial, yes. Triangulation. Yeah. To be able to triangulate, you have to have a flat baseline. And it has to have vertical plumbs everywhere on Earth for the ground position to live, light in the sky.
Technically, you could make a flat baseline by using the radius of the Earth.
You're saying curved. You're saying curved is straight?
Are you saying that if you take the radius of a circle and then if you take two radiuses of a circle, you can make a 90-degree angle?
Yeah, but then you didn't follow the path of the arc. Now you have a compound angle, but you don't have a 90.
Compound angle? What is a compound
Yep.
angle?
Because you have the ground position of the star, it needed to come from the center point of your fundy belief in a spiritard. Yeah, because the Earth had to spin to get under it, dude. So now you have a compound angle. Derp, derpy derp, 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 derp. Hey, thanks for letting me do this.
Hey, no problem, man. I don't really get what you mean though.
Well, what you're doing right now is fun with shapes in like first or kindergarten, and you're trying to shove a triangle under a circle and not getting it.
I'm trying to what? Say it again?
Yeah, you're trying to shove a triangle into a circle and you're not getting it.
You can 100% make a circle out of a triangle. I would argue that a triangle makes up a
He
circle.
just said it, dude. He just said it. Do you guys hear that?
I would
Can I get
argue that
an
a
amen?
triangle like it's a bunch of triangles that make up a circle.
Are you are you just
Oh, dude, I'm being serious.
I think we know you're being serious. That's the funny thing.
Sorry, should I
Like,
mute?
Also,
triangles
just
But
and
I want to
circles are
carry
really
on.
related.
I want to carry on, but that deserved a good laugh. Okay, so hey, buddy. In order to triangulate, you have to have a level Earth. Yeah, no, the
Say that
lights
again?
in the sky have to be parallel with the water on Earth, and all 90s on Earth have to be parallel. They have to. All plums on Earth are parallel. You cannot
All
triangulate unless
plums?
that's the fact.
You say plums?
Yes, all plums on Earth are parallel.
Like the fruit plum.
Or you cannot
Mike.
triangulate on Earth, buddy. The blackbird, your big old, you love that government so much, NASA and all their stuff. The blackbird, the SR-71, and I can post in the live chat to validate this claim. He uses a sextant to know its location because it's above the communications. Yeah, it uses a sextant to
Sorry.
know where it's at on Earth, buddy. And you
Before
have to be able to
sorry.
have it uses a bubble. It uses it creates a uses water to create an artificial horizon, and it knows it's dude. You're such a clown. You're trying to put a triangle into a circle, and then you want to put a bunch of them in a circle, and it's so silly. It's just so dumb. Hey, all right, can you carry on with what you had to say?
Yeah, sorry. Two seconds, guys. Plantman, I have posted in the text room one of my citations with regards to things falling at different rates. It's not the actual one that I'm looking for. I'm actually looking for the actual paper. But yeah, things do fall at slightly different rates, my friend. And I'm talking about different elements like copper, zinc, magnesium, blah, 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 blah. It's not a huge difference, but the acceleration rate
What
is...
is it proportional to?
It's
Do they
Can I interject on this? I have a well dust statement to make. Everything's going to accelerate until it reaches top speed, and that's a well dust statement, but it's the
what is top
truth.
speed?
Well, it's when you accelerate, you're reaching it. What is top
Okay.
speed? What do you mean?
Yeah, what is the maximum speed?
Yeah, you have to accelerate to reach top speed, right?
Yeah.
It's yeah, you do, don't you? Huh?
Yeah, but so hey, it doesn't matter. You're right.
What's that
Jedi.
matter? Oh, things
No.
fall and stuff
You're
like
correct. You're
sometimes.
correct, bro.
I'm correct.
Jedi.
Thanks.
Do they talk about like what causes it, or do they just say we have no idea?
No,
This is just something we observe.
no. So our conversation earlier was, bowling ball feather, everything falls at the same rate. What I was trying to point out to you is there's a difference with the rate of things fall depending on the element that is used. It's not a huge difference, my friend, right? But there is a measurable
To
difference.
the point that it basically isn't significant.
Fuck
Either way.
me. It's literally
Hey man,
like I
let
can't get a
me ask
point
you
out
this.
with you. No,
Hang on.
serious. Dude, I spent 15 minutes trying to fucking find that for you. All I'm trying to point out to you is things do fall at slightly different rates. The 8 point whatever it is meters per second squared is an average. That's all I'm trying to point out to you. Because you giggled and you laughed for it like, you thought it was fucking ridiculous. And I spent 15 minutes trying to find at least one of the 3 citations that I know that we've got on this server. Things do fall at slightly different rates, and 8.8 meters per second squared is just an average. To keep the math simple.
I apologize then.
Thank you.
But what does that change with like gravity and what I was claiming with
It
it?
doesn't change much, my friend, but all you were doing was pointing out the phenomena.
All right. Well, here I
Oh my
apologize, Jedi.
God, I
You're
literally
right,
can't
and this
talk
is
to you.
actually
Fuck off, man. Seriously. Every time I talk, you start spluttering through everything that I say. I can't get anything out, mate. It's not a conversation.
you got
You're
to
so
shorten your
combative.
sentences. Like you talk a lot. But this is cool. I'm actually gonna look into this. But do they come up with some sort of reason as
He's an arrogant asshole, man. What the fuck?
Yeah, I don't. Sorry, I was running away to go and make some coffee. I don't deal with arrogance well, mate. I don't like people telling me that I talk too much when I've literally said one sentence and he's already fucking splutching through everything that I say. I do apologise that I talk for more than 20 seconds. Maybe your TikTok brain can't fucking handle it, plant man. I'll take you back off mute, but seriously, you got to draw back and let other people fucking talk and make their points, dude. Because I've just demonstrated that you're giggling earlier when I suggested that things fall at different rates was an incorrect assertion. I was trying to help you. I went away, found one reference. I can go and get 2 fucking more. It's not a problem, mate, but don't be so fucking rude or you will get the worst end of me.
what's the worst end of you? What are you gonna do?
You'll just get removed from the server, you smug little cunt. That's it.
Okay.
Okay.
That's not
I mean,
like the worst
yeah,
of you, and I get banned from a Discord server.
yeah.
Anyways, you were acting like, bro. You can't act like you weren't acting.
Shut up. You can unmute him whenever you want, guys.
Mayhem, maybe you want to ask him the 3 questions.
I'm gonna run him through the 3 questions.
Yeah,
Let's
you
see
could
if
try. I mean, I don't see how it's possible, but I would like to hear it.
All right. Plant Man, are you there?
Hang on. Can I interject before you go on with this?
Not
I don't even
really.
know what you're going with, but
Not really. Not
Jedi,
really.
you were acting like if I
Not
dropped a
really.
lead ball.
Not really. Not really. We're gonna go on to 3 questions. It's pretty simple, dude.
You were acting like if I dropped them that they.
We're gonna go on to 3 questions. Okay. You know, 3 questions.
Okay. All right. Let's do
All
it.
right. All right. So, who has ever measured the curvature of the Earth any time in history, as in drop over distance? Plant Man.
I don't know. I can't name this off the top of my head.
All right. We'll go ahead and say the axial rotation of the Earth is said to be spinning at about 1,000 miles per hour at the equator. And who has ever measured that to be what it is? Anyone in history that you know of that can do that? Or can we test?
I'm pretty sure there was like a pendulum at the North Pole, and it would like swing around. That's how people knew the Earth was rotating.
I know, but you're pretty sure? Is that what you're going to go with? Or do you know?
Yeah, that's what I'm going to go with. That's my answer.
I know, but you gotta know if you do know what it is, support it with evidence. If not, then we'll say that you don't know.
Like the Osset guy. I don't know. His full
I don't
name.
know. You're just taking a wild stab at
he
it.
basically put a pendulum at the North Pole, and it would like swing around. So he was like, "Oh shit."
I know, but
think
that
the Earth
doesn't mean that you know that the Earth spins. That just means that you're looking at pendulums.
Why would the pendulum spin? What would make
Yeah,
the
but
pendulum spin?
you'll be affirming the consequent if you see a pendulum spin, and then say,
Well, hang
"Well,
on,
the pendulum spins, thus the Earth is moving. The Earth is moving, thus the pendulum
If
spins."
it wasn't spinning, why would it move? What would make it move?
You
How? How would I make it move?
you
if I
make
didn't touch
it you make it spin. So a
How do I
pendulum.
make it spin?
Okay, so demonstrate this,
If
right?
it's a
So you
motionless
have,
pendulum, but then it spins.
no,
what made
it's
it
not
spin?
a motionless pendulum. You put force onto it so you can get it to make a movement. All pendulums. If you leave pendulums by themselves, just like hanging, not doing anything, they won't move. You have to put some energy
exactly,
into
and
it.
that's why it was so crazy when he put it at the North Pole, and it did move.
Yeah, but okay. So without him touching it, he can put the pendulum at the North Pole and it moves.
So he had to touch it to put it at the North Pole, but then after he put it there, he stopped touching it.
Oh my goodness.
Do you know what you're talking about, dude?
I'm trying to.
I know. That's the thing. I don't want you to take a wild stab at this. If you know, then that's fine. We can support it with evidence. If not, then we can just say that you don't know. I'm not going to be like fishing information out of you. If you don't know, you don't know. It's pretty basic.
Well, then what's your explanation? Why did the pendulum move?
I don't need an explanation. I'm asking you for your evidence to support the case. If you don't have it, that's fine.
For what?
This is This is
what's the
called
case that I have
this
to
is
support?
this exercise. Basically, we're just getting the information from you, only that you if you know or if you don't know. That's it. It's pretty simple.
Okay,
It's not like a 10-step process and asking me questions. No, if you don't know, we just go to the next question.
Well, so then what did I do wrong there?
You're not supporting it with evidence that you know. You're very vague in your
What would classify as evidence that I know?
You just finished saying some dude on the North Pole. You don't even know the test that they've done. You don't know the actual place that they were. Nothing was supported.
What do you mean?
And then,
They were at the North Pole.
okay,
I
all
know
right.
the
That's
guy,
what you.
and I know what he
Okay, so
did.
that's your primary source. Give me that citation now. Citation and put it in the live stream voice text, please.
Okay.
Yeah, you can Google it. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, I kind of have to do that. Sorry.
We
I
haven't
hope
went to the third step of the information yet.
That's fine. So what do I need to provide? Like a source?
Citation. No, not a source. A citation. There's a source that you're going to drop.
What's the difference between a source and a citation?
When you drop a source, that's the whole, like, let's say you drop the PDF where it was said, right? Where that thing that you said, just for example, I don't need the PDF. Okay. I need the citation where it said exactly the method where you stated that they were doing the exact same thing you said. Where in the PDF does it say what that? So you're going to have to outline that within your presentation of this citation.
Oh, okay. So I have to go get it, then I have to outline it for
It's
you?
your evidence, sir. Not mine. I'm not talking about earth spinning. So if you think
let's just move on to the third question.
Okay, then. I'm just
You got me. I have no idea what I'm talking about.
I'm not getting you, sir. This is just if you have any knowledge, you can support it. If not, then that's fine. It's not a gotcha. It's just if you don't know, you don't know. That's it.
You could look up Alcit's pendulum.
I don't need to because it's not my evidence. I'm not supporting the case for that. And I'm only asking you for your knowledge, Plant. That's it.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
So then what am I missing? Just the
You're
citation,
not giving me the citation for the thing that you said. And then there's still a third step, but we haven't done yet.
How about this? What if I bring you up like the idea of the study, and then is that enough?
No, sir.
Like, you can
No,
redo
sir.
it?
No, sir. I
Okay,
need you
so
to support it.
I have to highlight it.
It's specific. Yeah, it's very specific. In this part of the exercise, if you don't have what's required. Okay. But I'm just going to have to say that you didn't support your case with evidence so that you don't know.
I did not. You are correct.
Okay. So on to the third question. You might know this one by way of like what people have told you, but so the third question is this. Just give me a little second to build it up.
I'm gonna just drop a Wikipedia page on Earth's rotation.
You can drop whatever you want, but we're going to the third question.
No, it'll probably bring up multiple examples of how they do it.
That's fine, but I'm not going to look at it because it's not my job. I asked you if you could support it, and you didn't do so. So now we're on the third question. So that link's going to stay there forever. I'm not going to look at it. So third question.
Right, cool. Third question.
Yeah. Third question is, they're telling us that the vacuum of space is adjacent to the pressure that you and I are breathing, right? So we got a pressurized system here on the surface, 14 psi, roundabout. And then they say as you go, yes? Do you have something?
Yeah, keep going.
All right, they're telling us that as you go higher in elevation, the pressure kind of gets into a gradient, so it gets less and less, right? And then as it gets less and less, it goes up to the exosphere.
It's really hard to breathe at the top of a mountain.
Understood.
Because there's less air.
Understood. Okay, so as we get to the top of the exosphere, that's like the last layer of the Earth's atmosphere. Then we go past the Kármán line into Leo, low Earth orbit, or at least the way they describe it, it is the vacuum of space, right? But at that level, right there, where it's a bit ambiguous where they say the Kármán line is. So right past the Kármán line, they're said to be at low pressure, right around 10 to the -6. It's not super low, like as far as like going into outer space, but it's considered space or low Earth orbit. So space as it is, considered right there at that boundary. And then, as it's defined, right, they're saying that that's where satellites go and so forth. And when a rocket reaches its gravitational escape velocity, it reaches 25,000 miles per hour. So rockets can leave the system and travel to the moon. You got rockets that go to Mars and drop rovers there, and on, right? There's other matter and energy can transfer back and forth through the system. For all intents and purposes, it becomes an open system for you and me. We understand it that way as far as the globe Earth goes. Well, they're telling us that we live in an open system, but there's a problem, right? We have gas pressure on the surface, and in an open system, gas pressure would expand to fill the available space, especially if there's a high pressure differential like what they're saying exists. So, to that effect, we want to know, how is it possible to have gas pressure without a container?
Here's gonna be my answer. I got two answers to that.
Sure.
All right. My first answer is, in my opinion, I would assume that the container would be gravity, because gravity does pull matter down. But in my second answer to that is, if like that is such an easy way to contradict all of science. If it was that easy, why would the government be like? Why would the government try and lie about it if it was that easy to contradict everything?
Okay. And we'll definitely get into that after the 3 questions. Like I said, you can ask all the questions you like. I just want to make sure we
honestly,
cover.
I would love to hear. And I think Jedi.
We'll get into
got
that.
something to say about it. I'm curious what his answer.
We'll get into that. But first, let's cover the 3 questions. All right. So the third question deals with that, and your answer was.
My answer was, I think that the container in that scenario
Mhm.
can be gravity.
Can be, or do you know that it is? As far as, what do you think?
I can't say that I know. I would assume, because then you're probably right. It probably would just do whatever. But
Well, yeah, because gas laws, right? So we understand the gas behavior. All right, so if you want to say that you know, I would ask for you to support it. If you say that you don't know, however, like somebody figured it out or whatever, you can defer to a scientist or whatever. It doesn't matter to me at this point.
Okay,
but
okay. Yeah, what's
for
going on?
you, huh?
Yeah, keep
What'd
going.
you say?
But
Yeah,
nothing.
I'm asking if you're going to defer to a scientist, that's fine. Or if you say you know, I need the evidence to support the case.
I have to provide evidence.
Yeah, like I'm going to tell you. So I need a primary source, just like I did the other 2 questions. Primary source.
Yep.
I need a citation, and then I'm going to need a demonstration. So if you can support the claim, that's fine. But if you can't, if you defer to the scientist, I'm good either way. I just want to know what you know. That's all this is. Exercises what you know.
What's the question?
Say again.
Yeah, well, what's the question?
How can you have gas pressure without a container?
Yeah, I would just say gravity, and I can't give like a source for that.
Okay, so we can't support it then, right? Is that what you're saying?
No, you don't. You do not have to support that.
Why not?
I don't know. It's your choice, man.
No, I'm saying no. It's not my claim. I'm just asking you because they're telling us that we live.
That's my assumption. My assumption is that the reason we can have gas pressure like that is because of gravity.
So the assumption isn't going to work here in this case, because we have to find out how it's been established that people understand that it is that. Not just you saying things, but who said it? What scientist?
Never claimed to know why.
You never claimed to know why. Okay. So you just have some made up idea that you just really thought of, maybe when you're laying at bed at night or something. Like, that doesn't count. Like, to me, this has to be supported by people who are backing, like, for instance, right? People in the scientific community.
Can
Right?
I say something? I would
Sure.
say here's my like reasoning behind what I said. Gravity is apparent. It is a thing. So whether you want to believe it or not, like we can see that gravity is a thing, and so it might have different applications to gas, but it doesn't mean that it doesn't pull mass. It does do that. So in my assumption, I would say that pull of the air keeps it to the earth, and it doesn't matter about the vacuum.
Okay, but it does
Can't
matter
prove that.
it does matter that you support it with evidence, and meaning who said it, primary source, citation, where it's been said.
So do I just have to prove to you that gravity exists? And then
No, you
would
have to
believe me or
provide
no?
evidence. You have to provide evidence that your claim about gravity being a container exists in this physical and natural world. So we're looking for who has said that gravity is the container of Earth holding the gas in, per your claim. And then we're going to investigate the citation where it's been said. And then we're going to follow up by seeing a demonstration. So we need all of these things to solidify your position. Can you support it? Yes or no?
I can support that gravity's a thing.
I'm not talking about if gravity's a thing. Like I said, when you're laying in bed at night and thinking about what gravity is, doesn't even come into this. What we're looking for is evidence to support your claim, Plant. That's all I'm looking for right now. Evidence, sir.
My claim is that gravity is the reason that it holds.
I know that. Where and who said that was the case? You didn't just think of this, right? Somebody must have said that to you somewhere.
Here,
You didn't come up with this.
Say, if you look up on Google, can you have gas
That's
pressure
not
without a
my
container?
point, dude. That's
Can
not. You need to have the
gas
information provided.
pressure without a container? And it pops up.
Does it pop up? Yes.
Well, actually, before it popped up with like a wiki thing that said yes, you can look at our Earth as an example, but this is different.
Now what? Now what's popping up?
This like physics stack exchange. I'd have to read it though. I can send it in though. Hey, I'll send it.
No. You don't know where in that thing that you're reading. You're basically Googling on the fly. So let's be honest right now,
100%
Plant.
Googling on the fly.
I know. That's why I'm saying, Plant, you previous to this, you did not know. You're just making it up on the spot. Okay. It's not supported by some scientists saying what you're saying. You're just making it up. And it's getting worse the longer you delay. I'd rather you defer to a scientist than having this painful process of you having to think that you know what you're talking about when you're not, Plant.
I never said I knew.
It's tedious, bro.
Here,
all right, then defer to a scientist so we can move on.
I got nothing, man.
Thank you. That's all you needed to do is be intellectually honest.
Can we get back to what I was saying though? Like, if
we're not going to rush there. We're not going to rush there. We're going to take our time and understand the process. The process is something that you need to realize currently. So the process was this. The exercise is very clear and apparent to everybody who takes it, meaning the 3 questions tend to be something as basically it's a mirror for you to reflect. So you're reflecting right now that in the first question that I asked you, is there anybody that's ever measured the curvature of the Earth? You said, I don't know. And so the second question, axial rotation, also, I don't know. Third question.
I don't know to that. Whoa.
Yes, sir, you did.
No, I provided
if you want to, I can back up and start all over again, and you're going to have egg on your face because you're not going to be able to support it.
Never mind.
All right, thank you. So let me summarize. Let me finish anyway, summarizing. So the second question I asked you about axial rotation, and you said, I don't know. The third question was the vacuum of space being adjacent to the pressure air.
They were all, I don't know, so I don't know why you need
I know that. It's for the audience, not for you, Plant. We have at least 30, we have like 20, we have about, hang on a second. We got 22 people watching, so they need to know. So this is being broadcast. You didn't know that. Maybe you do now, but Rumble and YouTube.
I know that the whole time.
Well, Rumble and YouTube have heard you, so it's forever archived in this this stream. So, being that that's the case, being that that's the case, you can't come back and say that you did say that you know because it was clearly understood you didn't. So the very last question was the gas pressure without a container. It's a nice chuckle, isn't it? Funny. So the gas pressure without a container, the gas pressure without a container was not answered sufficiently. And it turned out that you said you don't know. So all 3 questions, meaning that the Earth, that's a globe spinning in the vacuum of space, is a blind belief that you have currently. You don't know that it is a globe spinning in the vacuum of space. You just believe it to be so blindly. And that's okay because a lot of people are in the same position. So that's just showing you that at least you were intellectually honest to that extent that you said you didn't know. But now is your time to now open up your mind a little bit and at least ask some questions and see if we can help you out with any understanding that you might have. Hopefully.
Okay, so if it was so easy to contradict science in the way that you guys do, why hasn't anyone else done it other than flat earthers? And not only that, why, if it was so easy to contradict, why would they lie at that point? Why wouldn't they just tell the truth of what the Earth is?
Why would you want to divine the thoughts of people that made this tradition? This is basically what it is. It's a tradition. So think about it like this, right? Do you think that parents are scheming to deceive their children on the 25th of December every year? Like they're just out to get them. They want to lie to their kids. No, it's a tradition. They're doing something that seems like their kids are having fun, so they're doing Christmas and making a whole story about Santa Claus and his reindeer
You can
and all
add
of that
reasoning
stuff.
to that, and it's
So
because kids have fun on Christmas. Like
I
kids
know that.
enjoy the fact that Santa
I
comes
know that.
along.
I'm trying to tell you the reason that you think that you don't understand. Why does somebody whistleblow? Because you and everybody else in this world have been thinking that it's just the way it is. Like, duh, it's a globe. Why are people saying it's anything other than that? This is crazy. So when you come into forums like these, you have
Well,
like
no,
this bunch.
they don't.
Yes?
People don't just accept it. It's like it's taught in schools because like
I
that's
know
what like
that.
the majority like PhD. Every
Plant.
scientist
You're
that
telling
has
me
a
already.
PhD
Yes, I
thinks
agree.
the Earth is round.
I agree. But they were brought
So if it
into
was
the
so
same.
easy to contradict all of science, do you really think that you guys are just the first people to like figure this shit out?
Do you think that honestly that those guys take a second look at what they believe in? Do you think that?
Yes.
No. No, they
PhD
don't.
scientists.
Yes. PhD scientists. I've spoken to many, and they all say the same thing. They're in denial. All of them. A lot of them. There's I would say like this. It would be
They say
yeah.
that they're in denial.
Do you know? I don't know if you sound fairly young. Do you know that if any one of those ever spoke out of turn about what they think the cosmology is, that they wouldn't have a job anymore? Like they would be excommunicate as fast as you can even say flat Earth. I'm not
They'd be
even
like,
kidding
how the
you.
hell did you get a PhD in this?
Exactly. You see, and you chuckled. Yeah, you chuckled. You chuckled. But the thing is, if somebody was to whistleblow, as you so say, how do you think that would go for them?
So not only that, it's not only just about whistleblow.
Think about it.
It's like it's having to like lie about it. Like you have to realize
Yeah.
like, the
And
our
look at who you're going
like,
against,
let's,
Plant.
let's think about it like this: our overlords present us with the ability to access this information,
Yeah.
and then you can easily make the contradiction that we shouldn't be able to have gas on a ball when it's next to a vacuum.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you like this.
You think that they didn't think about that and they would just continue on
Yeah,
with their
dude, because
blatant
you know
lie.
what? Check this out. Look how hard it is for you being in this Discord to even entertain the notion. You chuckle, you laugh, it's all a joke to you. Look at how it's worked on you. You don't think it's effective, bro? And how many people are listening right now are the same way, just like you. You guys don't think about it. And you not only don't think about it, hang on, Plant. You not only don't think about it, you mock it. You make it a point to mock it. And it's funny to you, but you don't understand you're under the same thing that the rest of the world is. You guys think it's a joke. That's how good it is. It's so good that you're so convinced.
Let's imagine two different me's. Let's imagine one where I'm here and how I am.
I'm
and then
not
the other
going
one
to,
is-
bro, because I see you
Other-
as you
the other
are right
me-
now.
The other me, hang on. The other me is the one that is like, I hear what you guys say. I'm like, dang, you guys got some good points. I think I'm
Okay.
gonna be a flat earther. And both of those lines, my life changes zero.
No, that's bullshit.
Has zero
That's
effect
bullshit,
on my
Plant.
life.
That's bullshit. You know why? Because currently, right now, you don't enter. You said this little hypothetical scenario, but honestly, you haven't even considered it. Because if you actually did, you would understand that socially, shit will change. If you go out there and tell somebody that the Earth is flat, you're gonna get fucking laughed at like everybody else. Like it's not even funny, dude.
So
Yeah,
hang on,
and look,
I'll-
rightfully so. There you go. There you go. This is your cognitive dissonance working overtime, Plant. You don't understand. No, dude, you're trying to
when you
cope,
have a
bro.
toothache,
No. You're not gonna get away from this. No, dude, you're trying to cope right now. That's it.
when you have a toothache, who do you
No,
go
it's not
to?
gonna work. It's not gonna work, Plant, because you're being
go to
up
the
to you think that this isn't effective.
car is
Look at
broken
how
down,
you're
who do you
acting.
go to? You go to
Look
those
at how
car
you're
mechanics.
acting. Look at how you're acting. You
You have
see
questions
what I'm
about
saying?
aerospace
You
and-
are
and
turning this into
Probably go to
you
a
are turning this into, instead of a conversation, you're basically turning it into your cognitive dissonance denial. This is how you're expressing it. You can't hold it in anymore. It's so violent inside of you. You have to express it in chuckles and laugh and ridicule because that's you and the rest of the world. They're under the guise thinking you know what's going on and your belief is true. And it is just a belief. I just pointed it out to you. I showed you the 3 questions. You should have at least known about the curvature. You didn't know about axial rotation, and you damn sure didn't know about there's a vacuum of space. You don't know if you're flying in a cosmic vacuum, yet they're telling you that 24/7, all the time. You're bombarded with the vernacular. Oh, we live on a globe. And you don't even know how much of indoctrination you have right now. And so you, sir, are mocking it because that's what's coming out of you. You can't stop. You cannot stop. And this is what I'm pointing to you and the rest of the people listening to me. That's why you can't listen to what we're saying, because you only think about your globe all day long. That's it. And you want to rescue it.
The definition of your cognitive dissonance by Over the Fences, it says this is why people get upset when their beliefs are challenged. Who sounds upset right now? You or me? I would say it's you. You're yelling and you're very passionate.
I'm speaking to the rest of the people
being challenged.
I'm speaking to the rest of the people that are listening to you, because you're vomiting your cognitive dissonance all over the place as it's something kind of cool.
Shout in your mic. I can hear you just fine.
I don't care. I can shout if I want to. You're not the fucking shout police. Who the fuck are you? I can talk how I want.
Okay.
See, that's your coping. That's your nervous
Why
laugh.
are you so mad, bro? Is it
because
because
that's your nervous laugh,
dissonance?
bro. Your nervous laugh is that you think that that's
Why are
a
you
good
so mad?
escape.
Is it? Are you experiencing cognitive dissonance?
No, that's what you're experiencing, Plant. You've been experiencing it throughout this whole conversation. You can't reconcile the fact that you've been lied to. So it comes out of you violently, like
Why
chuckles
lie?
and.
I don't get it though. Why lie?
You don't understand, dude, that a lot is at risk right here, and people, their lives change when they know this information is true. Whether or not you chuckle or not, it sounds like you're very young. So
if you guys were like doing some groundbreaking shit, why wouldn't
We
the
are.
Overlord take you guys out?
because it's a narrative, bro. You think that people listen? What we're doing in here? Do you think that it matters in the grander scheme of things? The big scheme, like as far as like what you perceive? No, right? There's going to be colleges that still teach this. There's going to be schools that's going to be teaching this. What we're doing right now is just changing hearts and minds to critically think about the things they're being told. It's not so much about flat Earth as it is critical thinking. That's what the main point is, which is what you lack currently. Unless you hit the fucking pause button on all that stuff they're telling you, and you start to think, wait a minute, I could be getting lied to. I don't know. Let me check some stuff out.
Talk to me.
You can't mute. You can't fucking mute a mod, dude. First of all, you need to unmute me. What the fuck?
Yeah, unfortunately, if you're going to mute a moderator, that's fine.
You're about to say bye-bye to Plant Man. You got one option: unmute me, or you will be leaving the server swiftly.
Plant Man, have you got Alpha Veritas muted?
You can't mute me, dude. There's no way.
I unmuted him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you mute me once more,
yapping hard, bro.
I'm not yapping, dude. You are not understanding the implications. This right here is the reason you're asking a question that is apparent right now in the way that you're acting. Because you don't realize what's at stake here. You think it's just people on the internet talking about flat Earth, and it's not. This thing that we're passionate. No, it's not.
You guys are literally on a 24/7 Discord.
Yeah, because we're passionate. Listen, the passion. Yeah, the passion comes from not like knuckleheads like you, but for people that are listening to how you're responding to what we're doing. And when we're passionate about like actually having this message conveyed over to other people, at least those who are listening are going to be affected. Because fuck what you're doing. The shit that you're doing right now doesn't matter. Whether or not you actually come to the truth, it's irrelevant. What we're talking to is the audience that's listening. Because if they don't realize that they need to wake up and they see you the way you are and they say, shit, am I like that too? And they have a reflection on themselves, at least they have a chance. Fuck, if you don't have a chance, it's not up to us. Well, then if you don't like it, you know where the door is. It's right over there.
Hey, well, we can get back.
It's right over there. The door is right over there.
Why lie?
The door is right over there. I'm already telling you. The fucking lie's working. It's working. It's working. No, shut the fuck up, dude. The lie's working on you. No, it's not yap, dude. But what you don't like is when people are getting real with you. You don't like that, right? You don't like the taste of that. You don't like the taste of people telling you the truth.
I want to hear a different.
I'm sorry, you don't have a choice, brother.
You're yelling into the mic, dude.
Yeah, are you gonna break down and cry? What the fuck? What's up with you, man? Because all we're trying to do right now is convey to you the reality of the reason why people act the way they do, like yourself. Very, very condescending. You're entitled, dude. You think you're gonna mute me, you're gone. It's up to you, bro. If you don't respond to me, I'm serious. Gonna take it as you don't want to listen anymore. Very childish.
Jedi, talk to me, bro.
All right, he's gone.
Oh, I wanted to talk to him.
I don't think he gets that you don't need to know. Like, for example, if you have all the evidence that somebody killed somebody, you don't need to know why to send them to jail. You know that they killed somebody. It doesn't matter. The why is irrelevant.
He muted me the second time, so.
Can go to Cog Dis though, dude. He doesn't have to be the band.
Morning, guys.
What up,
Oh,
Timbo?
now you fucking turn up. Fuck's sake. I could have done with you about 20 minutes.
I caught the end of that. I just wanted to say it's good to hear all the ladies back on their mics. Quite refreshing.
Yeah, it's been fun over the last couple of days with a few ladies' nights. They've done really, really well.
Plant Man probably finally lost his shit, did he?
Yeah, I was breaking it down to him because he keeps saying, "Why would they lie?" I'm like, dude, you don't see the kind of shit that they got you under right now, man. What do you mean? Why would they lie? They're benefiting from having you under their thumb. Fuck, dude.
Working.
Like,
He doesn't even know why he believes the things he believes. He just believes it.
yeah, he just straight up believes it, and I
He
think
doesn't
that's
see that. He doesn't see that. He doesn't see that he doesn't have a reason to believe it. He's just being told everything. He's like, oh, okay.
Is that the first time he's been taken through those 3 points?
I think so. Who is it? Russ B, I think, mentioned that. And I was like, well, shit, I don't know. I thought you guys already, because people, I don't know, like I haven't seen Plant Man except for the other server. He's been on politics, I think.
Yeah, because he's been in here the last, what?
Oh,
3
Heretic
or
says
4
you've
days,
taken him. Heretic says you've taken him through the 3 points.
Oh.
Yeah, but he just can't. No, he just can't mute mods in here. Like then he's an entitled baby, dude. Like he thinks he just I'm gonna do what I want. Okay, can I talk to the next guy? Fuck that, dude.
Even after he realizes that he doesn't know what they're telling him, still, you heard his brain break after that. Like, ooh.
No, like you went over it. Like you didn't even consider it.
Yeah.
Which was interesting, I think, because yeah, go ahead and
Then he
unmute your
started
mic,
with,
dude.
and then he started with the insults. You're a moderator on the 24/7.
Mickey, did you S-ban him?
I don't know. I just hit ban. Is that S-ban? I think I have to enter the ban thing, right? I don't know. I guess mods is a bit different.
Oh man, I wanted to get him on the picture. I wanted him to concede. Dang it.
Was there a picture you guys had?
Like the mountain pictures from like 200 something miles away, the infrared pictures.
Have you guys shown him that? Like he didn't concede?
Yeah. He was trying to wiggle away from that.
Yeah, you can do that, Heretic. I don't care. No, I'm just saying, like he started to mute a mod, so it's like it's fucked up. You can't do that. Yeah, I don't give a shit. No, I just like that entitlement. Like you can stay in cog dis for a little bit.
No, to be honest, I don't care where he goes. I just wanted to talk to him right now before you kicked him to just have him admit. But he's the kind of person I don't think he's here in good faith. I think he's just whoever's talking to him in the backgrounds is just feeding him all of the information at once and just keep going from one topic to another to another to another, you know?
He was trying to swing off, and he was asking me questions when I was giving him the 3 questions. But like, I guess because he didn't know, he started to get a little bit antsy towards the end. It's just messed up, man. Like, it's crazy because they question like why would they lie at the same time the guy was just chuckling and laughing about saying that. Well, I was like, well, people get fired because of, they're saying that Earth is flat. Like if they were a teacher, He's like, yeah, I know, for good reason. Like, he's a smug little shit, you know, like.
Yeah.
But
I've heard this. I don't know if this is true, but I've heard even pilots get their license taken if they say the Earth is flat. Is that true?
I think
I
so.
don't know.
Something
I've
to that
heard
effect.
that.
There
Depends
was
what
a
company, I
lady.
think.
Yeah, I think was she German or something like that?
Oh, in this server?
Nah, I don't know whether she was in this server, but she did a video one time explaining it. This was after she left being a pilot, but she spoke up and she lost her pilot's license. They took it off her, and then she started talking about it, and then she got
Oh,
silent
yeah.
on YouTube as well.
Well, shit, there was even
Wow. Yeah,
pastors.
still, you see, they don't want anybody to say anything.
Yeah, pastors, I think, were having a hard time too. Like preachers, like they were getting.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, people are so brainwashed that you can't even bring it up.
But the funny thing
Yeah,
is, yeah, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, and even when they shadow ban people on YouTube, people just go, no, they don't. No, they don't. But they've admitted it in Congress, so.
Well, yeah, they've said that, and I guess the lady from the one that she was speaking on the behalf of YouTube at the time. Remember, they're going to put the hard restrictions when they. What year was it? 2019, 2018? What?
I think it was. It was. They did it just in time for the. You know what?
Lockdown.
Yep.
Yep.
Hey, Mickey, can I ask
What up,
you a
Lumpy?
question?
Yeah.
Thank you. Do you see, because I think there's a correlation here, or something to be garnered, the relationship to a microscope and convergence, and how, for example, we can't see a cell with an naked eye, but with a microscope we can. And that's like optical convergence, like right in our face. Do you agree?
Optical convergence.
It's the same thing as
Yeah,
looking out towards the horizon, yeah?
Yes, it is. It
Same thing.
absolutely.
Exactly the same
That's the
thing.
whole point. Yes.
Yeah, and that has its limitations too. The optics that you're using. I mean, because there's
things get too small angular size to see, right?
Yeah, I mean, people need.
Thanks
They
for
say,
giving me this time.
yeah, bro. Like, I mean, the only. I mean, I get really passionate when it comes to this, but like, the reason why I get that way is because sometimes people that are listening, they don't understand. Like, dude, I don't get why you can't just say like, where are the whistleblowers at? You know, how come nobody's saying anything? They get frustrated.
Hey,
You know.
do you want to hear a biblical verse?
Yeah,
for
dude,
this?
what you got?
In Second Thessalonians, it says for this, and that's referring to a heart condition. God would send them. God sends them strong delusion that they who will believe the lie. God makes them believe the lie. That's what we're interfacing with. And you know what goes on to say? That they're damned.
Yeah, but
It's
I
in
was just.
Thessalonians.
Yeah.
Do you want me to
Yeah.
post it in live chat?
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
I know what you mean. I read the passage, and I know in context, you know, that it refers to people that are just believing. But I guess
I think it definitely correlates to the agenda to have. I mean, this space thing is so. It is the grand deception, man.
Well, I was talking to people about it. Like, it's not just we talk about the physical natural world in like when we're talking about flat Earth in every room that we go to. But if I had a chance, like with the show that we're going to be talking about, like Alpha Veritas, the show that we're going to be doing, like I do want to talk about those deeper things because we'll have a platform to do it. It's not just flat Earth is a great way to start to critically think about the things around us, the world around us. But then we have a bigger picture, like the overall, like what is this all about? Like, is it just flat Earth? No, it's way bigger than that.
I fully agree.
Yeah, so it's a spiritual battle, and it's your soul right now is at stake. And it's the way I see it. You know, that's what's at stake.
Hey, do you want to hear something edifying?
What's
the
up?
people that resonate with truth, when you hear truth, when you hear that gas pressure requires a container, and you are able to agree with that, and that when you agree that you cannot triangulate on if we're on a sphere because they have divergence on us, and when you agree that um all 90-degree plumbs on Earth are parallel, so all plumbs hang parallel on Earth. When you agree with that, because you can't triangulate on Earth if they aren't, and when you can agree with, you can know that you're not believing the lie and that you're saved.
Yeah, it's I would say that it's a doorway. Once you start understanding, like, truth is
Nope.
not easy. So the physical and natural world help us kind of, it puts us all in the same category, no matter what faith background we're from. So that's why we can have people from different faith backgrounds in this Discord, and we still stand united behind that, right? Because it's a great unifier. Truth is a great unifier. And once we're here, it's like now we're in the house. All we got to do is figure out like how we can exist understanding the truth, right? So we get refined. As we walk with each other, we start like, oh, I didn't need that. And one thing leaves and the other thing's gone. And then next thing we know, we're walking so close with our how we understand the Creator wants us to know, that it starts to become a walk of unity in spirit and in also physicality. Like we are walking with the understanding of the earth being what it is, and spiritually understanding that we have a mission, and the mission is that we're going to be telling people the truth. Right? There's no compromise. Once you speak truth, if you go back to thinking that the earth is a globe and that, it's just back into the deception again. And it's worse because when you left, you know what I mean? Because it's now you know the side of truth was what it was, and you gave it up so that you can just be socially accepted or whatever the case. So it's difficult, you know. We don't want that to be. I was hearing this guy earlier in here. I don't know if it was what his name was, but he was like, dude, if you showed me that the earth was a globe, I was so happy. You think I want to be ridiculed? I want to go back to the globe, man. Just show me that it's a globe. Somebody show me. And I'm like, that's bad energy, bro. I just say that. You're putting out bad vibes by, it's like you're saying, plug me back into the machine. Someone give me something to plug me back in. Like, I'm like, dude. Why would you want that?
Begging
Like
to
that?
see something that doesn't exist, you know?
Yeah, who was it? Somebody said this, man. Like, this is shocking to me. They're like, all I need is a non-stop non-cut or uncut footage of a rocket going all the way to space and coming back down. If I seen that, I'm good.
Prove anything.
Do you know that there's an actual thing that actually shows that? There's a rocket that does that. SpaceX did one.
Uncut.
Uncut.
Yeah.
And there you go.
Still, even if you do see that, like, what are you going to see? You're going to see a rocket go to high altitude and then come back down.
That's right.
That's what you're going to see.
But it's confirmation bias, because the person that really wanted that got what they wanted, and now they're that they confirmed their initial bias, and that's what.
And then you're putting it out there to see something that you're not supposed to see.
Yeah.
And then your mind, because you're begging, you're saying, take me
you're
back
begging
to
it.
the globe. And then you see it and you go, okay, well, it's a globe, so I'm
It's
back.
a globe, yeah.
In the beginning, when I told my dad about flat Earth, that's what he was doing. He was trying to find anything to make the globe again. And then after a while, he's talking about it more than me now. He knows the world's flat.
Till,
But
you've
it
been
took
doing
a
this for a
while.
while,
He
right?
kept trying to disprove it.
You've been here for a while. I seen your name like a
Since
long
January.
ago.
Yeah. I started researching in like December, and then I was like, oh,
okay.
January. I was like, okay, it's definitely flat. And then I came in here, I think, in March or February.
Yeah, I remember when you joined.
Yeah. But he was one of those people trying to disprove it like crazy. And the rest of my family, my sister believes it, my mom doesn't.
Oh.
Yeah. She can't explain things, but she does not believe it. So my sister, my dad.
Man, Helio's doing really good on YouTube, man. We got like 30 people watching. It's awesome. That's some good numbers over there. Helio's doing a damn great job keeping this stream up. He's got that Rumble account as well.
He was a bit pissed the other day. He was saying, "Yeah." He was going, "I don't even know when to press record or not." You know, like because everyone's over at politics.
We'll churn some numbers back up, man. We gotta show some love to the home base.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Oh,
I've been coming here a lot more in the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, I'm gonna start making this regular visit here.
I'll start hanging out here during the day when I'm at work, and then because the same old arguments are rolling around. It's good to, and then I can wait over here if you guys send some people over, and I'll sit here and welcome them over.
Well, it's weird because I heard that you can't say anything about another server over there. You have to keep it to
Oh,
the.
really?
Yeah, I got told in the DM, don't do that, or because I was gonna do a show, the Alpha Veritas show, like over there, because that's what I was asking for. See if I can get like a room permission.
Oh, yeah, I heard that. Yeah.
Yeah, they were like, no, you can't do
Like
that.
a guest room, yeah.
Yeah, only Flat Earth only gets one, unfortunately.
Why don't you just do it from here?
Yeah, that's the plan.
Oh, you've still got your Rumble account too, yeah?
Well, I started an Alpha Veritas account, so.
Oh, cool. You're going to be doing shows like like with a context, like a specific subject.
Yep. I was gonna start today, but it didn't work out because I had some stuff to do, and like I was on earlier, I was over there in politics.
I have that verse. Can I read it? And it's in voice text. For this reason, God sends them a powerful delusion that they will believe the lie, and so that all will be condemned who did not believe in truth, but delighted in wickedness.
And that scripture always gets to me, man, because it's like it didn't say the Bible, did it?
It's in Thessalonians.
No, I'm saying yeah. I mean, I heard what it said, but what?
The reason for this reason is a heart condition.
Yeah, well, what I'm saying though, the condemnation, it says, so that all will be condemned who have not believed the truth. Truth is there, not like because they didn't believe the words that I said or the words that were. It was truth. What is truth, right? That's what Pontius Pilate was asking. What is truth?
Jesus is righteous and true.
Yeah, and not only that,
Jesus is truth, but he's also coherent to truth.
Right. So anything that okay, say when we look upon the earth, anything that's true, right? It's true that we have a sun, moon, and stars. That's true. If somebody says we're flying in a cosmic vacuum, that's not true. How did somebody come up with that? Like, there's this whole narrative that's being told to us about what truth is. So we have this misconception, and we're thinking, we can say whatever. The guys from the globe side. Yeah.
So I'm lumpy gas in a vacuum. So I tell people all the time that space is could be considered as a balloon blowing itself up.
Balloon blowing
in the
itself up?
essential. Yeah, because Jupiter in the heliocentric model.
Yeah, I mean,
you got it. You get that?
Yeah, it's just.
Yep.
Maybe I'm not thinking of it right.
That's your worldview.
But yeah.
Do you understand why I'm saying that? Or could you imagine in your car tire a ball of gas lumping? So
yeah,
hard
you got an accumulation of gas
inside my car
parts
tire.
where there's a vacuum. Yeah, goes against the laws.
That's crazy. Yeah.
It is great. The globe is
like
inverted reality.
This part of my tire is flat.
Yeah, it's like the car tire inflating itself for real. For real, that's how bad the globe's model for what with there no containment and gas lumping in a vacuum.
I love the guys that come in and say, we have a our model works. You know, you go, our model works. You go,
Yeah,
what model?
some
Like
of them. Yeah, they don't got a model.
picture
we're
that you
talking
show
about
us, or like what? You know,
Yeah,
like
we
what
were
works about it?
we were talking about that. Have you guys? I don't know. You probably weren't there this morning when I was talking to the politics server about it. Scientific model.
Nah, I wasn't there.
Their idea of a scientific model, and then of course the pseudoscientist priests put it up that one scientific model of the globe Earth is an oblate spheroid, right? So that model takes into account the fact that the Earth is slightly wider at the equator and than it is from pole to pole. This is due to the centrifugal force created by Earth's rotation. That's the oblate spheroid. Then you got another scientific model of the Earth is a geoid. The geoid is a more complex model that takes into account the Earth's gravity field and uneven distribution of mass on the Earth's surface. There's these other I'm not saying I agree with any of that, but that's what when they look things up, that's what they're going to pull up. I'm just like forewarning you guys. You might see this when you ask for the scientific model. This is what is available for them to pull up. And then it says,
because it is funny. There's certain parts of the Earth that they say have more gravity than others.
Yeah.
Which is, and it's nothing to do with, you know, how you were saying it bulges in the middle due to centrifugal force. It's actually not those parts. Because you'd think that the widest part at the equator would have the least amount of gravity, but there's all these parts, there's all these sections. Like if you watch that FE
Gravity. Hold on, I have
FE
to stop you at the word gravity.
Oh yeah, no, I'm just talking about a theory though, you know, like, and because if you look at the field engineer core, FE core experiment, if you watch that full video, they go into depth about the model that they're using to work out, because there's little like gravity sections that are heavier and stuff like that. You know, so they actually add that into their equations to come up with what it should be doing. So it's kind of weird, and that was in Holland. That's nowhere. It's not near the equator. You know, it's.
So what's funny is that the image that I posted, Timbo, it has the oblate spheroid model up on top, and then the geoid model at the bottom, and each one does something different. They're not the same, but yet the Earth looks different in the oblate spheroid model and the geoid model. The geoid model looks like a freaking potato, and the oblate spheroid, of course, is smushed at the middle. But these are different, right? And to that effect, we have even more models than that, right? Because it's let's see here. We also have that from their example is models of the Earth's atmosphere, oceans, climate, and interior. All very different than the geoid and the oblate spheroid. So you got more models, right? But still, it's not the model that they're claiming. Because the guy told me on politics, yeah, a model like the globe that sits on your desk. I'm like, that's not a model, bro. And especially when they're referring to a scientific model. So, okay, and then I went into that little image that I put in live stream voice text. Then I went into describing what describes a scientific model, right? And I looked it up, and freaking Bard is amazing, dude. Google Bard. But it also points out what it is, right? A scientific model is a representation of something in the real world that scientists use to explain and predict phenomena. Models can be simple, like a diagram or a physical model, or complex, like a set of mathematical equations or a computer program. Now it says, here are some key characteristics of a scientific model. The first bullet point is it's a representation. A model is not the real thing, but it is a way to represent the real thing in a simplified way. Second bullet point is it is based on evidence. A model is based on our current understanding of the natural world, which comes from scientific observations and experiments. But there is no scientific observations. We know that the experiments are the only one there. But it says the bullet point number 3. There's only 4. It is predictive. A model can be used to make predictions about what will happen in the future given certain conditions. Right? Predictive. And then the last one, it is testable. A model can be tested by comparing its predictions to the real world. If the predictions are not accurate, the model needs to be revised or rejected. So just on those 4 bullet points, like going back to the first one, it is a representation, right? First of all, it falls flat there, pun intended, because it's not a globe, right? So that's how we know at the very first bullet point that it's not what they're saying a scientific model is. But if you want to like rub salt in the wound, it is based on evidence. The second bullet point, it's not based on evidence. We know that, right? So the model that they're saying that the scientific model of the Earth being a globe is not based on evidence. And then the third bullet point, it is predictive. It's not predictive because we know that the predictions were coming from post-dictions of long ago observations of the celestial sphere. So we understand and know that because they're superimposing the celestial sphere over the land and making the land a globe. So therefore the celestial sphere, the thing that they were using prior to the globe, was already working the way it was, making predictions because of the post-dictions. And now that they know the mapping of the heavenly bodies, all globe had to do was just put a globe inside of that celestial sphere, and Bob's your uncle, you have a globe, right? So it's something that was already there prior to the globe. So it doesn't have predictive power like they say, because the globe wasn't needed for those celestial bodies to be doing what they do, because we were already doing that with the celestial sphere prior to the globe. So the last one, it is testable. A model can be tested by comparing. Yeah, and a model can be tested by comparing its predictions, because it's using that. How you could test the predictions. But if the from like the third bullet point, if the predictions were using the celestial sphere, they weren't using the globe at all. So that means that void of that, we didn't need it. So it's really it's just a lump of rock in the center of already the celestial sphere. That's not even, we can just toss it out and replace it with a flat Earth there, and then say that it works just fine on a flat Earth, because there was the land was not needed, because our observations are just merely about the sky. Because
I think they fall over with those testable. So evidence and testable, like straight away, bang. But then they say, "Oh, we do have evidence," and then but we do test it because it's got predictive power. They're conflating predictive power with testing.
With testing, yeah. And in this, I'm gonna go ahead and put this in the live stream voice text. What I did is I clipped them. Well, the first one was an image, but the second one is text. But I went ahead and posted it there. And you can save those on screenshots. But like it's pretty easy, because now it just shows it outlines how we understand it. So it says at the second part of that, scientific models are essential for tools for scientists. They help scientists to understand complex phenomena, make predictions about the future, design experiments, communicate their ideas to others. And in the case of the globe, you can't do any of those things because it does not exist in reality. So
it's not used for anything either.
No.
Oh, I have a question also. The 1972 picture of the blue marble, they claim like it's like one of the only pictures that they didn't have to put together, right?
Mm-hmm.
I just think it's funny how it's not the shape that they say the Earth is. Like old bumpy, like in the picture you sent.
Yeah, the geoid.
It's a perfect sphere. It's the only unedited, one of the only unedited pictures. The first one we ever had.
I don't know. We have a lot of trouble with them.
Also, get this. Like I've thought about this a lot. You can tell me if I'm wrong, but there's no way of confirming it. But if you were looking at the Earth from up there, like you're looking through atmosphere. So wouldn't it just look like a white, like a cloudy ball? Because we see from here, we see clouds and then we see clear sky. But if you're looking down through all that atmosphere, then it's just going to look like haze. So you're not going to see land. You're not going to see anything. It's just going to look like a hazy ball. You know what I mean? Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't know.
Not going to have the same clouds over and over again.
No, yeah.
I don't think it's going to look like a hazy ball unless they do some kind of trickery.
No, but what I mean is because when they send up those balloons that go up like 140,000 feet, when that camera's looking across, all as it sees is white. It doesn't see anything else.
Do we have one of those GIFs?
No, it sees a flat horizon for so many miles across. Here, let me go into that a little bit. So if a plane were to be going by me, sorry, there's a train right now. Sorry, guys, went wrong up. Okay, so if that train went by me really close to my nose, it would seem really fast. But if I was back 600 yards, it appeared to move really slow because of convergence, right? Or if a plane is flying in the air at 600 miles an hour, but it appears to be moving really slow, if it was right by your nose, it would go really fast. So there's a relationship to convergence in this, is what I'm trying to point out. Same effect of the airplane appearing to be smaller, with distance. Okay, it relates to that, guys. Okay, so now, I'm trying to. I have to stop. Does anybody follow where I'm going with that? Because I forgot where I'm kind of. I gotta. Does anybody follow that? Okay, I'm going to try and expand. Okay, so what I'm trying to say is that, oh God, sorry, man, it's on the tip of my tongue, guys. Let me think it out. Um, that relationship of what appears to be movement. Oh God, how do I do this? Does anybody understand what I mean when I say something that's close to you? That um what is that called when you are driving, say, 50 miles an hour, and the trees that are closer to you seem to be zooming by, but the ones near the, like, approaching, like, the horizon or something, barely even move? But if you were traveling right by the ones on the horizon, they're gonna be zipping by you. But it's because of convergence that they've all that distance that would be uh covered in the field of view. And what I'm trying to get back to, and I'm sorry it took me a minute, is that field of view across that you're seeing at that 140,000 miles is so many miles when you just pause and still it, right? And look just unidirectionally. Don't get goofed up with the spinning of it. Stop it and look at it. And what you're viewing is a flat horizon for, I don't even know how to fathom how many miles across the flat it is. Does that make sense? Did I finally get there? That how much of that space is converged in the field of view when you just look one directionally, unidirectionally out to the horizon. You're just looking at the horizon at the seashore, or you're looking at, just pause it and look. And what you'll see is the horizon is flat across in unidirectionally. Just watch the video and pause it when they get high. And the horizon's going to be flat as far as you can see, as long as you pause it and look. Just like if you were to just look out at the ocean and look at the horizon on a clear day. Does anybody follow? It took me a second to get there. Does anybody follow the significance of that? Okay, I'll be quiet. Man, I'm sorry. I don't mean to be a buzzkill. I just see it as really important.
No, don't worry. I missed half of it, so I was kind of not there for the beginning. Are you saying that, like, how still
Hey,
everything is? 'Cause I heard you talking about
I'll
how
try
fast.
again, because right now it's kind of like I can do it fluently. So, like, if a plane's flying by you really quick, because it hasn't converged in your field of view, it'll appear to move by you fast at 500 miles an hour if it's by your nose. But if it's out, say, I don't know, like in the sky, and it appears to be moving at like 2 miles an hour or whatever, that's because your field of view is converged. Now, if you pause the video right? If you pause the video looking unidirectionally at that 100,000 foot weather balloon camera, don't let it be spinning because it'll just imagine yourself at the seashore looking at the horizon. Now you're at 140,000 feet. You know how many miles across that field of view has been compressed at that when you increase the
Oh.
angle of field of view on that
Yes,
by
I see what
being
you're talking
elevated.
about. I see what you're talking about.
Do you get it? Yeah, you get
Yeah,
it.
I get
You
it.
get
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense.
it. It took us. Yeah, I know. I had to be able to do it all at once, and I kind of got myself twisted up. And it took me. Sorry. Sorry. The first time it was
Yeah, it
probably
doesn't.
really hard to follow.
Oh, just no problem. I wasn't even here for the first half of it, so.
I struggled for sure.
I guess what you're trying to say is that at this 100,000 or 120,000 feet elevation, when you're looking out at the horizon, that's a massive distance, is what you're saying. And if
Of flat,
you
yes, massive,
right,
huge,
of nothing
huge.
but solid flat, and it's such a large
Exactly.
distance. It's such a large distance that if it were a globe, if it truly were a globe, you would see a massive amount of curvature from right to left. The one far part on the left and the far part on the right would be much lower than the center. I mean, it would just have to be
Hey
because you're
guys,
talking about
you
thousands
put
of
a level
miles
on
here.
it.
You're
Yeah,
talking about
more than
thousands of
thousands.
miles.
You're talking about a lot of miles, man.
Yeah.
Now, when you're at that elevation, you're angular. Okay, so why? Okay, so how we use uh the 1 foot observer height argument? Okay, is based on right, right. Um, you reduce your distance to the geometric horizon. Am I correct? If you elevate, what happens? You open up that angle to extend that field of view, correct? Now, when you're at that elevation, you're looking across at unidirectionally. Pause. Don't be spinning, but pause it. And you're looking across. That's an enormous amount of it. You could call it 1,000. I actually venture to say it's more.
I would say it's more for sure.
I say it's more. That's my opinion.
Yeah, mine too.
Hey
It's a
guys,
massive
thanks for
distance.
letting me share. Thanks for letting me share that.
Well, it just almost seems silly that these globers cannot see that when you're at that kind of elevation, you're seeing that much of a flat horizon from side to side, when you're seeing that much of a distance and it's still perfectly flat. That just blows the hell out of the globe. I mean, in my opinion, because if it were a globe, if it truly were a globe and you were at that elevation, there's just no way that would be a flat horizon. It just would not be, because you've increased your field of view, like you said, to this massive width, and the part on the far right, the part on the far left, is a very long distance, which would necessitate a much lower horizon on the right and on the left compared to the center. It would not be flat. It would be impossible to show flat if it were a globe. You're looking at
Hey,
way too much of it. Way too much of it.
thanks for getting it. Thanks for getting it.
Yeah,
Thank
I
you.
do
I
get it for
appreciate
sure.
that.
Yeah, obviously, it's just really strange to me that these people that believe that we're on this wet spinning rocket ball, that when you're looking at that much of a distance from right to left, it necessitates that there would be a massive amount of drop over distance to the right and to the left. It would be impossible to be flat because you've increased your field of view so massively that the drop over distance would also be massive if it were a globe. It would have to be. There's no way it would show flat. or a globe. No way.
Yep. Anybody got that video and want to do it on the licensing voice, like,
What is
so
it?
some
Some
people
balloon footage? Is
benefit
that what you're
with
talking about?
visual aids? Huh?
Is it some balloon footage you're talking about?
That one guy, that when it takes off, you can tell it's a fisheye lens, right? But like when he gets up there, man, it's a long video. If you can make a clip and not get yourself banned or something, man, don't do it if it's gonna get banned, man. But if you can just take a clip from when he's way up there, man, and just pause it when it's not Boeing. If you can find a spot, it'll take a little bit of effort, guys. I could do it, but right
Well,
now, because like people thought I doxed myself, which that's self-refuting. I can choose to do that if I want. I did that yesterday, and then I kind of like, hey, you can go back to what happened and what was deleted, and like, hey, bro, guys. I mean, I appreciate the concern, but I already know what the establishment knows I know, so I'm not really afraid. So I don't mind if like I lose jobs and stuff, man. This is spiritual. You want to hear? Would you want to hear a story about the last couple of days about what I've been trying to do and what the result has been at places? So I was at Quick Trip, a gas station, and I asked people permission if I could ask them questions in regard to why people say Earth is flat, right? Well, I had I purchased stuff. I bought gas. I bought a car wash, and I bought something to drink, and I bought a Davita pro energy drink, and I bought some chicken. Anyway, and then I was parked outside the place, and 3 officers came, and they told me that I couldn't go back on that property. And I didn't get pushy or mouthy or nothing. I just the flat Earth, man. And when they got confronted with, can you triangulate on a sphere? They were stuck, and then they went into that giggle thing, and then now I got 3 policemen talking to me. That really happened. And then at a grocery store, I was asking people if I could pay them. And then you got to hear the whole. There's a little bit to this, but this really did happen. I was offering people to pay them, and I wouldn't video their face, and I promised they'd have my word, and I'd pay them $20 just for 3 minutes to get their knee-jerk response to questions, and that would be, can you triangulate on the sphere if uh, in consideration for geometric principles for what a triangle defines to be as 3 straight lines that included angles that added up to 180 degrees. And if they understood the principles involved with the 90-degree triangle and accessing angle measurements for the purpose of triangulation. And then the next question was going to be if they could demonstrate gas pressure without a container, and then when whatever response was going to be given, I was going to say I would reply with, does a car tire need to be there for the air to be on the rim? And then they would say yes, and then I would say, well, how can we have air pressure on Earth without a container? And I got escorted off the property, and I also purchased things at that grocery store. That is really what happened. And let me edify you guys. A guy, and then I had to go to scripture, and then I had to point out where the Bible says that Earth spins fast. And I asked him if he would agree with me, and then I asked him to journey with me on the globe, and that is that we're spinning around the sun and spinning around an axis and going around the universe and doing all these things. And I asked him, do you believe God or do you believe that? And he said, that's really interesting. And then I went over the triangulation, and I went over because I asked him if he's a Christian. So that's the direction I went, rather than dealing with the fundy government lover. Anyway, so the conversation dynamic, I dealt with it different. Anyway, what ended up happening is he didn't want any money. He thanked me. I gave him Flatsoid's channel. I gave him Huey's channel. I gave him Nathan's channel. And there was some more to the conversation, but he said, "God bless, thank you. I really appreciate that you took the time to do this with me." We went into Job and how the firmament's been pounded out, and that it took God a day to make it, a whole day to the firmament, and that without a container, there can be no pressure. So, and he was able to agree with that. So, like I say, it's spiritual, but the grocery store, after that conversation, I was in the parking lot again, offering people $20 for 3 minutes at a time, and to just give me honest answers. But I wanted to be able to get the audio of it so that it could be dialogued on Flatsoids about what Joe Nolami's responses are, and I got escorted. I got told to leave the property. And then at work, they kind of like get down on me and stuff. So thanks for letting me share. And then at this point now, I've told them that if they can demonstrate gas pressure without a container or demonstrate Coriolis, and then I pointed out what Neil deGrasse Tyson said about the football being made because Earth spun under the ball. And I said, if you can give me a demonstration of Coriolis cause, right? And I said, you're
What I
going to
want
have
to
to
know
look at
is
MIT.
what I want to know
Yeah.
is how could you expect any of these normies that you're talking to out on the street even get like maybe even 2 or 3% of what you're talking about? I don't think they even understand. I don't think most of them don't even know what Coriolis effect is. I don't think that most of them even know that gas pressure requires a container. I don't think it's part of what they've educated themselves to know on these things. And so when you go out and start questioning these people on these things, and then you get escorted off the property by 3 police officers, is that what happened, you said?
No. I didn't get to
No?
ask the questions. I just offered to pay the money to ask the questions. I just asked
Oh, and
permission. I
you
didn't
didn't even
ask the
ask them,
questions.
and you still got
No, I just
escorted off the
asked.
property?
I asked if I could pay them to ask. The one guy that did let me talk to him thanked me, and he's a Christian, and he didn't want money.
Well, I still maintain the fact that if you're going to go out on the street and try to talk to people about that very specific subject matter that you just mentioned, the gas pressure and
I didn't. Hey, I didn't do that.
if you do,
I
I'm
asked for
saying you're not going
permission.
to find people educated well enough to even be able to converse on the subject.
I
I find
understand
it
that.
very hard to find anyone out on out in real life experience, on the streets or at the grocery store or wherever. They look at cross-eyed like, what are you? They don't even understand what you're talking about. They don't
I
even know.
understand what you're saying. I
You
do
know what I
this.
mean? And
I do
so,
this all day, face to face with people. Okay. Hey, do you want to hear? Do you want to hear another story of truth? So I have a foot injury. So I have an orthopedic team, and I'm a machinist. So I stand on my feet all day, but it hurts. But anyway, so the nurse, after telling the nurses the Earth is flat and giving them the reasons, they were like, and then I asked them if they wanted access to how to become to Nathan, to QE, to Fletcher. That's just what I give people. At the time we had I didn't really want to bring people here because there was stuff about incoherent stuff and Aether stuff. And I thought it was just not a good place at that moment. But anyway, you want to hear how this went some months down the line? That her and like 6 nurses came into the room when I was there and knuckle bumped me and said, "Well, duh." Thanks, dude. This is awesome. They said, yeah, it's flat. And yeah, it's the globe is toast. That the 6 of them came in and uncle bumped me. Some hotties too. And I'm an old feller. They just came in and said, "Well, duh." That's why I swear they did that.
Yeah, I'm an old feller too, my friend, and I don't.
That
I
really
I
did happen. I
just have a hard
promise.
time finding anybody that are even educated enough to talk about their globe beliefs, let alone about the controversy about gas pressure and second law of thermodynamics and all the things that completely nullify
Nope.
the globe
Hold
100%.
on. Hold on.
These people just
Yeah,
aren't
but we
educated
can make
enough to speak on these things.
no. But
Most of
it's obvious, man. The car tire, if it gets a hole, the air's gonna come out. If I blow up a balloon and don't try it shut and let it go, the air's gonna come out, and everybody knows it. So what we do is then we extrapolate, right? Now we get them to agree that without the container, without the car tire, you can't have pressure in that tire, right? And then now you transition to, well, we have gas pressure on Earth.
I
Where's
think
the
a lot of
container?
people, when it comes to that, would be like, oh, well, there's a reason for it because of this theory and that and the other, and I don't understand it, but I know it's true because they're super brainwashed.
Yeah, but they already conceded that in the previous examples in visual aid through speech, right? That that the car tire needs to be there to pump up the air in the car tire, right? I'll get them to concede to that, and then I bring it into the supposed thing that this the globe thing. I don't even know what to call it anymore. This globe like anti everything. Hey guys, would you agree with me on this that the globe is anti everything real? Is that a statement that I can confidently say? Because that's really how I see it. Is there anything real that we've gotten from the globe?
No, not one thing.
All right,
Yeah, I
thanks.
think it even hinders like inventions and stuff like that.
We all know the globe's nothing but a fantasy. I mean, we know that here, but and it's almost so obvious that we should be laughing our guts out at these people for believing in this stuff, and it's just the opposite. They laugh their guts out about us, thinking that we're stupid. Oh, we all know. Everyone knows it's a globe. We've got these scientists, and we've known this for so many years. There's what? Why would they lie? I mean, come on. It's just too big of a lie and all that. This is the same old shit that we've heard for years and years and years now. And nobody gets educated on the real stuff. It's all like you just said. Everything about the globe, nothing but a fantasy. Nothing but straight freaking horse shit. All of it. Everything
All of
about it.
it.
Nothing. Yep.
All of it.
All of it bullshit.
Hey, do you know what they need for their model? They need a vacuum, and then
We
they
need some
need
reality
Jupiter to
before they can.
exist in it. Yeah, I know it's so stupid. They, I
They have
agree
no
with
zero
that statement.
reality is what they have. Zero reality. It's all nothing but a fantasy. Well,
Hey guys, it's anti-reality. Let me give some examples. Gas lumping in a vacuum. Okay, that's one. Up is down. Up is up relative to where you are on the surface of the sphere. Um,
so in other words, so it's two
can I
completely
can
separate directions. If you're on top of the globe and on the bottom of the globe, up is two completely separate opposite directions. Is
exactly.
that
Thanks for
makes a lot of
expanding.
sense. Yeah, sure.
Everything about the globe is exactly that. It's gas lumping in a vacuum. Yep. It's up is down. Okay, guys. It is making claims of knowledge about intangible things. It's it's telescopes or time machines. It's
Telescopes are time machines. I like that one.
I love it. I love knowing this shit,
Yeah,
man. I so
you're looking
appreciate
into the
you guys
past
that
for
this worked
billions
before
of
me. I
years into the
needed you.
past.
I needed you guys. Thank you.
Yeah, this telescope time machine is going to take you back into the time billions of years
I
into
mean,
the past.
they think it's like millions of light years.
You know how far one light year is?
Yeah, I know.
5.6 or 7 trillion miles. One light year, just
I
one,
know.
is almost
I know.
6 trillion miles. That's a long
I
freaking
know.
ways, guys.
Yeah, and things get smaller with angular size change based on the viewer.
Well, exactly. Anything was 5 trillion miles away, it would have disappeared a long time before you ever get that far. I mean, completely disappeared, so small that no way you could have any resolution of it whatsoever. And even the most powerful telescope on Earth would not have enough power to bring back into focus a star that was, 100 light years away. I
A
mean,
light,
that's ridiculous.
yeah, a light. It is ridiculous. It is. Another one I'd like to expand on is so now they've modified what the claim for the sun is, right, and stars, and these supernovas and all this silliness, right? But it's essentially gas that lumped so hard it blew up in a vacuum. Lumpy gas in a vacuum, baby. Yeah, man. Hey, you know what, guys? Want to hear where I got that? My name from QE. He said it to Betty one time. He said, "Yeah, they believe lumpy gas in a vacuum." You know what my name was prior to that? Flatologist. Anyone remember me as flatologist? Anyone in YouTube? Anyone willing to chime up and say it would be some time back, but I was flatologist. And then prior to that, I was Jerry's kid. Hey, do you guys want to hear my opinion about a song called "What's Become a Baby"? It's a 12-minute song that the Grateful Dead wrote for Jimi Hendrix when he came to visit. But um, they're doing kind of what NASA does in a sense, which is reveal the truth in a lie in that song. So like so many references about space and stuff are going on in that song, and it's like mocking. Should I get the lyrics and but they wrote and augmented the song for Jimi Hendrix to come, and these guys were the guys that had the cooks and stuff for the Lucy, and they gave him nitrous oxide and had to listen to the song, but the song brings into so many globe um um based rhetoric in it, but they would mock it because it would be like um um so for example, should I get the lyrics? I'll mute until I'll go get the lyrics. Okay, guys, I got them. I'm gonna go read them. Waves of violet go crashing, laughing. Okay. The rainbow wriggled, singing birds fly around the sun. Sunbelt rained down in liquid profusion. Mermaids on porpoises draw the dawn. Okay, how many we got? Dawn, we got sunbells, rain down liquid. Okay. And what's become of baby this cold December morning? Songbirds frozen in their flight, drifting to earth, remnants forgotten, dreaming. Drowning answer come, there none. Go to sleep, you child. Dream never ending, always. Panes of crystal ice sparkle like waterfalls. Lightning that polished the caverns of the dawn. So we're back to the dawn, right? But we're the looking glass in the fields of illusion. So now what we're seeing are illusions. Wandered the child who is perfect as the dawn. What's become of baby this cold December morning? What's become of baby this cold December morning? Racing in rhythm, the sun and all the world revolves, captured in the eye of the woman. Allah, where are you now? Allah is binded by the sparkling waters. The sparkling waters and the stars sparkling in the waters above. Says, I don't even know what that word is. Says Junaza, gathering stores to fall. But where the child who played with the sunshine and chased clouds shaped to the wagons of the mind? Stam dream tries south wind. So yeah, wind. Lost in regions, shadow, change, illusion, delusion in the living and dead. And so that completes it. Now, guys, I just want your opinion on that. Do you think they were mocking the globe in that? Because I really get the sense that they were. And exposing it. Do you agree?
I would have to look at
Oh,
it more.
it, yeah, because they bring into now it had to be veiled, right? It had to be veiled. They
hmm
couldn't come. They couldn't do it. It had to be veiled. So if you're able to tie an idea back to a previous statement, so that they couldn't say like the woman crossed the street and took a right. It had to. You have to correlate back to another phrase that they made. Does that
hmm
make sense? Yep. They had to
Yeah.
veil it. It's in life. It's in the voice chat. Read it, and I'll be quiet. And I really think there's value there. Hey
I'm
guys,
not
can I sing?
really
Just can I?
I'm not really good with
Can I?
but I could see things like yeah. It's
Hey guys,
interesting. Yeah,
can
I
I
could
sing
do
a
that in
little
song.
verse? Hey, can I sing a little verse of "Mountains of the Moon" by the Grateful Dead? Mountains of the moon, electric, bow and bend to me. There you have it. That's a pretty bold statement, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not really good with like dissecting poetry and things like that or songs,
Well, I
but
mean, I'm not saying
I could
there's
see
mountains
like
on the moon.
what you mean. Yeah, I know. I know I know what you mean. It's interesting. It looks like they are. It looks like they could be talking about that, alluding to that.
Yeah. Um, they did a lot of revealing in Veiled. Another one would be "Loser," the song "Loser." I'll post the lyrics if you're able to resonate. Um, I won't read them or nothing. That consumes time. If somebody wants to read it, it's on its way. I'm gonna and go do that.
I'm gonna head out. Bye. It was nice talking to all of you.
Since something's going on, I'll preface this with to make sure the world hears it. I'll preface this, but I'll do the lyrics because nobody's saying it. So, but to begin with, you cannot triangulate on Earth using a sextant if it were a sphere. That's geometrically impossible. So now I want to do these lyrics and then maybe make some commentary as I go. And what I'm saying is that the lyrics are illustrative of the gamble in regard to sin. And that's what I have to say. If I had a gun for every ace I've drawn, I could arm the town of Abilene. Don't you push me, baby, 'cause I'm moaning low. And you know I'm only in it for the gold. Okay? All I'm asking for is 10 gold dollars, and I can pay you back with one good hand. You can look the world round about and you never find another honest man. Last fair deal in the country, last fair deal in town. Put your gold money where your love is, baby, before you let my deal go down, which would be death. And love for gold. And let's go back here to no, let me continue. Okay. Before you let me go the deal go down, which is dying. Okay, don't you push me, baby, 'cause I'm on the low. And I know a little something you won't never know. Don't you touch hard liquor, just a cup of cold coffee. Gonna get up in the morning and go. Last fair deal in the country, last fair deal in the town. And I'll just go forward from there because it's gonna repeat. Everybody bragging and drinking. I can tell the Queen of Diamonds by the way she shines. Come to meet Daddy on an inside straight. Well, I've got no chance of losing this time. And so what the gamble is that that they're free to do what they want, and that you can they're going to tell you that you can trust a gambling man for 10 gold dollars and that his word's going to be good for it, and that I mean everything's on the line in this song, right? And it really is about the deal going down, and the deal going down is dying and having that wrestle with whether or not that wrestle with God, the wrestle with God. And that's why I wanted to share them lyrics. I think I gotta get back to voice so I can mute myself or do whatever. Where in the heck is it? There it is. Am I all alone in here? Oh, well, you guys. All right, then. What I will do in that case is I'm going to go on to point out that the horizon for the globe needs to be geometric, and we've demonstrated the horizon's apparent, meaning not actual, and that's just all that's needed to be said at that point. I mean, we can go into measurements and we can go into these things, but the horizon has needs to be geometric, and it can't be apparent. A globe, it needs to be the reason boats go over the edge, and we have well put that claim to bed. Boats going over the edge due to being on the path of art to travel, because you're going to go around the thing and then end up back where you started, according to the globe. So, what else can I share? Lights in the sky are not Earth, and the lights in the sky are above. In You'll never see the lights in the sky coming from under you. That should be a well done, but anyway. And Earth Earth is not in the sky. Earth isn't in the sky. It's under your feet. Um, these are just some fundamental things, well dust up. Gas pressure for gas to have pressure mandates a container wall for the gas to press upon. Um, um, well, I'll just reassert that the lights in the sky are not um, in any way showing us that Earth is well, a few things. A light in the sky. The rocks on Earth, funny, don't glow like at in sunlight, like to be seen from a couple 100,000 miles away. They're just not glowing in the sunlight in my eye. Glowing bright enough to be seen 200,000 miles away. Did anybody think that they saw rock glowing bright enough to be seen from 200,000 miles away on Earth? I just want to ask that because I want some of what you're taking or something. Never mind, I don't. I don't want none of that. I'm recovering from that. Thanks guys for um, you know, trusting me, and I'm not gonna do anything side or funny ever, I promise. Um, what else can I say? Like, I'm sitting in my car and I'm not moving right now, and I'm talking to you through my Cadillac's, my Cadillac Q, my Cadillac XTS, the Cadillac that I'm offering people at work if they can demonstrate Coriolis for me. That I'll give it to them. Them same people are telling me they don't want a Cadillac. Now, isn't that a funny response? They don't want a Cadillac. I got the title for it. I put it in all of it in voice chat, and it's an open invitation to anyone in the world who can demonstrate gas pressure without a container, demonstrate, and uh, demonstrate the cause for Coriolis. And that's a little bit deeper than the the uh, the Coriolis effect. The cause is even more how should I say it? Um, Condemning for the globe. Just anyway, QE's want to know into why that is the case, and the dialogue typified in the fact that um, it concluded, and I'm going to try and say it the best I can. And it was a guy who was saying that if you're taking off going unidirectionally, with or against, it wouldn't matter either way. But with, uh, Oh, hoping to where is he? He or she?
Use of fallacious arguments, especially with the intention of deceiving. Sometimes knowingly, and more often unknowingly, people use sophist, logically fallacious statements when arguing in favor or defense of various propositions. Without a basic understanding of formal logic and the logical fallacies commonly used, it is very easy to be persuaded by sophist arguments. During debates regarding the topic of geocentric flat Earth versus heliocentric globe Earth cosmologies, a myriad of flat Earth fallacies and sphere Earth sophistry is often employed, and makes a good case study for students of formal logic. The equivocation fallacy is when a term with more than one meaning is used without specifying which definition is meant. For example, the word round can be used to mean both a circle or a sphere, and with reference to the shape of the Earth, exactly which type of round is meant drastically changes the statement. A similar fallacy, known as false equivalency, often happens when globe earthers attempting to explain how water can curve around and stick to a spinning sphere cite water droplets, meniscus, adhesion, or other phenomena which cannot be shown to occur in samples larger than a glass of water. If the claim is large bodies of standing water bending and showing convexity upon their surface, citing single water droplets or the meniscus in a glass of water as evidence of water curving is a fallacy of false equivalency. The black and white fallacy, otherwise known as a false dilemma, is when two opposing statements are presented as the only possible options, when in fact there are more. For example, when globe earthers attempt to refute flat Earth claims by demanding photos or videos showing the edge of the Earth. Most flat earthers make no claims as to what may or may not exist beyond Antarctica, because humanity has been prevented by treaty from independent exploration. We may be enclosed by a dome firmament, as claimed by the Bible and many ancient cultures. There may be other Earth-like ponds beyond Antarctica, or the Earth could potentially be infinite. But to assume Earth is flat with an edge, or else it must be a spinning ball, is an example of a false dilemma, the black and white fallacy. Begging the question, or circular reasoning, is a fallacy whereby an argument's premises assume the truth of the conclusion. For example, the proposition that for thousands of years people have known the Earth to be spherical, therefore the Earth is a sphere, is an instance of circular reasoning, since the conclusion was already presupposed in the premise. Thus, begging the question is attempting to prove a proposition while simultaneously taking that proposition for granted. The definist fallacy is similar to circular reasoning in that it involves fallaciously adding the definition of one property in terms of another. For example, when flat earthers point out that buoyant force causes objects denser than the medium surrounding them to fall, and objects lighter than the medium surrounding them to rise, defenders of the theory of gravity will often commit the definist fallacy by claiming gravity as the cause for buoyant force. Even in vacuum chamber experiments, one cannot separate the supposed effects of Earth's gravity as a control, making it impossible to prove this alleged correlation, and making it a definist fallacy to claim gravity as the cause of buoyant force. The many questions fallacy, otherwise known as a loaded question, is when a complex question is formed that contains a controversial assumption. For example, crafty globe earthers will often ask something like, "Do flat earthers exist all around the globe?" Since flat earthers don't believe the world is a globe, answering the question either way with yes or no would be admitting through implication that Earth is actually a globe. Therefore, when presented with the fallacy of many questions, the best response is neither yes or no, but to address and negate the assumption by saying something like, "Earth is not a globe, but flat earthers do exist all across the flat Earth." The hasty generalization, also known as the faulty generalization fallacy, or argument from anecdote, occurs when arguing an inductive generalization based on insufficient evidence, and rushing to a conclusion
without considering all variables. Globe defenders often make the claim that nature prefers spheres, or gravity creates spheres, or spheres are nature's fundamental shape, then point to water drops, bubbles, apples, the sun, moon, or stars as proof. This is shown to be a hasty generalization, however, since the sun, moon, and stars only appear circular, not spherical, and a variety of nature's other fundamental shapes are not spherical. Apples may be more or less spherical, but what about pears, bananas, starfruit, peppers, and cucumbers? Nature seems to prefer variety, diversity, and creativity more than a single spherical shape. The slothful induction, or appeal to coincidence, is the opposite of the hasty generalization fallacy, in which an inductive argument is still rejected despite overwhelming evidence for inference. For example, every pendulum on Earth, including construction tower cranes and Museum Foucault's pendulums, all require a manual swing to start their motion. Yet, stubborn globe apologists often use appeal to coincidence and claim all consequent motion stems from the alleged spinning of the Earth underneath the pendulum. In reality, if the world's cranes and pendulums' motion had anything to do with a globe constantly spinning beneath them, there would never be a stationary pendulum on Earth. The no true Scotsman fallacy, or appeal to purity, is when one attempts to protect their original generalized statement from a legitimate falsifying counterexample by simply excluding it. Instead of abandoning the falsified universal generalization or providing evidence to disqualify the counterexample, someone employing appeal to purity will just claim the counterexample is not true, real, authentic, genuine, or pure. For example, I used to state that no legitimate flat earthers believe Earth to be constantly rising at 9.8 meters per second, as the farcical Flat Earth Society website claims. That is, until a popular Scottish flat earther and his supporters came out of the cosmological closet as upward rising flat earthers. Now, to prevent myself from ironically committing the no true Scotsman fallacy, I cannot simply say that no genuine flat earthers believe this, but must modify to a less universal statement like, very few flat earthers believe this. The proof by assertion fallacy, or proof by repeated assertion, is a rather childish and stubborn tactic employed by repeatedly restating a proposition regardless of any contradiction or refutation. For example, if a flat earther simply repeatedly states, "It's flat, bro," time and again, or a globe earther says over and over, "We have photographs of the globe," these are instances of the proof by assertion fallacy. Such statements may have a persuasive peer pressure effect on the weak-willed, but these arguments are illogical and fallacious. The appeal to stone fallacy is the opposite of proof by repeated assertion, and works by dismissing an argument as untrue or absurd by simply reiterating that it is so without offering any other evidence. For example, when globe defenders claim flat Earth is absurd and proven wrong centuries ago, or flat earthers claim the globe doesn't exist, but then refuse to offer any corroborating evidence, and simply reiterate their claim over and over, this is an instance of appeal to the stone. The ad hominem, otherwise known as attacking the person or poisoning the well, is a logical fallacy that occurs when someone tries to undermine their opponent's argument by ignoring the substance of it, and instead directing personal attacks at their opponent's character, motive, appearance, skills, or other factors irrelevant to the issue at hand. For example, when globe earthers call flat earthers derogatory names, insult our intelligence, take shots at our physical appearance, the sound of our voice, or other irrelevant factors, these may be persuasive, but fail to provide any valid logical reason against the argument at hand. The argument from authority fallacy, also known as appeal to authority, is when the perceived reliability of an expert's opinion is offered as the sole reason for accepting the truth of a related argument. Even trusted authority figures can be wrong, mistaken, omitting, or purposely obfuscating the truth, and they must prove their contentions just like everyone else. For example, when globe defenders appeal to the genius of Einstein or the ingenuity of Newton, claiming Earth could not be flat because that would contradict the opinions of the smartest men in history, this is not a valid argument. The courtier's reply fallacy is an inverted form of the appeal to authority, where a person without authority, disagreeing with an authority, is automatically presumed incorrect, or when a respondent to criticism claims the critic lacks sufficient credentials, training, or knowledge to pose any criticism whatsoever. When Joe Rogan dismissed my entire flat earth argument on his podcast by simply stating, "You're not a scientist, you're not wearing a lab coat," this is an example of the courtier's reply fallacy. The appeal to ridicule fallacy, also called appeal to mockery, is when an opponent's argument is presented as ridiculous or absurd and therefore not worthy of consideration. Appeals to ridicule often compare complex circumstances to laughably commonplace events for comedic effect and work by inspiring strong emotional reactions in the listener. When globe earthers make the humorous argument, "Earth cannot be flat because if it was, cats would have knocked everything off the edge by now," this is an example of appeal to mockery. Appeal to tradition, or appeal to common practice, is the fallacy of arguing that something is correct simply because it correlates with a present or past tradition. For example, when heliocentrists claim the globe is an established fact, or that we have known for thousands of years that Earth is a globe, these are sophist arguments. Without demonstrable evidence to validate, there is no reason to assume any long-established tradition, belief, or behavior was ever previously proven back when it was originally introduced. The opposite, known as appeal to novelty, is also fallacious, in which an idea is deemed superior simply because it is new. Appeal to popularity is a sophist argument used so often it has amassed many monikers, including appeal to common belief, appeal to the majority, appeal to the masses, argument from popularity, argument from consensus, mob appeal, the democratic fallacy, and the bandwagon fallacy. Put simply, it is arguing that something is true or good because the majority or a consensus deems it so. When people claim there is a scientific consensus on various cosmological matters, or say things like, "Everyone knows the Earth is round," these are examples of appeal to popularity. The homunculus fallacy, otherwise known as infinite regress, is when a concept is explained in terms of the concept itself recursively without properly defining the original concept. Both globe earthers with claims of a Big Bang and flat earthers with claims of a specific God often unknowingly commit this homunculus fallacy. When attempting to explain the origin of life, the universe, and everything, the paradox of an uncaused cause in the form of a Big Bang or God is often argued. Unfortunately, this form of reasoning commits the homunculus fallacy, ending in an infinite regress, because when one further inquires what caused the Big Bang, or what created God, there is nothing to logically prevent the answer of a bigger bang, or a greater God, and so on and so forth. The inflation of conflict fallacy is another sophist argument often employed by both flat and globe earthers alike, claiming that if experts in a field of knowledge have conflicting ideas on certain points within that field, that no conclusion can be reached, or that the entire field of knowledge itself is illegitimate, is the fallacy of inflated conflict. Just because various flat or globe earth proponents have disagreements about specific facets of these cosmologies does not in any way mean factual conclusions cannot eventually be achieved, or that the entire subject is moot. The moving goalpost fallacy, otherwise known as raising the bar, is when evidence presented in response to a specific claim is dismissed by simply demanding further, often greater evidence. In debates between flat and globe earthers, one side will often demand to see a single photograph, a single video, a single map, or other such piece of evidence, with the understanding that some concession will be made once the evidence is furnished. If no concession is made, and more, different, or greater evidence is demanded instead, This is a sophist tactic known as shifting the goalposts. The slippery slope fallacy occurs when someone argues that a relatively small first step will inevitably lead to a chain of related events culminating in some significant, negative, unintended consequence. In the context of flat versus globe Earth debates, globe defenders will often employ a slippery slope with statements like, if the Earth is flat, then that would mean all the world's pilots are in on it, all the world's scientists are lying, everyone who ever worked for NASA is lying, and so on and so forth. In this example, if the flat earthers are correct, it is far more likely that the majority are unknowingly deceived themselves, and not knowing deceivers. The fallacy of incomplete evidence, more commonly known as cherry-picking, is the act of pointing out individual cases or data that seem to support a particular conclusion, while ignoring many other instances which contradict it. In the context of picking cherries, choosing only a couple of the best, healthiest, ripest fruits, and based on that, making a qualitative judgment about the entire tree, commits the fallacy of incomplete evidence. In cosmology, heliocentrists will often handpick a couple high-altitude videos showing a curving horizon, then hastily conclude that undeniable proof has been provided for a globular Earth. In reality, these videos are either filmed using a fisheye lens or complete CGI fabrications, and all high-altitude footage shot from standard lenses without manipulation show a perfectly flat horizon 360 degrees around, never curving the slightest. The straw man fallacy, or attacking the straw man, is when one refutes an argument different from the argument actually being discussed, without recognizing or acknowledging the distinction. The person setting up the straw man will usually misquote, oversimplify, or exaggerate their opponent's position, and then knock the straw man down by refuting their own false argument. In the context of cosmology, globe earthers often argue that Earth cannot be flat because the sun overhead would light up the entire expanse, and there could never be night. This is a straw man misrepresentation of the actual flat Earth model, however, so any conclusion reached only applies to the irrelevant straw man. In reality, the sun hovers close to the surface of Earth and shines down like a spotlight, always leaving part of the Earth illuminated and part in darkness. The existential fallacy is committed when a conclusion is claimed from a universal premise without showing that at least one member of the class exists. For example, the phrase, "all unicorns have horns," commits the existential fallacy because it asserts a claim specifically about something that has not even been confirmed to exist generally. Similarly, believers in the theory of gravity claim gravity always causes planets to form into spherical shapes because gravity pulls equally from all sides. In this example, the existence of both gravity and spherical planets are simply assumed, with universal claims being made about both, but without a single member of either class actually existing. The feedback fallacy occurs when taking for granted and believing in the objectivity of an evaluation without verifying that the source is a truly objective, disinterested, unbiased party. This is similar to hearsay or appeal to authority, in that the subjectivity of a potential mistaken or lying individual is believed to be objective or factual. For example, when the testimony of astronauts is cited as proof of a globular Earth, this is an instance of the feedback fallacy, as they are most certainly interested, biased, under contractual non-disclosure agreements, and the vast majority of them blood oath-bound members of the ancient Scottish rite of Freemasonry. Objective facts are empirical, observable, measurable, demonstrable, and not dependent on subjective hearsay from a select group of vested interests or biased individuals. The conjunction fallacy is a sophist argument which proposes that a conclusion simultaneously satisfying multiple conditions is more probable than a conclusion satisfying a single one of them. This fallacy is often employed by people attempting to squeeze both heliocentric globe and geocentric flat cosmologies into one convenient box. They will use phrases like locally level but globally curved, claim Earth is still a globe but many times larger so as to appear flat, or even go so far as to say that Earth is a simulation and that this somehow gives it the ability to be simultaneously both flat and globular. The middle ground fallacy, otherwise known as argument to moderation, is another very similar to the conjunction fallacy, whereby an argument is assumed correct because it concludes a compromise or middle ground between two extremes. Sometimes compromises or the middle ground between two sides are indeed logically valid and sound arguments, but not if their sole reasoning is appeasement. Claiming Earth is still a globe, but many times larger than we are told, is an instance of the middle ground fallacy. Having a globe hundreds or thousands of times larger than we are taught still does not change demonstrable empirical reality, which clearly shows that water does not behave the way it would have to on a sphere. The red herring fallacy is when something misleads or misdirects from a relevant or important question. Examples of this could be thought-terminating cliches like, "Stop thinking so much," or "So what?" or "Here we go again," or "Let's agree to disagree," which are known as bumper sticker logic, forms of loaded language, often passing as folk wisdom, intending to end the argument with a cliché rather than a conclusion. Another popular form this takes is the "I'm entitled to my opinion" fallacy, in which someone dismisses arguments against their position by asserting their inherent right to hold their own particular viewpoint. This is their right, of course, but irrelevant to the matter of whether their assertions are true or false. And finally, the fallacy fallacy is the assumption that when a particular argument for a certain conclusion is found to be fallacious, that the conclusion itself must therefore definitely be false. In reality, just because someone uses fallacious logic when arguing for a certain conclusion, whether that be a flat Earth, a spherical Earth, or otherwise, does not thereby mean the conclusion itself is wrong. It simply means the conclusion does not logically follow from the premises. With knowledge of the existence, definitions, examples, and counters for these fallacies, the persuasive power of such sophist arguments disappears and is replaced with valid, sound logic.
https://discord.gg/flatearth. Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord channel. Be sure to go to VC Check and 1 to get your VC verification tags to get involved in the conversation about our Earth. Be sure to bring your verifiable Earth curvature evidence, though.
Enemy spotted. Elogia.
I knew he found it hard, to be honest.
It's really hard for him. His head's going to have a meltdown if he
Like, let's be honest, you're not being that honest either.
No.
Yeah,
Either.
we're just
So
saying there's the horizon.
He said either, so that's an admission from him that he's not being honest.
Antarctica
We're just saying
real?
we're the horizon. You guys can
Brilliant.
start spiraling already. That was funny.
Random
I don't know, someone else can take over.
Yeah, what's like how is the Earth if you look from top to down? Is like the North Pole in the middle, or is
What do you want to know about Antarctica?
Antarctica real? Like, is it real?
No. What do you mean is Antarctica real?
Like, it's like a
What do you
real
mean?
place.
Where do you think
Yeah,
penguins
go on
come
then.
from?
Exactly. It's
Exactly.
like,
So why?
is
why
it like
did
a
you say
barrier like
exactly?
around the world? Like,
Exactly.
Oh, I'll tell you what. Can I answer this?
yeah.
According to some ancient mariners, yeah. According to Captain Cook, who sailed the seven seas and went down to the southern oceans and took 3.5 years to circumnavigate 6,000 miles around the interior of Antarctica. According to him, yeah. So is Antarctica real? Apparently, if you go south far enough, you're a place that's covered in ice and snow with lots of fucking penguins called Antarctica. Yeah.
So how does the flat Earth work?
What do you mean work?
Like,
All of a sudden,
Well,
yes
well,
about
like
Antarctica.
like
now
the
wants
top
to
of
know about
if
flat Earth.
Antarctica is not real,
Hold on, no one said
He
Antarctica
just said it was-
real.
like an ice wall.
The fuck?
I
Has
thought like the
everyone
flat
got a
Earthers
copy?
believe in like an ice wall.
He just said it was
Yeah,
real.
Yeah,
yeah,
if
literally.
Antarctica is real, doesn't that literally just debunk the entire flat Earth?
No, no.
Amazing.
Oh.
You have a conception, ma'am.
Is in these people's heads?
What?
It's crazy.
Where's Antarctica? Where's Antarctica?
Go
The
south.
way that we're geared toward, the
Wait,
way
no,
that
where's
we're
Antarctica?
geared toward, the way that
Go
we're
south.
geared toward inquiry and questioning others, this
Where's
allows us
Antarctica?
to be and I
I just
don't
have a
know for the
question. Where's
life of me why anyone would want to fit the definition of the word bigot. I wish people would let this idea of like we all grew up under the same system, under the same school system. So it's like we all believe the same things. We don't have an extra special, extra sauce earth that that we now have come across. It's like no, like we all just figured out that it's not what they said it was. Like it's very simple. It's a dichotomy. Either the ground is curving over distance or it's not. Like I don't know. I don't know. To me, that's the key that unlocks everyone else's mind. But if you have a stronghold like some of the scriptures, like, you're never gonna see it. You're never gonna see it.
If you think that that question about Antarctica will prove you anything, then yes. But if you think that this is think about the shape, about something to curve,
So
in
there's
this
an
case, this. Yeah, but I'm telling you, whatever you, that question was, does an Antarctica exist? Does Australia exist? That's not giving you any question about the shape, you know. Maybe you heard somebody telling you something about flat earthers, or you maybe read something on internet. But when you are coming first time on one place, you first ask what there are people thinking. Then you when you find out what that people thinking, then you make conclusion, but not come to with assumption what is people thinking and then make a conclusions.
Oh, really?
Oh,
Well,
really?
yeah, obviously. Kind of obviously. So go south. This place, whether the Earth be flat, whether the Earth be a globe, this place called Antarctica, potentially, if we're to believe the stories that we're told. Have you been to Antarctica, young lady?
I've been to.
No,
But I do believe that
I'm
there's goodness of people
literally
going to
asking you.
Antarctica.
I literally asked you, have you been
No.
there? Awesome. Neither have I. So you wouldn't be able to make a claim about it. You'd only be able to repeat a story, and I wouldn't be able to make a claim about it. I just know the story's not true.
Know that the story of Antarctica.
Yeah.
So if I
'Cause
told you
I've
my
al-
friend went to Antarctica, and you'd be like, "Oh no,
Mm.
that's fake," That's propaganda.
No. So with regards to Antarctica being a continent on the bottom of a ball, being as I know we don't live on a ball, there's not a continent on the underside of a ball.
So if I took a photo at the South Pole, that'd be fake.
Tommy, he said it's not a ball, so that has nothing to do with it.
Kind of simple to understand, and like Elijah was pointing out earlier, Sash was pointing out,
Someone
doesn't
responded
matter.
to
Sorry, my friend, trying to address this young lady so she has an understanding. Being as the waters of the earth are observed and measured, practically used as a flat horizontal plane, doesn't matter about a location about Antarctica. The surface upon which we live is horizontal and level, not curving. The waters of the earth are observed, measured, and practically used to be horizontal, flat, and level. Doesn't matter about a location of a continent underside of a ball, because there's no ball.
So you
Or the
believe that the
surface of
waters are not the continent?
what the surface of the earth, primarily as we are told 72% water, being as 72% of the water is observed and measured and practically used as a flat horizontal plane, then how can it?
How can
Yes,
water?
if 72% of it is flat, yes. Not making a claim to the continent, they are obviously measured as horizontal and flat as well, but most long distance observations and measurements are done over water. So, being as that part of the surface of the earth is flat, then the
So
earth.
what long distance?
So what we can reference thousands long distance observations taken by me and other people in the server and lots of other flat earthers.
Are
Because
the
this
long
is where
distance measurements?
what are they? Or what?
Yeah,
Sorry.
like specifically, where are they taken?
So measurements, we've gone from observations to measurements now. Over distances of water, southeast of England, a couple of lakes here and there. In actual fact, all over the world, Australia, America, Great Lakes. This
How do you
observation
observe
only.
them?
Pardon?
How do you observe?
Look with your eyes, and then you use high-powered cameras, zoom like P900s and 1000s, telescopes, binoculars. See how far you can see. The claim is that if we're on a ball, that curved surface would obstruct our ability farther than that curved surface. Being as we don't observe that physical obstruction, first primarily, and if the waters are not curving, what are you left with? Flat,
So you're saying
right?
first we eyes and 90 or a telescope. So first, if we see our eyes, we're only a mile distant.
Not true. So if we're on a ball and you and me, 6 foot tall, the physical geometric horizon is, as you would say, 3
But I'm
miles
not
away.
6 foot,
But
so that's not how far I
but
see.
but being as with my own eyes, I can see at least a distance of 15 miles to the bottom of a shore, then I'm not only 3 miles. In actual fact, I can see further than that, 23 miles when looking across the English Channel from Dover to France. I can see further than that.
I do get like a telescope. I can definitely. That does make. But still, the Earth does overall. You look with like a P90 and like, I see like a lot of people, where you just on boat.
You see as far as you can see as far as you can see, can't you?
Yeah, you see a boat with the boat, but if you see the boat, you notice how the boat comes up with waves too. And a lot of people say,
Brilliant.
well, whenever you see waves, the boat gets blocked by waves too.
Okay.
A lot of flat earthers say that waves are
uh,
also like hills too.
Okay. So will you humour me for a moment, please? Guys, I'm gonna do an experiment. Can somebody post a black swan for me and see if this young lady can tell us where the horizon is? It's going to be interesting because the last person that come along denied seeing the horizon. So I'd
Where the
like you to
horizontal
tell
view
me.
is.
Yeah, no problem. So, young lady, the text chat, and when you are in the text chat, can you tell me when you see the observation of the
No,
two
A.
oryx, please? Are you in there?
No, it's A.
Awesome. It's A. Before the oryx. What? Where does the horizon lie in relation to the two oryx? First of all, before we talk about anything else,
Have you ever heard of horizontal perspective?
have you ever heard of answering the question?
Being coached by somebody.
Awesome. So in relation to the oryx, be honest, where does the horizon appear to be? I'll give three choices. Does the horizon, where the sky, appear before the two oryx? The horizon in front of the two oryx? Or is the horizon beyond the two oryx?
Huh?
There's no hope for fucking
Behind
humankind.
the
Behind
horizon.
it, yeah. So where's the
The
horizon
sunset.
in
I
relation?
don't know if you're
Where's
talking about like the sunset or what. Like I
no,
don't know what
not no one's talking about
sunset like.
sunsets.
Are you talking about like
Listen.
the sun? I don't know what you're trying to like. In like
I'll
where
ask.
the
I'll ask you
sea
again. I'm not
separates from the
explaining. I'm
sky, or is
asking.
that what you
She's
view as
blind.
the
She's
horizon?
blind. That young bigot doesn't even understand what a bigot is. Like
Where
she doesn't
apparently
know. She
water
doesn't
meets the
know what she
sky.
is. It's all good.
They,
They can't.
where,
They can't see it. You know, it's interesting. Um, my friend. I was speaking to my friend, and she was asking me questions. Um, she had told me she was on some island, I think, or some state somewhere, looking at Cuba or something. I don't know. I'm not a geologist, but so she was saying it was 100 miles away, but she couldn't. And she said, I never in my like experience at all thought about not seeing it because the Earth curve was in the way. She's just like, I knew it was straight in front of me. I just knew I couldn't see it.
Can I have
But I
permission
didn't
to
think
talk
that
in
but
chat?
I didn't think that the Earth was, I thought the Earth is so big that you wouldn't be able to see curvature at distance. So most people, like I'm always saying, don't really know what to expect. Like, 'cause she was like, I don't get this whole flat Earth ideology. I was like, well, it's not really an ideology. Every time I
Can I
tell
have
you
permission
something,
to
I
talk
just
in the
describe to
24/7
you.
flutter?
Yeah, every time that I was telling her, every time I talk to you, I just tell you what I see. And I was like, what happens when you're looking up at the sky? You see the sun moving, you see the stars moving. Yeah, right. I'm like, that's it, the end. I don't have to tell you a story behind it, anything like that. But you know what the expectation is? Yeah, I see the stuff moving because actually that's turned. And she said, I never really thought about that shit either. I never really imagined me being on a spinning, Earth looking up at the sky. Nobody thinks about this like kind of shit. So that's why y'all stuck on stupid, because y'all do experience the Earth just like we do. You just haven't asked yourselves, certain questions. That's all. But try not to be a bigot. It'll help you in life.
Try not to call people bigots. It'll help you in life too.
Well, not really. I do what I want. My life is great.
Exactly. That sounds
All right.
pretty bigotry to me. I don't call other people bigots, and I get a lot more places in life.
Maybe you should
That's
stop
kind of funny
portraying
because I
yourself to
didn't go
be one then.
places and I wasn't calling you a bigot. I wasn't making fun of your belief. Make fun of my belief. Isn't that crazy? You're like, you're a bigot. She's just a young bigot. She doesn't get the belief. Well, how am I ever gonna get
you
your belief
think
if you don't get my belief? that kind of
came in
crazy?
making fun of
You
us.
you
He's
you think
hyper.
that
He's
that
Bigot,
you
you're a
think
bigot. I
do
never
do
attacked
you
you
think
personally. I
do,
never called you any personal name. And a
Holy
bigot is
sorry
who is
crap.
prejudiced.
girl
I'll say the
sorry
personal.
only
I'll
one
say the
sentence
actual bigot
Wow.
only one sentence. Do you think that my belief of water is a belief?
of their membership of a particular group on a basis of their membership of a particular group. Huh? That's kind of funny.
Are you
Awesome
listen
stuff.
this?
That's kind of funny. Isn't that kind of funny?
That's funny. It's funny that people can't help themselves when they see a flat earther kind of, attribute them to some sort of model, some sort of thing that they saw somewhere else. And then when Jedi tells you, no, 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 that's not what I'm saying, you can't hear him over your loud, bigotry mind. So forgive me for calling it the way I see it. Yes, I did make it because I like the way it sounds and whatever.
Make up stuff because you don't actually know.
But
That sounds pretty
actually,
funny to me.
I mean,
Modern
I
flat Earth
mean,
community.
awesome stuff. Do you remember
Awesome
the
stuff.
picture I showed you?
Yeah, let me
Awesome.
talk
So
in the flat Earth community so I can debunk all.
I don't think that's going to happen.
She's going to debunk the horizon. This is going to be great. After she figures out what a horizon is.
Wait, so people in here actually believe in flat Earth?
Ignoring the image I keep posting.
Hold on.
The ship has disappeared.
What horizon? Would that be
Brilliant.
a geometric horizon?
It would be a horizon.
Oh, so a geometric horizon.
Dun, 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 da, da. Third time. Let's bring Black Swan again and pin the fucking tail
Why
on the
Black
horizon.
Swan? I'm showing you a
Yeah,
picture.
true. Everyone keeps thinking like
You can only see one picture on Discord. That's your little image of
Yeah,
two oil.
this Black,
We understand.
yeah.
Which, by the way, the
yeah, there's only
original
two
picture,
pictures allowed on
the
flat Earth, and
original
it's the Black
pictures
Swan
and
image
the
and
oil
the.
rig itself.
No, we
Both
could
of
do
them
the same
are
thing.
connected by a bridge, because it's the same oil rig. Why do you not
No,
see
we
the
can
bridge between the oil rigs?
no man. We can speak about Bolivian Salt Lake 4,000 square miles, not about 10 miles. We can speak about 4,000 square miles changing elevation 1 meter. We can speak about that.
You know why this is relevant? And I'll explain to you why. Because everybody at the moment is saying, I can't see the bottom of a boat. But when we demonstrate to them that that physical obstruction moves and is an optical phenomenon and not the physical curve of the Earth, they end up spiraling. Can't handle it. The problem. Then what happens is they give us other observations of the horizon and moving again. It's 40 oil rigs this time. Brilliant. Compounding our point even more. Demonstrating that that physical geometric horizon that you claim was blocking fucking things moves around. Now tell me, can hills move? No, of course they bloody can't. That's ridiculous to suggest. So the curvature of the Earth can't move either. You're claiming physical obstruction. As soon as we remove it, you end up fucking acting like stupid children. Look at yourselves, don't look at us.
It's funny, the guy's bringing up an argument about the horizon just after 20 minutes of some guy embarrassing himself by drawing the horizon
Hills
in the
don't
wrong place.
move. That's the claim.
All right.
Hills don't move.
What are you
Okay,
talking
so
about?
if you're on a curved surface,
That's the only
with that
thing we're
curved
going to talk about
surface,
is the hills don't
hello,
move.
young lady. Thank you. On a curved surface, do curved surfaces move?
On a
Do
curved surface,
do physical things move?
so
Like
we understand that the one.
Exactly. So when you claim I can't see the bottom
Hills
of that
aren't
object,
flat.
dude, why? I don't understand. Like you have a problem with listening.
Okay, just
Well, I'm trying to,
I
but
just
you
feel
keep
like it's a
interrupting.
bad.
There you
I
go.
just
You've done it again. Brilliant. Well done. You haven't got a boyfriend. Definitely not going to have one for long because I wouldn't fucking put up with you.
sorry, I just said I was feeling bad, like
A bad what?
Feeling.
way to
As soon as
explain it.
you make the assertion, I can't see the bottom of something, and we remove the physical obstruction, demonstrating that horizon is an optical phenomena, not the geometric curve of the Earth. What are you going to do? Speak through me? Get upset? What? Or are you just going to address the issue and point to the observation?
Half of it is.
I
Shut
don't
up.
think I'm the one
Everyone's
getting
happy.
upset.
Well, why you keep talking because you don't like it.
No,
However,
I
you're
think
going to
you're the
act.
one muting that and
I'm
it's
not
weird at
muting
me.
you at all. Literally not muting you at all. Right, this is the third time in the last half hour somebody like you has come in and
I
just
got
gone,
muted for
"Nah,
like
just
time.
nah, nah." No substance, no honesty about you. When presented with a piece of evidence, you're just going to talk through it. Nah. I'd look at yourself in the mirror, mate. Honestly, and that's one person to another, one human to another. I'd look at yourself in the mirror and think about what you've done.
Oh, it's
So,
really
in
not that
relation
deep.
to the observation of the oryx, can you honestly tell me where the horizon appears to be? Is the horizon in front of the oryx, between the oryx, or beyond the two oryx? Where's the horizon?
When's the last time you went outside?
Yeah.
About 20 minutes ago. And the point of that was, come on, what was the point of that? No intelligence, no substance, snarky remarks. Well done. Lots of
So is this
intelligence there, isn't there?
all the globe proof we're going to get today? Just a bunch of kids denying where they see a horizon? I don't know. Paint me unconvinced.
If the Earth is a ball of a radius of 3,959 miles, then every horizon distance will be no more than 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So for this observation that is taken from 1 foot above
Well, because when I joined, someone was saying semantics. I was just trying to tie into that. I'm just trying to be
What does
clever.
semantics mean?
What, the origins of word
Not
construction?
the origins of words. No, that's not what
Well,
it is. You fucking failed already.
oh, jeez. So you're the genius of the group. Okay.
Shut the fuck. Just put him on mute.
Yeah, I already broke him.
Shut the fuck up. We don't want to listen to your dumbassery anymore.
Where's my peoples, man? They're all over there. That's where they're at. They're all over there. All right. They're all over there. I'm just pointing out everybody's over there. That's all I'm pointing out. They're all there. God rocking. What's up, baby? No, I want to be here.
Not much, brother. Not much, brother. How are you?
Did you see the eclipse today?
No, I didn't.
What do you mean you didn't? It was right over your
I
head.
didn't. I know. Well,
Right.
it was south of me. I wasn't in the pathway. I was just above it. Just barely above it. I think.
Dude,
Sure. It went down through central and southern Utah. And I live in far northern Utah.
yeah, you're up there. I get it. You see a lot more than I did. That's for sure.
I don't know if any of it was visible or not, but I spent my day in a building of a friend of mine. He owns the bank building and a bunch of other buildings hooked to it, or sections of it, and I'm doing
Yeah.
a little repair for a buddy, remodel. And so I spent my day indoors and didn't even bother to go out and look at the eclipse because I didn't think I was in the pathway of it. I looked at the pathway; it looked like it was just below me. So I don't know. Maybe I could have seen some of it, but I didn't bother with it because it looked like I wasn't going to be able to see it. So maybe
What?
just a tiny little sliver or something. I guess.
Dude,
Maybe I don't know.
no, you would have seen about 80% blockage, man. Maybe 75. Hell yeah.
I'm gonna look at the path.
I got 70% here in California, man. Fucking, I'm way so.
You're way what?
I'm way
You're
south.
more south than yeah, and I'm way north.
You should have seen something, but anyway, maybe not. I don't know. I didn't look at
I'll
the
ask
map.
Google.
I didn't
I'll
look at.
ask her. Look at the map, whatever. But I don't think that I can see it. I'll see.
All right. Check it out. Check it out, man. Don't believe me. I don't know what I'm talking about. Apparently. I don't know. But, no, I'm here, man. I came in to fucking liven up the room a little, see what's going on. But, yeah, they're just, QE's over there calling everybody names and doing his thing. And you got, who else is over there? There's a shitload of people over there, man. And,
It says right here, and the eclipse could be seen all through the southern and central portions of Utah. I live in northern, so
I thought you were real close to Salt Lake, man.
yeah, about 30 miles north.
Okay.
And Salt Lake is in northern Utah for the most part.
Well,
it is northern Utah. It's way up high in the state, way up to the top.
Yeah,
I mean, there's only about 100 miles left before you get to Idaho, from where I live. Less than 100 miles actually, and the state is like 500 miles long, I think, something like that. It says right here it was 90%. Let's see, it was about 90%. Oh, it does say it was 90% in northern areas. Oh,
yeah, it was.
Maybe you're right. Maybe you're right.
Yeah, you missed it. Sorry. Maybe next time.
Maybe.
It's only 57 years. It'll happen again. Don't worry about it.
Yeah. I'll make it that long.
Yeah.
Flat Earth dude.
It'll only make me about 120 years old, so I should
hold
be
on.
good.
Hold on, chicken. You came in a little hot there. I gotta turn you down. I gotta turn you down. My bad. Go ahead. What do you
Yeah, I got a new mic and it's pretty loud, so just put me down.
I'm turning you down. You're down like 80% here. Okay.
Thank you.
Mucho
First thing, you never accepted my friend request, please.
I don't accept people I don't talk to for a minute or two. I don't think have I talked to you before?
This is Lulu.
Lulu.
Maybe we haven't talked before. I don't know.
You changed your fucking name. How the fuck?
I know. I know.
How am I supposed to know that shit?
But
be fucking clairvoyant with you people, man. Everybody changes their fucking names and icons and shit, and it's like God Rocket. He's always been the same. I've been the same. Every fucking Iggy changes his, and fucking everybody's changing their shit. Helio doesn't change his shit, but anyway.
I have issues.
You do too.
Yeah.
What's the issue?
But I was going to ask you, did you see, because I know you're in California, did you see the eclipse today? I thought we couldn't see it.
I videotaped about 80% of the whole eclipse. I was working outdoors, thank goodness. And I had my camera and tripod and solar filter on my camera. I'm a P900. I was zooming in and out and tracking it with the tripod, and I got some pretty good video. I think I got a couple of transits. It's hard to tell on the little screen, but I think I'm gonna go back and look at the footage maybe tomorrow or something. And
oh dang, I missed it.
I don't know. I just saw something go by the sun real fast, and it was like, what the hell? What the hell was that? I'm like, what the hell is that? I don't know. Could have been a bird, or it could have been a plane. Fuck, I don't know.
Could have been a mad chicken.
Could have been a crazy mad chicken. Flying way up in the sky. Fucking mad ass chicken.
Well, you're in Southern California, right?
Yeah, I'm near Disneyland there. OC.
Oh, me too.
I'm in the OC. Yeah, well, I was going to pick you up and take you to that little meetup we had, but I was already long past you. I was like,
yeah,
shit.
it's all good. It's all good. Maybe next time.
All right, let me accept your friend request. Why I got you on the line here. Where is it? When did you send it?
I don't know. I sent it to you that day you went to the meeting.
Okay. Yeah.
But should be in your I don't know, friends spot. I don't know, Discord. It's weird.
Oh. Online pending. Here we go. Dude, I get a lot of friend requests. I'm like, who the fuck are you? I'm
the same as you. I don't accept unless I know them or they have the same friend list or something, you know. So
right.
So I get you.
Mad chicken in here. Shit, it doesn't give me a date when these come in.
No, you have 30 friend requests.
32, man.
Gosh.
I didn't even accept Smurf, and I know him.
Oh dang.
I'm like,
But your DMs are not private though, right? They could just DM you if they need to.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Oh, okay, then that's fine.
I mean, you can DM me. I might not reply, but
probably not.
Deleted users. I love those. Thanks. Deleted user. Just Jack? Yeah, he's there. I don't see it. Where the hell happened? There's no chicken or no Lulu in my friend request pending. I don't see it. I don't see it.
Oh, you don't see my request?
No, I'm not seeing it.
What?
Yeah, I don't see it.
I can't send it again. It won't allow me, but
Lou. There it is. Oh, you just deleted it.
oh, I was gonna. Okay, let me send it again.
Just found it. All right, we're sending.
Here you go. I just send it again.
All right, I'll accept it. There you go.
Thank you.
We're all good. Back to the eclipse. Yeah, so I got an hour and a half of video, roughly, maybe a little over an hour or something. Took a few pictures. I don't know, man. It's just.
What time was it?
It started at 8:10 this morning and got done around 10 o'clock, I think.
Oh, shoot.
It came in from the top left, kind of went towards the middle and down, and then exited the bottom left. So it was an interesting phenomenon. I'll give you that, man. I mean, it was fantastic. So next April, though, I'm going to be in. I think I'm going to go to Texas and see my brother lives in Texas, so his backyard will be sufficient to watch it. Hopefully, it won't be cloudy. Shit.
April should. Well, actually, I don't know. I don't know Texas weather, but it should be.
Yeah.
No rain.
Whatever. I could hang with my brother. It'll be all right.
That's true.
Yeah, it'll be fine. It just, yeah. So hey, God rocking. A week ago today, I was at my family reunion in Alpine, Utah.
Oh, really?
I fucking wanted to break away and call you and go, fuck, I know you're close. But that's a little.
Alpine. What's its? Where's it? I mean, I've been there, but I can't remember where
It's
it is.
it's actually just a little south of Salt Lake.
Oh, okay. That's only about. That would have been about 45 minutes.
Yeah, I didn't have a
Yeah.
car, so I was like,
You should have got a hold of me, bro.
I wanted to. I thought about it. I was thinking about you. I was like, oh shit,
You know.
hook up with God Rockin'.
How long were you there in Alpine?
Just 2 nights. That was
2
it.
nights. So that's quite a while. A minute.
Yeah, but I had my whole family was in town and shit. I hadn't seen them in years, and you know how that goes.
Yeah, of course. So, has some of your family lived in Alpine for quite some time now, or what?
Yeah. A lot of my cousins all moved there.
I see.
A lot of them were born here, and then a couple of them transplanted and bought properties and shit years ago, and now it's worth a fortune.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, I was at this crazy place, man. It was beautiful, dude. Right up against the mountain there, dude. Just crazy, huge mountain right there in my cousin's backyard, man. It's like, yeah, I could live here, except when it snows. It's like 6,000 feet elevation we were at. And I like the snow, but I don't love it. I don't want to live in the snow, man. That's just not my style. I like being outside too much. All right, is there anybody on the chat? Yeah, you're right, Lulu. We should play that other shit with those mangoes over there.
Yeah, I literally just came here to not listen to all of that. So when you played it, I was like, who the fudge changed it?
Shit. Usually I'll start that like at 12 midnight. Whenever I'm leaving, nobody's here, and we're like, I'll just play this. Let's play those guys over there. All of our A teams over there, man. Fucking pounding on some Globers' heads, man. Big time.
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind listening to the others, but sometimes QE's a little too much for me. So I just I just come over here and chill.
Going over to that politics server is like going back to 24/7 3 years ago.
Yes.
Ridiculous.
Yes.
All these Globers, and they get pounded on. It's just so.
I couldn't agree with you. Couldn't agree with you
It's just
more.
a rerun of something I'm very, very, very sick of hearing. I don't see how those guys do it, man. Just day after day after day of just fucking the same old. I mean, it's just like Miggy and Mayhem, and they just say the same words over and I mean, their vocabulary is a total of about 100 words, and they just use them over and over and over and over. I mean, and they never get sick of it. Whoa, I don't understand it.
For me, it's because the when you're talking to a Glober, you're gonna repeat yourself 100 times anyway. But it's like the cursing and the yelling, and I can't handle all of that. So for me, that's my issue. But yeah, it can get very repetitive very quick.
Yeah. I mean, doing the same thing over there that they were doing over here for the last couple of years. Well, but it's way more out of control over there, man. Way. It's out of control if I've ever seen any Discord. It's
well, because we have very limited power, right? Like they could get away with saying a lot of things, even though the TOS rules are so like sensitive to certain, you know what I mean, to certain things. But
Right.
at the same time, Globers can get away with saying a lot of things because if we mute them or if we ban them, it's nobody's gonna show up, you know. So
Exactly. Yeah. I get
yeah,
it. I
yeah,
thought the idea was to go over there and then kind of funnel some people back over here so we could talk to them. You know, I thought that was the
yeah.
plan. Maybe I missed the memo. The plans had changed. Maybe I don't know, but I thought that was the plan. I heard that last summer, and it was like we're gonna start bringing people over here from TikTok and other servers. Or we're gonna funnel them back into the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord 2.0 live, and we're gonna
Yeah.
take care of them and show them what's up, and then they'll be our friends. I don't know.
Well, this place has been kind of empty for the past.
Over there.
Yeah, but that is still the plan. I think it's to bring them over here, you know. And when we do ladies' night, people actually do come here, and
Dude,
we
it
did
was
that the other day.
that was packed, man.
Yeah, so I think.
I loved it. I'm like,
Yeah.
damn. What the? Wait. Thank you guys, you ladies, for doing that. That was so fun, man. I miss that so much.
Yeah, me too.
I just was like, okay, ladies got this. You want to talk gravity? Like, okay, we got it. It's like, yeah,
It's the same old
Flatsy,
spiel.
new Flatsy, Grace's sister. She's awesome.
Yeah, and we're getting newer flat earth ladies as well, so it's really nice to hear them flat smacking people.
It's fantastic. Keep it up. You know, enjoy it. Have fun with it, because stuff's supposed to be fun, man. If you have to yell at somebody every 5 seconds, man, that's just not fun. How fun is that? It's not fun, man.
Yeah, for sure.
Maybe QE, he's having fun with it, but the rest of us are not. I know that. I know I'm not.
Why aren't you not having fun with it?
Not like that. With QE? No, man. I mean, I respect his information, his citations, his his background, his arrow shooting. I mean, all this cool stuff, but he has a totally different style than me, man. Like, I'll invite somebody in. I've talked to doctors, PhDs, physicists. When I do it, man, it's a lot of fun. Because I just point out the obvious and they can't explain it, and I just laugh.
Yeah, and I think that's how you should do it. Just kind of not berate them, but just slowly and just have a discussion, and
Berating, man. I mean, that doesn't work in any form. Or if you're talking about which Monopoly game was the best, asshole. Like, what the fuck is that? What do you mean? I mean, there's all kinds of the Monopoly games, man. There's New York and California, and there's fucking Batman. I'm not gonna go every other word. Just go. You're an idiot.
Yeah.
Yeah, right east of that Alpine where you say you were at, there's a canyon that goes up by the Timpanogos Cave. Have you ever been to that cave?
No, man. It's my first time in Alpine. It was. Yeah, it was a whole new
Anyway,
to me.
right east of that, even further east of that, there's a place up there called Silver Lake Flat, and there's a trail that we cut when I was was a firefighter for the Utah State Prison. We cut the trail to this little Silver Lake Flat. There's silver mines up there, and old silver mines, and there's Silver Lake Flat reservoir up there. And we cut a trail. The old one was too steep, and people were complaining about it. So the Forest Service came up, put little red flags, and hung them on the trees, exactly where they wanted this new trail cut. So we went up, saws, and cut the limbs out of the way first, and then Pulaskis and shovels, and started chopping at the dirt. We had this long train of about 60 people. The first people, like I said, were cutting trees. The last person on the train had a rake. And so we were like walking in 60 people in this like following these flags up the mountain, and the last person was raking the trail flat with a rake. And the first person was cutting trees and limbs and weeds and stuff out of the way, and everybody in the middle was doing the very next step, the next step in the phase of the trail. It was pretty cool to be. It was pretty fun.
You were a much younger man then. You were much
Oh
younger.
yeah, oh yeah. I was. That was in 1990. Let's see, 4 or 5, or both. 95.
Yeah, that
95.
sounds fun, man. All right, there's nobody on the YouTubes. Nobody. All right, so what else is new? We had an eclipse today. I haven't listened to much Flat Earth. Anybody? Too much. I haven't seen anything amazing I have to share with you guys. But
Just
there's
go to the politics server. You'll get a rerun. It'll be fun. Rerun and have fun.
So we got this new one that Spake turned me on to the other night. It's called Politics and Religion. And we got a Flat Earth thing in there. And I've been in there for the last 2 or 3 nights. Because Biasticles can screen share. And we were watching like different videos and some science shit. It was pretty cool. But if we got perms over there, man, that's not streamed or anything. Nobody's live streaming that. So we were trying to get off the rails a little bit with the Flat Earth, and we were talking about some other stuff, which was cool. That's always cool. Because there's a lot of other shit to talk about. And I thought I recommended that we start a server that it's called, Lou and I came up with a name for it. It's called Anything But Flat Earth. And it was for us Flat Earthers. It's a Flat Earth room, but we just talk about anything but Flat Earth. And I go, that's a great idea. Let's fucking do it.
Break. Yeah, and take a break from the Flat Earth. That sounds good.
You know what I mean? So I'll probably, if I got some time, maybe this week, I might start up a server. I got to create a whole new account and everything, so. But I might just anything but Flat Earth. If we can go to some room where we can all screen share and look at different things, it'd be fun. Just to take a break from,
Well, we used to do that down in the learning curve and then the chill chat, about 3 years ago, in the 24/7 server.
Oh, we were doing it. We were doing it just recently, but got a little. When you start dropping links and videos and shit in the chat, in the chill chat text, and we're risking the server, and I don't want to do that. So I'd rather have just a server that's dedicated to risk.
Even when you're not live streaming?
Yeah, even when, man, I've heard that, they can, somebody can complain, man, and take you out. So you got to be careful. So, I don't know, man. I was advised not to, be doing that kind of shit in the chill chat. Here.
Well, I mean, you don't have to be talking about medical stuff, or you don't have to be talking about politics, or, all the stuff that's got everybody up in a whirlwind these days.
Right.
There's plenty of other stuff to talk about.
There is, no doubt. But this server's specifically, dedicated for Flat Earth, and that's just great, man. That's why we. But if we had another server, 24/7, anything but Flat Earth, that would be cool. Whatever. Just an idea, man. Whether it'll happen.
Get it set up, and I'll become part of it. That sounds like fun to me.
Yeah, but back in the old days when we did Hangouts before Discord, we would get 10 people on the panel, and all 10 could screen share, and we would watch, different videos from, different people making contents about Earth or science or whatever, man. Flat Earth, lot of flat Earth shit. And we would just screen share it, pause it, talk about it. And it became like a more of a just a really nice way to share information. But unfortunately, you can only get 10 people in the room on the panel. And it was just great, man. We live streamed it on YouTube, and we played the craziest stuff on there. And eventually we all got censored. And they got rid of Hangouts. They got rid of that stuff. It was too good. I could hand the controls over to somebody else, and they could mute anybody if it was out of control or snoring or whatever. And it just worked perfect. Even had a mixer. I could adjust everybody's volume myself for the live stream. It was fantastic, man. It was so easy to use. All you had to have was a YouTube account, and you could create your own Hangout live stream on YouTube. You just clicked a couple things, and 10 people could join a panel, and 10 people could screen share, and 10 people could talk about whatever. And you could put your camera on or not or whatever. It's just fantastic. I loved it, man. It was the greatest thing that I ever saw in my life. And I knew it was too good to be true, because this is too good, man. They're going to take this shit away from us. I know it. And sure enough, they did. And now it's called Google Meet, and it sucks.
How long did it last for you? A year?
I think it lasted about almost 4 years.
4 years. That's quite a lot.
Yeah, we had a good run, man. I call it. It was like three and a half. Yeah.
Quite a while.
Maybe 4 years. Yeah, it was a while. But they got rid of that and got this new thing called Google Meet, which allows you to do similar stuff, but you only get like an hour unless you pay for it. You can only, yeah. And the most you can get is 24 hours without resetting it. That's it. And it kind of sucks, man.
Well, that's kind of like what Helio does. He has to reset the live stream, every 12, or is it 24?
It's 12. It's 12, but nothing ever. I don't think anything ever saved past 12 hours, even in the best days of YouTube live streaming. You had to stop it and start a new one. But we used to run. We didn't save the shit. We would just run a continuous live stream for like 3 months. There was no saving it. It was either you caught it live or recorded it, or it's gone, man. And I like that, because after 12 hours, YouTube can't take your video down, because they would have to show you where you messed up and you went over their guidelines or whatever. And it would never mess up, because after 14 or after 2 weeks, like, hey man, where's the video that proves I said that? And, well, they don't have it. Not that they would give that to you anyway, because they're cock fucking communist bastards, man. They just say, what you said goes against our guidelines. Sorry. Have a nice day. They don't even tell you what video, what you said, who said it, nothing. You got 0. That's all they say is, no, you can't say that. Your video is deleted. Sorry. Nobody can see it.
Next, we're going to delete you.
I think they're trying hard. Last time I checked.
Yeah.
But, I could be wrong.
I don't think so.
I don't think so either. I could be wrong. Lulu, you still there? You still with us? No? Nobody's out there? Hey, man, if you ever thought about joining the VC, man, tonight's the night. It's Saturday night. What else you got to do? There's nobody here. It's God Rockin' and I, and Lulu's deafened, so she can't even hear us.
Yeah, if you're listening on the YouTube channel, on the YouTube
Yeah,
live stream, yeah, come on in, talk to us.
Yeah, come on in, man.
Right, yeah.
We're just hanging out. You know, no pressure or anything. Just join the VC or go over to the VC check-in. We'll get you checked in. And
you can see we're not talking about anything specific. We're just kind of having a little bit of a bullshit session.
exactly, we're just hanging out, saying, "Hey, man, what'd you do today? What are you doing tomorrow?
Yeah.
What's up?" You know, God Rockin' used to build race cars. If you got any race car questions, he might be able to answer them. I build pianos and guitars and violins. If you got any questions about that stuff, I'm sure I can help you out. All right. Visible sun, invisible. Visible sun is invisible. It almost went invisible today. Yeah, it did. The sun went like almost invisible today. Not completely.
What do you think? What do you think is blocking the sun? What your humble speculative opinion? You think it's the moon? Because I don't.
Well,
it's not that I know. I'm just a speculation.
I mean, it does line up if you follow the moon and the sun going into an eclipse. It looks like they're headed for each other. It does.
Yeah.
I will admit
It
that.
does. I agree 100%.
Crack the shit out of this stuff for 2 times, 3 times, you know. The
only thing that makes me question it is that during that 3-day new moon cycle, nobody can find the freaking moon.
Well, that's
you know where it's supposed to be. You know where it's supposed to be, but you can't. Nobody can find it.
Well, I was saying to like Matthew, I was like, "Hey, dude, why doesn't NASA land on the new moon phase next time? Because then we can find out where the fuck that new moon is. Because nobody seems to know where it is, and nobody can see it. So, but if they land on it, maybe they can, give us an idea. That would be great. Thanks, yeah, thanks, NASA."
You actually asked Matthew or said that to Matthew?
Yeah, I was like, dude, why don't we land on the new moon phase instead of like,
What did he have to say about that?
I know he laughed, because it is kind of funny,
Well, yeah.
Because nobody knows where the new moon is, man, and nobody can explain where it is, and nobody can show where it is because it's nowhere.
Right.
And here we are. We got this fucking nowhere moon eclipsing the fucking sun, and we can't see not a single recognizable feature of the moon anywhere. It's just a black fucking flat thing that goes in front of the sun, man. I don't know what it is, but it is so black. It's the blackest black I've ever seen in my camera, I think. It's weird.
Well, you know what? Check it out. You've seen stars through the nighttime moon, right? Occasionally you can actually see stars behind it through the certain parts of the moon, right?
I've saw some pictures. I never saw it myself with my own eye.
Okay. Right. Well, so if that be the case, then why wouldn't the sun, if it's lined up perfectly and so bright as it is, why wouldn't it shine through?
Good point. Yeah. But it's so black on my video screen that it's like, what is eclipsing the sun right now? What the hell is that? Is it the moon? Well, there's no features of the moon whatsoever. So first of all, the moon becomes speculative. Now it lines up perfect with, the way that those two things seem to want to meet each other in the sky here. But are they really meeting each other, or why can't we see any feature of the moon? Zero. I could see sunspots today on the sun part of the eclipse. There was a bunch of sunspots. There was like 5, 6 of them. Have you ever seen the sunspots through like a filtered?
I never have. But I've seen pictures of them, but I've never seen them in person.
Yeah,
You seen
just,
them in person?
they're just kind of these phasey dots that
Yeah.
are a feature of the sun. I was doing some sun spot work years ago with Cool Pix P900. That's her name. And she was messaging me, man. Said, "Can you get some video of the sunspots today?"
What? Oh no.
Not Mike.
I know. Sorry. My kid said he lost his phone. Left his phone on the bus. Bummer.
Oh man.
I know, huh?
Hey, tell you what, man. Tell him to call it and see if somebody picks it up and say, "Hey, man, that's my phone, bro. Can I bring you
Come
some?
get it.
I'll bring you
Yeah,
some
cool.
money. I'll meet you somewhere. I'll bring you some money for the phone, man."
Well, do you think it'll ring, Jay? All right. Sorry, I'll mute my mic. Sorry, guys.
Yeah, take care of that, man. I would call it and just say, hey, what's up, man? You got my phone? I'll pay you for it. What do you think? Okay. Got it. All right, visible sun, man. What's your deal? Let me check you out. No rolls. All right, you got shit. I don't have the fucking power to unmute you. This sucks, man. I need a mod up in here. Shit. I'm gonna mute you and unmute you. Let's see if that works. All right. Visible. Try your mic. Maybe. All right. Well, I can definitely do that in VC check-in. If you go up to VC check-in, I'll meet you there, and I will try to get a mod up in here to give you the perms. But I can at least talk to you in the VC check-in. And there's nobody else here, so it's just yeah. Visible sun, invisible. Visible sun, invisible. Yeah. Yeah, I'm thinking troll. Dude made his account today, and he joined this server today. That's not going to work out well. It really isn't. Yeah, it's just not going to work. All right, we should play some music, man. Let's see if I can find a song, man. I got some fucking shit I want to hear. I was listening to something the other day. I was like, damn, we need to play that shit, man. That shit is good. All right, hold on. Play some tunes Saturday night, man. Let's get this party started, man. Come on. Hold on. Cool. All right, I'm gonna go find something here to play. Let's play some music tonight a little bit. Why not? Damn. Here we go. Oh, there are none. Really? What a mong. Dude. All right. All right, I'm going to start with this one, and then we'll move on. Then. But I got to put it in the bot. Hold on. Hang on. Hold on a minute. Who joined? Nobody joined. He left. Oh, he went up there. Okay, shit. I'm going to play the bot. I'll be back. I'm going to go talk to, I'm going to go talk to Visions. Visible. Invisible. I'll be back in a few minutes. Let's see if this works. There we go. All right, I'll be back in a few minutes, man. Hang tight. Join the VC, man. Come on. Oh, you laugh.
senses at peace upon the plain.
I got another one. Hold on, man. Anybody there? Nobody's here. Oh shit. Put down. All right. Anybody here? No. Okay. I don't think I've heard this one. Let's check it out.
He made this beautiful penguin bass snare, bass snare, bass snare, bass snare, bass snare, bass snare, bass snare. Glitching out again.
You're being sarcastic. That's a prank call.
There's no such thing as outer space. There's no such thing as gravity. The Earth is flat, I know that. Silicone hexagon.
Organic simulator.
Fredo. No! Supercomputer. 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 Quack, quack, quack. Nuclear bombs are fake. Hitler yoga pants potato shell.
Made up out of tuned chords while warbling incoherently.
There's no such thing as outer space. The Earth is flat, I know that. I don't care, shape of pear. And this is a frog. I stand stationary, I feel nothing. He feels nothing.
No, there's no there there.
What?
The large had the larger. Do you know? Oh no.
Supercomputer. Supercomputer. supercomputer.
They faked 6 moon landings. Stop saying that.
Hornacek jazz. Firmament. Tabernacle. Dinosaur sex. CGI. Bubble bath.
A man lying on a mattress, screaming for 2.5 hours.
Wing Chun Freemason Zionists.
I exist in places you never even dreamed of.
This is not happening. This is not happening. This is not happening.
Science celebrity.
In Febe we pray. The end of the song is
Whoa! You made the international sign of the donut.
All the compasses are pointing. All the compasses are pointing to the north.
Magnetic force in the north.
I know.
Everybody gone? Everybody there? Who's there? Is anybody there? Is anybody out there? Is anybody out there? Is anybody? Anybody out there? Is anybody want to join a cult? Come on in. Join the cult.
Charles Manson, ranch dressing, goat heads with the number 9. It is so divine with the holy grail, shape of the snail, the Fibonacci sound of the conch. Third eye rainbow swastika in my pine cone like a dirt bike goes. Third eye rainbow swastika in my pine cone like a dirt bike goes. Third eye rainbow swastika in my pine cone like a dirt bike goes. A bunch of important numbers. 3. A bunch of important numbers. 42. A bunch of important numbers. 484. A bunch of important numbers. 5. A bunch of important
Got an error there. Got an error on it. Let me check it out. Helio, where the hell are you, man? Where the hell are you? Shit, it's unrecognizable file format. It's on YouTube. What do you mean, unrecognizable file format? What do you mean? It's 9 seconds long, man. I think you sent me the wrong thing, Helio. Or you put the wrong thing in the live stream. Oh, that was... the fuck? Well, nobody's here, man. What do you want to hear? What would you like to hear up in this place? I don't know. I don't know what you guys want to hear, man. I don't know. Helio, where are you? Where is Helio? All right, there's 10 of you out on listening on YouTube. 10 people. Helio, you sent me a video, Jibby Jedi. I was like, okay, I'll play that. Where the fuck was that text, man? Where the fuck was it?
Hey, dude, who wrote that last song?
Chief Crow.
Chief Crow.
Chief Crow and the Flat Earth Worms.
And the Flat Earth Worms. Nice. Yeah.
Yeah. I got to do a music night with Chief Crow, man. We got to throw down some different. All right, go to bed, Helio. Go to bed. Go to bed. Yeah, if you got to get up in 5 hours, get the hell out of here. I know how that feels, man. Go. All right, well, thanks for the drop, man. I'll play the thing, man, with Jibby Jedi. I'll try to play it. Hold on, man. I'm trying to play that shit. But I'm chatting with you. But let me see if I can get this thing to play. Might be kind of funny. Jibby Jedi was a character, man, in the Flat Earth that I can't replace him. That's not gonna happen.
How long ago?
How long ago did he die? Well, he was back in like 2015, 20. This was 6 years ago. This was recorded. I don't know. So I'm gonna play it. We'll see what happens. I found it. I think this is it. Yeah, this is Helio's channel. Okay. Helio dropped me this for some dead air killer, man. We got some dead air. We're just meeting you, God Rockin'. We're just hanging out. It's 10:04, man. I start my set now, man. I usually roll in here about 10 and say what's up. I played a couple songs. All right, let's listen to this for a few minutes. If it sucks, man, just yell out and go, "Hey, man, this sucks," and I'll.
Well, I'll let you make that decision. I'm not going to sit here and say
if you guys are like, whatever, I'm just going to play it and we'll see what happens.
We'll see what's up. We'll listen to it.
All right. Let's just see where it goes. It's 6 years ago, man. I don't think I was there, so but.
Is it Flat Earth music?
No, it's Flat Earth talk. People talking about Flat Earth.
Oh, I see.
Here we go. Let's see if it plays. Oh, there it goes, maybe. No, nothing.
Nothing.
Well, give it a minute. Sometimes these things, when these old hangouts that we used to start them and nobody would say anything for 10 minutes. I'll check the video. Well, let me check the video, make sure it's not fucked up, but it looks like it's playing. Yeah, nobody's talking. I can't really cue it up. All right. It's going to play something in a little bit. I promise. Anyway, shout out to YouTube and shout out to people hanging out in Discord here, man. I know that most of the crew's over there at the other place. And that's cool. It's cool, man. It's cool that you guys are over there. I'm not complaining, man. Just feed some of those people over here, man. That's all I'm saying.
Where are they at?
They're in this place called Politics, Flat Earth, Politics server called, and we have a room in there called the 24/7 Flat Earth. They're over there, and it's hopping, man. There's like 70, 80 people trying to talk about Earth. I love that.
It's like being in this server 3 years ago.
Yeah, same thing, man. I checked when I first got on this server, like over 2.5 years ago. I would go to VC check-in, man. I thought that was like the cool place to go, and just it was great checking people in. But I would check in, 3, 4, 5, 6 people at night. Just check them in.
You get the first shot at them by doing that.
Mm-hmm. It's great. It's fantastic.
Yeah.
It was my favorite place to go. And I'm like, oh shit, VC check-in. Oh, I want to go check it in. I'd come in. What's up, man? Hey, what's going on? Where you at? How the hell did you find this place? That's always my first question. And I got burned. I only got burned twice that I know of for sure. That some guy came in. I thought he was cool, and we let him down in the live stream, and he just came in and just said a bunch of nasty words and laughed.
Oh,
yeah, like you flat earthers are a bunch of stupid motherfuckers and yeah, it was one of those.
So I am curious about that, but also I did try to join that server, and it said verify phone number, and I don't know about those servers. It's a little bit weird to me.
Yeah, it does have a little sketch to it with the phone number thing. I get it, man. God Rockin' had the same problem, right? God Rockin'?
Yeah, I did, and I couldn't get verified. Even though I put my phone number in, it took me like 2 weeks of trying, and then I can't remember who it was over there. Maybe it was Jedi or somebody.
It was me.
Told him
Me. I went over there and said, "It was me."
Oh, yeah, that's right.
I yelled at those guys and said, "Hey, man, I got a boomer over here, man. I need some help getting in the fucking server. Anybody around?" And sure shit, man, we figured it out. It took a couple minutes, but we got you verified without the phone number.
I just refuse to put in my phone number. I don't see a need for it.
Yeah, I get you, man. Don't be that way. It's good. It's a good way to be. Don't. It's weird that people want to get your phone numbers for shit. I get it, man. I'm too old to give a fuck. Yeah, I'm right here, man.
So, dude, I interrupted you, but I was curious what you were talking about with this other guy in the drama or whatever you're saying.
No drama. Just different people's style, man. And not everybody grooves like I do and you do, and everybody's different. But that server over there is so chaotic. It's hard to get a word in right now. I mean, it's super chaotic. You can listen to the live. You can listen to the live stream on YouTube if you want, and make your own decision whether you want to join it. Or have you listened to the live stream they're doing over there?
Link it to me. I'll check it out.
You haven't listened to it. You haven't listened to it at all over there. Those guys.
No, I just joined the server and it said verify phone number, and I immediately left the server.
Okay, but you didn't know there was a huge migration over there to deal with this hot new topic in a very popular server called Politics. We got our own damn room over there, man, and it's hot. I'll tell you, man. You want to talk about Earth? You listen to physicists or doctors or morons talk about Earth. It's fantastic. It's bumping. I get it. It's exciting. I'm an old timer, man. I'm like, I've heard it all, man. Do I need to hear that shit again? Really?
Yeah, I've been over there. I've been over there a few times, and I even had a hard time getting a word in with those guys. And I know a large percentage of them. They all know me.
Yeah.
Jedi, QE, they're all over there. They all know me real well. And
but there's nobody over there.
There's nobody over there now?
Nobody.
Well, it's probably because they shut it down for the night, maybe.
I'm going to go look. Hold on. I don't believe you. I don't believe you. All right.
What Discord is this?
I'm going to read off AIs over there. You got Adam.
There's a bunch of people over there. What are you talking about?
There's Big Boy.
I went over there and there's not a soul.
Now, where are you? Not politics. Politics and religion. Just politics.
And then there's a separate channel for 24-hour.
24/7 flat Earth. Yeah.
Right. I don't
know.
Let me go look
AI overloads there. Adam.
Yeah.
Really?
There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10,
really?
11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18,
There's
19,
30
20,
over there.
That's
Let
30
me go
fucking
look
people
again.
over there.
You're
What do you mean
kidding.
nobody?
I went there just 5 minutes ago. There wasn't a soul.
You must be in the wrong section or wrong server or something.
Yeah, it's just a big P for politics, and it's got a blue screen and red color to it.
I know that. I was
okay.
The last
I was just trying to
few
help.
days there have been people over there. I even spoke on it, but that's just bizarre. All right, let me go look again.
Yeah,
Are
go
you
look.
a member?
There's 31 people over there now in that chat.
What the heck? All right, let me go look.
And QE's over there. That's all you need to know, man. QE's there.
If you're not a member, you can't get in anyway. If you've got to be a member.
You got to join. Yeah, you got to. She had to join.
I joined.
Okay, I trust it. You joined.
Okay.
I trust you.
All right.
We'll figure it out. I'm not too worried.
Oh, what?
Anyway, these servers are hard to navigate sometimes. I get it. It's not. Dude, it took me a long time to get Discord. I'm like, okay, what's going on here? Where do I gotta click? Over here on that little. Okay.
It's right below the Christian chat.
Yeah, there. That's it. Is she back?
You kind of broke up a little bit. What were you saying about the Christian chat?
The 24/7 Flat Earth channel in the politics server is right below the Christian chat. And I was just trying to give that gal or somebody an idea to where to find the 24/7 Flat Earth channel in the politics server. I have a room that specifically was made for this channel, this 24/7 channel that you're in right now speaking. They made a room for all the people that are normally over here. And since they made a room for all these people, that's where they've been hanging out recently. There's 30 people over there that are generally over here, have been for years.
Been here for years.
And now they're over there.
They're over there.
Cutting it up.
Cutting it up. Cutting Globey's heads off, man. Just cutting them. Anyway, that's what's up. It's pretty entertaining. You can learn some shit for sure. enjoy it or don't enjoy it. And nobody's asking you to enjoy it or not, man. It doesn't matter. But I enjoy this place, man. This 24/7 Flat Earth Discord is it's like home, man. Okay, I'm home. Here we go. Let's get with it. We're home. Yeah, that's where we're at over here. So it's what we do. And we're not hiding from anybody. Hey, there's a big giant flat Earth meetup happening on the conference thing next weekend. Is anybody here going besides me? It's in Las Vegas, Nevada, America. Anybody? Anybody going to Vegas next Friday, Saturday, Thursday? Anybody? All right. I think I'm gonna go, but I'm not sure, man. We'll see how Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday go. If it goes well, man, I'll hop in my car and drive over on Thursday. If I can't get a room or whatever, I'll sleep in my car. That'll suck, but whatever. But yeah, it's not that far for me. It's it's like 4.5 hours. 5. Anyway, I might go to the meetup conference thing. I don't know. I might just hang out in the bar over there. I don't know.
Close attention so I don't get it wrong.
So there's that. Anybody going? Nobody's going. Nobody's talking. Nobody's even talking. Okay.
Nobody's talking where?
No, I'm just talking out loud. Anybody going to Vegas next weekend? Anybody? No.
Why?
Flat Earth conference. Flat Earth conference.
Oh. Who's putting it on?
To my knowledge, Karen B. Karen B.
Right. I know who Karen is. I've talked to her a couple times on Discord, but that's about it. I don't really know her personally, but I have spoken to her. She's pretty much really involved in the flat Earth movement and has been for about 4 or 5 years now, hasn't she?
I'd say more like 8 years.
Okay, maybe.
Yeah.
I've only been involved in it for like 4.5 years.
Yeah, I did live streams with her years ago.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
But it was a different time then. Yeah. Karen B. So yeah, I mean, Mark Sargent's gonna be there. There's some yeah. I'd just go check it out. Maybe. I don't know. I got 4 days to figure it out. I might go. Nobody. All right. We're back to Europa's here. Europa? Europa. Talk to us. Tell us what's up. Julius J. It's just the few of us here, man. What is going on with NASA? What's happening with Tesla, SpaceX, fucking General Motors? I don't know. Pick a fucking subject, man. I don't care. Hey, man. I don't know. What are you listening to? What the fuck are you listening to?
Well, if you want to go far, you have to grow mycelium first, yeah. And that's what he said, turn it into 30 tubes of mycelium. Okay. What it is, you'll see little white flakes floating around there. That's the mycelium. It's white. You eject that. One of those into a
we got
rice.
a hot mic here. I'll talk over the hot mic.
Yeah, my kid bought a mushroom kit.
But please don't. I want to listen to what he has to say.
Look at this one. Now I'll just have to mute my mic on that call.
Well, if he's talking about mycelium, then let's listen to it. Let's hear it.
Hey, that's a Schedule 1 narcotic in California, I think. Or I like mushrooms on my hamburger. I get it.
Yeah, me too. This is part of a religious group. There's a religious organization that you donate some money and become a member of the religion. And by doing so, you get this little box of a syringe of spore content.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
Interesting.
as long as you carry that membership certificate, it has that states all these laws about religious rights and religious practices, to practice sacraments and your right to practice using these things for spiritual enlightenment, blah blah blah. Anyway, so they claim after reading this thing, it says as long as you become a member to this church, then you can have the right to exercise your rights for a spiritual experience.
I agree. You should have the right to do that. I mean, that's a gimme. It's like a no-brainer. But
Right. Yeah, I agree with that too.
people want to eat fucking cactus or mushrooms, whatever, man. Go for it. It's all natural. I love that stuff. Love natural.
So that doesn't law enforcement. I mean, they're still gonna. I mean,
yeah, exactly.
Go after like.
It's not doing. It says stay updated or something.
I mean, it's not legal. Then I guess I don't know. Is it? Maybe it is. I don't know. Who knows, man? There's so many laws. Who could keep track of all of them?
Yeah, but you don't understand my point. I couldn't even elucidate my point.
Go ahead, elucidate it. Liberate. Libate it. Libate your idea. Go ahead.
So what I was saying is that law enforcement a lot of times they go after people all the time. They're not really experts in the law. They just want to get their quotas so that they can get their hit their quotas, and then they'll get their raises and promotions. So I mean, and a lot of them they're gonna try to hit their target. I mean, regardless of who they have to ruin and what laws they have to break. I mean, because I've watched some of these court cases and they're pretty ridiculous. So the overall point of what I'm saying is that even though you're doing something well within your right to do, you should still have like a basic comprehension of like laws and legal procedures, court procedures to be able to defend yourself. And if you don't, then have a lawyer on retainer, which me personally, I really don't like that strategy because the lawyers are they're officers of the court, and so there have been instances of them throwing their client under the bus, to protect their law license. And there's only certain things they can do. If you're a lawyer for the government, you can do anything you want. I don't know if you understand what I'm talking about there.
Yeah, I went down the straw man. Yeah, I know about being on the ship.
I vehemently disagree with that.
You're not on a ship when you walk into court. You're not walking on a ship.
So
by your own
going back to what I was talking about, the main point is that you just want to have a basic understanding of some legal procedures and court procedures to be able to protect yourself and defend yourself in a lot of times what are just kangaroo courts where
Yeah, that's where the
where they'll just railroad you in court, regardless. And there's a lot of different reasons for that, because you have like magistrate judges in air quotes and administrative judges in air quotes, and even the courts have ruled that a lot of times these judges are ill-equipped to handle certain challenges. So number one, you'll get steamrolled and railroad out of pure ignorance of those low-level judges. And number two, they are playing for the same team, let's be honest. The conflict of interest there, and another conflict of interest with the money that they're making that goes into their retirement fund. So they've got a certain level of incentive to find you guilty to collect.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
But
that's the whole game.
now
I mean,
to bring it full circle back into what you were saying, and why I disagree with what you were saying, is that when you have just a very basic understanding of these procedures, 1 second.
I'm tracking with you.
Who's this guy? Lawyer wannabe or something?
I don't know.
So, well, I'm just saying that you're exercising your rights. You should have a little bit of comprehension how to defend yourself.
Well,
I know how to defend myself really well. You get a baseball bat, you pound him in the head.
So,
yeah, and I always thought it was interesting, man. You bring the Constitution as a piece of evidence.
So to rebut with what you were saying, it's very similar to actually it's similar to like what goes on here every day in this Discord and this live stream. Is it just boils down to people making claims, and then you just you just holding them to their burden of proof with witnesses with personal firsthand knowledge and two, legally admissible evidence. So that's why I disagree with what you're saying. Is that me personally, I like to focus on the facts of their foundational claims. That they have witnesses and evidence to support their claims. Because if they don't have witnesses or evidence, then they don't have anything to go into court with. They don't have a case.
Right. I agree.
Hey, dude, I'm going to bed. I'll catch you tomorrow or something, or the next time. Have a good night, bro. All right.
Cheers.
Yep. Cheers. Beers.
It's 10:28, man. Go to bed.
It's 12:28. No, it's later than that.
It's 11:28.
It's 11:28 here.
All right, go to bed. I got a little
I
bit longer.
worked all day today, so I'm sort of tired. I usually don't work.
Dude, I work every day.
I'm retired. Been retired for years. Now I did a job for a guy, a remodel on a commercial building for him. Been working on it for about a week.
All right, get some rest.
I worked all day. Yeah.
Take tomorrow off. Get some rest.
No, I got to finish it. They're coming back to work Monday, so they want it.
Okay.
They want it done as much as possible for Monday. So
finish it and
I'll
then
go
take Monday off.
Yeah, I could do that maybe.
All right.
All right, buddy. Have a good night. Thanks.
Good night. Yeah, going into court, man. You better know what the hell you're doing. If you don't, you're fucked. And the court system can really screw you over, man. And like I said, the cop on the beat, man, he don't care. If you got busted with something, he's just gonna do his job, and book you, arrest you, whatever. And then you go to court. That's a whole nother series of, as you're stepping into some deep waters there, man. As I like to say. Yeah, you're swimming in with the big boys now. Once you get to the judge. Yeah. But if you know how to handle them with honor and respect, man, and know so much, you got to know so much shit, man. Yeah, you can work that courtroom to your favor pretty easily. But you better know what the fuck you're doing. Otherwise, Yeah. They can rake you over there. They got incentives to rake you over. Like you said, they're motivated to collect some money. So anyway, same thing on the Earth, you know. When you step into a courtroom, man, you're stepping onto a ship. You're stepping onto somebody's vessel. Gotta ask permission to step in a vessel. Gotta ask permission. May I have permission to board? It's bored. Yeah, I think that. Don't you take the bar exam? Get your license. Get your license to be a lawyer. Aboard the ship, man. Welcome to the ship. Yeah, Victor, man, you're coming in and out. Talking. Your mic's
Yeah,
your mic is bumping back and forth. You good?
yeah,
Are you good?
I was about to talk.
Is the Earth good or not, man? Is the Earth amazing? Do you find Earth just amazing? I do. I don't know. Check it out.
Yeah, the Earth is amazing.
It's
The
amazing.
universe is amazing. Yeah.
Yeah. And that's why I'm here. Yeah, I'm not here to convince anybody of anything and tell them where they live too much. But we can all look at Earth because guess what, man? We all live here. If you want to look at
Yeah,
Earth,
we come from the Earth. Like we all came from our mothers, you know.
yeah,
So the Earth is like the great mother, you know.
great. Earth is great. You betcha.
It gives you all
Our
what you need:
mothers are
food,
great.
raw materials. It gives you everything you need. So yeah, it's like
It's
a mother.
amazing. But we all were born in our mother's wombs, and that's really cool. Man, none of us were here before we were inside of our mothers. That's crazy, man. It's crazy cool.
Yeah. Well, the two things that are amazing is life, as you said, and also consciousness. Yeah.
Consciousness, man. Is it from the heart, the mind? Where is it,
I think
man?
it's everywhere. You know.
Everywhere?
It's not.
Yeah. You got it.
I think it's
Yeah, it
not
is
located
everywhere.
in any specific point. You know.
It's in the trees. It's in the wind, the rain.
Yeah, even in the air. You know.
Yeah, exactly. It's right there. So, yeah, I felt the vibrations of Earth, you know, in so many
Yeah.
places. It's just so amazing. And you're like,
Yeah, but you can think that why do you assume that your consciousness is in your head? You know, somehow we
well,
we associate those
sold us.
terms. You know.
They sold us that, you know, like it's all in your head. And don't worry about it. You know, don't hit your head. Wear a helmet while you ride your bike. Be careful of your head. But yeah, I've seen people get hit in the head, man. I've gotten hit in the head, knocked out completely. Bam. You know, and you don't feel a thing when you get knocked out. But you wake up and you're like, oh shit. Damn, where the hell am I? Sorry, I had a phone call.
Yeah, sorry, it's like 7 a.m. Here in Spain, so.
Julius J,
So
man.
what's the topic? What's the topic now?
I got to go here in a few minutes, but start a topic and see what happens. We were talking about legalities, law, for a minute, but
Okay, nice topic. Is the Earth flat or round? Okay, no.
Well,
no, but it's the only topic here.
Well,
I think we should change. I mean, speak about no about. I mean, talk about other topics, but related with flat Earth. You know, like
sure, like trees.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to call that out for sure because
Star
I mean
Force.
I've been in here where people have talked about general philosophy because it goes back to that. There are general topics to where about knowledge and how you acquire knowledge and just general topics, and then there's the specific instance as applied to the flat Earth topics, and that was what I was referencing. So it is 100% on topic.
Well, I agree with you. I don't run the server, man. I try to stay on within the lines of the server, man. Yeah, if I skewed off into some weirdo land, yeah, fuck yeah, yeah. And most people in here would agree with that. You've done it too at some point, but for the most part, yeah, we just stick with the Earth, whether it's star forts or mud floods or sunsets or eclipses or we definitely stay away from politics around here, man. We do not go there, and that just doesn't happen around here.
yeah, because the flat Earth is the great topic that we should talk about. For example, why do they lie with the shape of the Earth, or
yeah,
what was the I don't know the way that the Earth was created or something.
Jeremy, we go Big Bang or yeah, that's all topical stuff, man. Stars are universes, black holes. Yeah, where do you want to go? We'll go there. It was all created by who? Yeah, let's look at who created all that shit, man. And we go back to the history of how they came up with the Copernicus or the Aristophanes, whatever. We can go back and look at that history and say we get to question it, and that's all we're doing here is questioning how they came up with all this stuff. How did Einstein, figure out relativity, or Newton with his apples? Yeah, we got that. Yeah, we got all that stuff, man. It's great to talk about. That's all related, guaranteed. It's all that's in the playbook here, man. How they convinced the world to think you're living on a rock that's shooting through outer space at millions of miles an hour. That's pretty wild, man. Who came up with that? That's why we're here to look at those kind of things and
but
dissect.
They did that because the great answers for the human beings are who are we, where do we came from,
where we come from, who are we, man?
and those and those questions are answered by the Jesuits and they to make you like to fulfill that questions. I mean, to sum up, to don't make you think and to hide the truth. But probably they don't know the truth about our creation or beginning. So, but they are just trying to don't make you think about those questions. So, who are we? We came from the monkey, and what's all this universe, still
Bang.
creation, Big Bang? Okay,
Big Bang.
and yeah,
Big Bang.
what are we? Do we have soul? No, you're just dust. Okay, so I don't know. What happened when we die? What's after that? No, that's nothing.
No.
Nonsense. But okay.
That's number one question. Everybody's
It
got.
sounds like you guys are talking about like getting into the spirituality aspect. So it kind of begs the question. You know, it does seem that way. Like we're in a war between good and evil. So it begs the question of who's
Yeah.
winning and who's gonna win. And in my perspective, it looks like the bad guys are gonna win. It looks like evil is going to prevail.
Yeah, it
Well,
looks bad.
evil is like
Comebacks, man. You ever seen a comeback in a football game, man? Comeback. Yeah, it looks like we're losing, man. It looks like we're getting our asses kicked, man. She lasted 3-4 years, man. Been kind of brutal. But yeah, are we winning, losing? I don't know, man. It's hard. Some days it's tough to tell, man. But yeah, the evil definitely is putting it out there. They're putting all their chips on the table. Is what the way I like to see it, because they've exposed themselves completely, 100% now, man. Without a doubt, they're like.
But they're not putting their chips on the table. I'm watching them all the time, and they always do. They always keep an ace up their sleeve, and no one notices the ace up the sleeve. They're cheating.
Well, what's the ace lately, man? Have you seen the new ace they just played? They're playing right now. You've seen that one. This new. They got some conflict over there.
Evil people work every day to make us ignorant. But do we work every day? Do we work every day, or is the world bad, or in this situation like near to the apocalypse or something? Because we don't work every day as the evil do.
Okay. I don't work every day. I know that for sure. But
and when you talk about those topics, you talk with people that already know that. For example, this server.
Well, I try to talk to the people that don't know them as much as I can, and try to educate them. But
it's difficult.
Yeah, I try. I'm not very. I got a different style than most. I'm a little more chill. But there's people out there that will resonate with chill, and there's people that will resonate with just being in a full-out argument. I'm not an argumentative kind of person. That's not my style. But there's other people that are good at that. I'm not.
Yeah, and I've noticed about something that, for example, when they tell you the truth in movies, for example, Matrix, for example, just take an example. They tell you the truth or part of the truth in a context of fiction or comedy.
Yep.
So when you talk about the truth with someone, for example, the flat Earth topic,
sure.
You tell your cousin, for example, about the flat Earth. Oh, look at the proofs, or it's like they associate the flat Earth topic with you. So maybe it's not. They are not going to take it seriously because they associate the topic with you, as we don't take seriously Matrix because it's related to a fiction context. Doesn't make sense, or
man. Yeah, this whole thing, the Discord, flat Earth, globe Earth, It's a big, giant psychological test to see how you can react to your beliefs being challenged. And that, whatever your belief is, we can challenge it, and it's funny to people will challenge objective reality, and you're like, okay, might as well be in a fucking matrix then. Fuck it, I guess my brain's in a jar, in some pod, yeah, whatever. At some point, objective reality has to settle in and be the truth for you. You don't have to believe me. We all observe the sun coming up and setting away from us. Yeah, we got that. But do we observe we're shooting through, the fucking Milky Way at 1,000,000 miles an hour? No, we don't experience that shit. Fuck off. If you experience that, man, and you're delusional, you're done. Sorry, but if you observe just your reality, the sun comes up and goes down, there's the moon, it's 28 days, okay, there's the moon, 28 days, there it is. I observe the reality of what I see in reality, whether crops grow in the summer and it's freezing ass cold in the winter.
Well, to explain what you're talking about, a lot of people are so-called like sheep or NPCs. And it really is like a survival trait and survival strategy
Right.
where you
Exactly.
follow the herd and blend in to survive.
No
You don't
shit.
stick out. So for a lot of these, a lot of people have it to like a certain degree, like even myself, but some people have it like more than others. And
Right.
for these people that have it to the extreme need to blend in, then they are never going to be persuaded by any type of facts or evidence or any type of logic or anything. There's going for them. They're going to follow the herd no matter what. So there has to be a tipping point where most of the people around them change their beliefs, and then they only change their beliefs because to follow the herd and blend in.
They call it the Overton window. Once information becomes extremely readily available, it's just like the same thing when they sold the globe, man. They're like, they had to start with the church, or they had to go with the Catholic Church was like the big proponent, and they got a lot of members. So once they can, said, hey man, we're on a ball, we're shooting through outer space, and everybody went along with it. Before that, and now it's just mainstream. It's everywhere. They figured it out how to slowly indoctrinate everybody to going, okay, yeah, well, those people are smart. I don't know anything. That's why I'm at school. I'm here to learn. Dumbass.
So another point about this is that with the sheep and the NPCs, it is kind of funny though, because for them, that's one of the tactics that works against them is like threats of violence and like shaming sorts of tactics to try to shame you into submission. So it's kind of funny that they'll try to use that shaming tactics and making fun of you all the time, trying to shame you into submission because they think that's actually going to work on you. Because it would work on them. So it's kind of hilarious in that aspect.
You know what? You're right about that, man. When they go on Jay Leno or whatever late night TV, they're like, okay, flat earthers are stupid. Here's why. Like, you're shaming us, but you're kind of adding to. I've met, I don't know, maybe a dozen people that have come through this server that said the reason I'm here is because Shaq said he was a flat earther one day, and then the next day he's like, nah, I was just kidding. And you're like, and people were like, what the fuck, what do you mean you're just kidding? Shit, you were all in yesterday. Where's Kyrie Irving? Whatever. But there's been a lot of people out there that have gone out and tried to make fun of us, and they've added to our numbers. Thank you. Thanks for doing it.
Yo, hello?
What's
Hello?
up, What's up, Black? What's going on, man?
Yeah, it's good. Nothing much. How can my friend, his name is Crack, how can he get verified like me?
Okay, he goes to the VC check-in.
Like, I tagged the moderators and none of them just answered or anything.
Yeah, they're busy. Yeah,
Wait, do you
I,
have any roles?
I don't, and I'm just like average dude around here. Call myself, but
Wait, Julius J, can you like help him out since you're gold?
well, I don't know, man. Maybe he can. He hasn't talked much in the last hour or so. I got to go to bed soon, but
Yeah, can he just verify him so we can discuss this?
I don't know any mods here right now. Hold on.
I'll go in there. Just jump in there.
Oh, okay. Crack, you can join the VC and someone will be there in a moment.
Oh wait a minute. Pull me in too.
Wait, you're verified though.
Yeah, but still, just pull me in.
Just
I
go.
I like to have a good conversation.
Go to VC check-in 1.
I can't pull you in because I'm not a moderator, but we can come back down here so that you guys can chat after I verify him.
Oh, okay.
All right, I'll go in VC check-in. Oh, I see him.
I see him. He's up in VC check-in. If you click on that, man, you can go.
Wait, where's the debate voice?
Yeah, we have different rooms in here. Most people don't go in there these days, but
Yeah, but the first time I joined the server, the debate was happening like right here, I think.
So AK4 Black. I actually experienced a bug recently with Discord, and I don't know if your friend is going to have this or not. But I was on a server and they unmuted me like that, but it didn't immediately take effect, and I had to actually drop the channel and rejoin for that to take effect. So hopefully he's not experiencing that bug.
Discord needs to be so many updates.
yeah. Hey, I'm gonna go over to this other server for a minute and tell them that your friend would like to get checked in. I'll be back. There's some
He's getting
moderators.
checked in right now. He will be right here.
She doesn't have the authority to put him in the live stream. She don't have it.
Wait, but he just joined right now, but he was muted.
Well, he's up there talking with our friend, the Mad Chicken.
Yeah.
So you can go up there and listen. Go up there. Why don't you go up there, man?
I can't because I'm already verified.
Well, you can go on to VC check-in, dude. Trust me. Yeah, you can go up there. Just click on it.
Yeah, I'm trying, but it just doesn't work.
It doesn't work. It doesn't
says
work?
It's locked.
Damn. Okay. I believe you.
Wait, how do you get the role?
Don't know, man.
What is it called?
Somebody gives them out. I don't know. They gave me roles. I said, yeah, whatever. I don't care.
Are you guys down to get in a debate?
Nah, I don't do debates myself, but if you want to have a chill chat and hang out and talk about Earth, yeah, I'm down.
Yeah, like no hard feelings and no heated conversations, like just chill.
No, I'm more like, I'm like the super chill guy. That's my name, Dude. The Dude is cool, man. It's chill. But yeah, I can talk about Earth all day, man, every day, because we live here, and we can check it out. We're right here, man. I'm down with Earth because we live on Earth. And you want to talk about Earth? Because we live here, I can talk about Earth.
You believe it's what is it called? You believe it's flat or?
Believe? Man, belief is the enemy of knowing. Haven't you ever heard that term?
Like, do you think? Wait, give me a moment. Hello, assalamu alaikum.
Do I think? Yeah, of course I think, but belief is the enemy of knowing things. I mean, I don't. Maybe that needs to sink in a little bit deeper with you, but we like to know things around here at this parts. And if you don't know something, say you don't know. Like if you talk to me and say, "Hey, man, do you know anything about rebuilding jet airliner engines?" I'd be like, "Not a fucking thing, dude." Well, I know there's turbines, and I know that it goes fast and it flies through the air. I love a bitchin' jet engine flying my ass across the country in a couple hours. I love it. That's some bitchin' technology, man. Damn time travel machine. Might as well be. Fucking thing's awesome. But other than that, man, I don't know anything about jet engines. Do you? I mean, what do you want to know? I mean, I'll talk to an expert, and I don't know shit.
I'm back.
That's off topic.
Flying over a flat stationary plane is not off topic. Flying over a flat stationary plane. Hey, guess what, man? All the designs and schematics and engineering plans that are done in CAD or whatever, they're all designed to fly over a flat stationary plane. All the mathematics, all the numbers, all of it. Otherwise, it wouldn't fly. So,
yeah, but you were talking about repairing it.
Anyway, so yeah, can we repair or rebuild or even build a jet engine? No, I can't. I'm not gonna talk about that shit. I don't know anything about it. I know it's cool as shit. I've stood next to a damn jet engine. That thing's like wicked fucking big, man. And that shit's moving fast. That air is being moved. Damn, air is being moved. Fuck yeah. Shit works. Big giant fans, I call them.
All right. Hello there.
What's up, Crack? Dude, we used to have a guy here named Crack. Damn.
Yeah.
It's not you.
Yeah, it's not me. I can verify that.
I'm actually really curious in what Crack and Black both have to say.
All right, do it, man. I got to go to bed. Tear it up.
All right.
Yo. Just like.
You're Black.
Yo. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
I'm really not focusing right now, so you might just beat me.
Yeah, I understand.
Oh my god! So, guys, what makes you think that the Earth is flat? Do you have any, like, logical reasons? Because we're not really trying to use religion right here. Trying to use logic. Stop with that unarmed.
So are you guys? What do you guys think? It's globe?
Yep.
Okay, cool. Why?
I've measured the curvature.
You've measured the curvature?
Mm-hmm.
Wait, hold on. Let me see who I'm talking to. Who's this?
Goose.
Oh, hey, Goose, what's up? Oh, yeah, I remember you. You were here when Huey was here, huh? So what are your measurements of the curvature?
It lines up pretty well with the published amounts. Basically, I took two drones with lasers on them, and on one I had like a light sensor, and on the other one I had a laser. And I was over a body of water. I had the drones 1 mile, 2 miles, 3 miles, and 4 miles apart. And as I increased the distance between the drones, I had to adjust the height of one drone to get the lasers to for the drone with the light sensor to pick up a reading, which means that the Earth was curving.
Okay, you did this with drones, you said?
Yes.
So you have two drones, similar heights,
Mhm.
and the further you put distance in between them.
The higher I had to raise the second drone.
Do you have data on that?
Making it right now. I don't have it on hand. I'll put
All right.
together like a formal report on it.
How high was your drone or drones?
So I hit it about like 3.5 feet. So I was using meters, so like 1 meter baseline.
Mm-hmm.
And as I kept increasing the distance, I had to increase the height of roughly 8 inches per mile.
Okay.
So, yeah, so something like that.
Okay, that would be interesting to see. I don't know.
Yeah, it's also like like there is no logical explanation for any of the natural phenomenon in a flat Earth model that actually
Like what?
has.
Like what?
Like how do lunar eclipses work?
How do the eclipses work?
Lunar eclipses.
Just how you see them.
No, how do they? What causes them though?
Oh, the causation? I don't know. I don't know what the causation is.
Right, because in like the globe model, it's literally just the Earth shadows being projected onto the moon, which makes sense. Which is what we see.
Oh yeah.
measure.
Yeah, but some lunar eclipses don't work on your globe models, so that's
Which
the
ones?
problem.
Partial lunar eclipses?
No. Well, it's called a Salanelian eclipse. Have you heard of it?
Salanelian eclipse. What is that?
It's a very rare. Well, it doesn't happen often, but when it does happen, it doesn't make sense on a globe model. Like the geometry doesn't work.
A Salanelian or horizontal lunar eclipse occurs when both the sun and eclipsed moon are visible at the same time. Interesting.
Yeah, so they're above the
Oh, so yeah,
horizon.
that's just atmospheric refraction then.
Right. Of course it is. But you see, with the Salanelian, another thing that's very curious is 1 second. They say that the wall that separates space from real world. Oh, I don't know what this guy's talking about. All right, so the Selenial eclipse also has the shadows at the wrong opposite end of. Not opposite end. I'm sorry, at the wrong side of the moon. Is supposed to come from bottom up, but instead the shadows come top down. So that doesn't make sense on a globe. Even if you were trying to say, oh, it's refracted up, that's why we see it on, which you can't prove, but even if you say it's refracted up into the horizon.
It's interesting. I'll have to look into that. That actually sounds pretty cool.
Yeah, I'll post a picture right now of what I'm talking about, so you could have a something to actually look at. So yeah, that's why I don't think it's the Earth's shadow. But you know, it is what it is. So why did you do your test with drones?
These are cool.
Okay.
And you can automatically like you can wirelessly adjust the height. Like you can control the height of the drones without actually like touching it.
Okay. Interesting. Okay, so I posted it. Do you see it? The shadow is supposed to come from the bottom side and where it's lit, but the shadow is actually coming from the top. So
Very cool.
yeah, it is. You know, regardless of whether it's flat or globe,
like the explanation of why
actually
that happens?
pretty cool. Yeah, it's some BS explanation.
Well, it probably talks about
As always.
atmospheric refraction, right?
Hmm?
It probably talks about atmospheric refraction.
Yeah, but that's just like because it's already presumed it's a ball, they have to have an explanation for it. So of course they're going to say refraction, and refraction is like 90% of the answers that I usually get. So it doesn't surprise me, but
and gravity.
Oh, yeah, the other 10% is gravity. Oh, he left. Oops. Did I say too much? Oh no.
Sounds like you guys are having a good conversation. Because some of the conversation flows I see are, and that's in air quotes, are pretty cringe and hard to listen to. But no, you guys had a good.
Yeah, it was fine. Like, didn't get heated or anything.
Yeah, I don't see a reason to get heated about simple discussion, you know. As long as everybody's cordial. So what about the rest of you? You think it's a globe?
Yep.
Nice. Okay, why? Hmm?
I don't even know. I just believe that.
Okay. Well, that's honest. That's cool.
From our point of view, it's a globe.
From your point of view, where are you at? Like, you mean just ideologically?
Oh, he
Or
means like his.
From human perspective, you can say.
what human has ever seen a globe? I want to know that.
Look at astronauts.
Astronauts? Do you know like any astronauts?
Well, yes, my cousin's son is an astronaut.
Oh, cool. I'm an astronaut, by the way.
You're an astronaut, so you have
Yeah.
seen the Earth like flat.
Yeah, it's pretty flat from up there.
So you saw it pretty flat. So if the Earth was flat, how can be our gravity like this? Wouldn't the gravity would crush us?
Well, gravity. Europea, you were right. It was gravity always has to come into play.
I
Gravity.
mean, isn't gravity like a big role in this world?
What is gravity, though? You guys tell me, what is gravity? I want to know your explanation for it first before I
Well,
answer.
there's an observation of gravity, but even some of the most famous scientists in the world can't like explain the causation, the actual causation, what causes it.
Yep, that is
What
correct.
causes it? Magnets cause it, man.
Magnet is gravity.
The
Like
magnet,
gravity is a
man.
magnetic energy, isn't it?
Magnetic energy is gravity.
And just to be clear, I don't think we were 100% clear earlier about the astronauts and the picture of the globe in air quotes. If you go back, you know they've admitted that what NASA does is they take data, a whole bunch of data, and they amalgamate it into a picture. You have to have an artist like interpret the data into the picture, and that's how they do it. They construct the picture. They don't take the picture. It's not an actual picture of the globe. It's an artist's rendition.
That is true. I thought you were a glober, Europea.
So if gravity does not exist, then what
Shouldn't we be
does?
floating?
Yeah, exactly.
Well, no, wait, hold on, guys. You haven't told me what gravity is.
What gravity is?
Yeah, what you think it is.
Magnetic force.
Gravity is the force that keeps us together. You know, like that keeps us attached to the ground.
Okay,
So we just don't float in the space.
Mhm. So do you think that maybe that's why gravity was invented? Because they need it for the ball? Without gravity, the ball kind of falls apart.
Gravity wasn't invented. It was like
The idea of gravity. And I'm not talking about, like Europea said, we see the effect of gravity, right? Things fall. Yeah, everybody observes that. But what they tell us is the causation of it. Do you understand what I mean?
Well, because the Earth is like a magnet that sucks us in, but like gravity.
Oh,
How do I
wait.
explain it in English?
Earth is a magnet that sucks us
It's not
in.
like a magnet, but it has magnetic force, but gravity. I don't even know how to explain it in English, but
Yeah, but those are two separate forces. Magnetism and gravity is two separate forces.
Well, art has a mass, right? And
Mhm.
in the space fabric,
Mhm.
in the space fabric, Earth has a mass. So if you apply the formula for force and gravitational constant by
Mhm.
Newton,
Mhm.
you will see the gravity.
So I will see the gravity in the math, as you're telling me.
Yes, you will see the gravitational force and stuff.
So where is this gravity in real life experiment? Any evidence for it?
Any evidence for it?
Mm.
Take something, and just drop it.
Yeah, but remember, we said everybody. I agree with you. You let go of a pen, it falls down to the ground. But that's the effect that we see, right? So how do you know it's gravity that's causing it?
Because it is causing the gravity is causing it.
Yeah, but how do you know that? What if I said it's what if I said it's like unicorn farts that cause it and it's not gravity? Like what makes your claim any better than mine?
Well, the thing is, if you go outside of the Earth's atmosphere,
Mm-hmm.
the gravitational force will
Let's keep
not.
it let's keep it to Earth because me and you can. Well, I can't. I can go out up there because I'm an astronaut, right? But you can go up there, right?
Yeah,
So let's
yeah,
keep
yeah.
it to Earth. What can me and you do to prove that the cause is gravity? Something here on Earth.
Something here on Earth.
Mm-hmm.
So you have a feather, right? If
Right.
you if you like throw it,
Uh
it would
huh.
go in a speed that a heavy object wouldn't, and it
Mm-hmm.
is because of their masses. And if the unicorn fart was causing it, how can it be so precise and organized?
I mean, how can if you don't tell me that there's like a an explanation for not an explanation, but an experiment for gravity? My unicorn farts still stands.
Experiment for gravity.
Mm-hmm.
Well, first, if you want to experiment for gravity with your unicorn fart, then you need to find the unicorn first. Then you need to make the unicorn fart on an object and
Well,
see if it
people.
falls down.
Sorry, crack.
So
When
what is your proof then?
at the moment she's replacing unicorn farts with gravity. You might as well say unicorn farts because each time you keep saying gravity, we can't find it.
You can find it, but you experience it.
No.
That's the thing.
Pardon? No, we experience when you drop a pen, it goes down, but that's the effect. We're trying to find out the cause of the effect.
The cause of the effect is the gravity. That's the thing.
So that's the third time you've just resituated your statement. You've just said it again. Have you got an experiment where we vary and manipulate gravity so the pen drops?
Well, experiments. I don't got any experiments, but the other scientists got experiments.
No, they don't. Unless you think you can go and find one. I mean, I've been a flat earther for
Look at
9 years.
look at Newton. Look at Newton.
Newton. Okay, what did Newton do?
He invented gravity.
Okay, what did he do?
Well, he invented gravity through maths, like physics.
Okay, so what did he do? We're asking for the experiment, so maybe I should be clearer. What experiment did he do?
What experiments did he do? Well,
Yes.
literally he saw an apple fall down from a tree,
Yeah.
And he saw that, and he wondered what caused it.
Yeah. That's not an
And the
experiment.
thing,
Him wonder. Sorry, dude. Crack. That's what we're
yes,
pointing out. Apple falls down, pen falls down. We all wonder what caused it. I'm asking you. Apart from him wondering what caused it, what experiment did he do?
what experiments did he do?
Yeah.
I did want to interject also.
Yeah.
Yeah, help him out. Go ahead.
I just wanted to step back for a second with Crack and Black and just make sure they're maybe they don't understand like some of the history involved here because I mean there have been many examples of many people. What has happened is so they've heard about flat Earth and they're like, oh, it's a joke, ha ha ha, laugh laugh, and then so what they've done is. Them, we've all we were all globe believers at one point, and so what they did is they actually investigated it, with the intent that eventually they're going to be able to come up with the proofs and show the flat earthers that they're wrong. I mean, so just as one example, the person that I'm actually thinking of is Flat Earth Dave. He was a glober. He went into it to investigate it as a glober, and he came out the other side as a flat earther.
There are experiments that people do to find out.
So
Um,
I was just curious about what the purpose is here. Like you're trying to convert us into globe believers.
no, I'm not trying to convert anyone. I'm just stating my opinion. That's the thing.
Well, with this, and like I said, 9 years now, there isn't a scientific experiment that proves gravity. You just keep saying there is. If you can find it for us, that'd be great.
Look at Newton's cannonball experiment in 1728.
What did he do?
He basically hypothesized the gravity through the cannonball. That
Okay.
if the gravitational pull is on the center, then if we are living on the surface, and we'll feel it. But if
Okay.
it is on other point rather than the center, then the gravitational pull will be different on each side of the Earth. Drastic change.
So what was the experiment he did?
That's the experiment he did.
No, it's not. Again, we're just witnessing a phenomena. You also said that he hypothesized, probably he had an idea of what would happen, but he hasn't done an experiment. If you were to read his papers, and I'll quote you with this, he says, I don't feign any hypothesis, which means he doesn't give a hypothesis. He just presumes gravity is the cause, but he hasn't got an experiment to verify his hypothesis. So he didn't do an experiment. He just watched apples fall. This idea of shooting a cannon and then it will come and smack you upside round the back of the head. Well, he didn't do that. He just thought that's what might happen. He didn't do it.
So where is the proof of flat Earth then? Or what
Okay.
experiments flat Earthers did to prove the Earth is flat?
We're not going to be doing experiments because experiments denote cause and effect, but we can provide you with long distance observations, long distance direct measurements using infrared lasers, dual and tri-band lasers, and signal propagation. We can also point out to the fact that the Earth is used with regards to aviation, engineering, and navigation as a flat horizontal stationary plane. So if the Earth is observed and measured and used as a flat surface, then it can't be a ball.
I see.
That is an interesting question. But that's one question that I did have. The general question among like the flat Earth community is like, what kind of grabs your attention the most? One of the more recent arguments that I've seen that was really interesting was I believe it was the inverse square law. I don't know if you guys saw that one.
With regards to what? Gravity or light?
light with the sun.
Okay, yeah.
Did you see the sun get dim today?
That was an eclipse.
Yeah, it was pretty cool.
So no, I missed it.
Oh.
Yeah. Did you see it? I know you were waiting for it.
We did. We had a telescope set up at the campus where I work, and we had maybe 20 or 30 people come by and look at it. We had a bunch of eclipse sunglasses, and it got up to about 70% obscured.
Nice.
So it got fairly noticeably dim, and the shadows looked pretty cool. So it was fun.
Nice. That's pretty cool. So you think that proves glow?
Not by itself. It's just another piece of evidence that both the globe and flat Earth have different ways of describing what might have been happening there. I think the globe one has a better explanation.
Yeah, that's always interesting too. You have one observation of some type of phenomenon, and you have different explanations for it. It's always interesting.
The globe equations can also predict the eclipse really well too.
So crack or blacks. Do you guys have any other globe proofs?
Well, what about the water? If the Earth was flat, wouldn't the water be spilling out
Spilling out where?
to the space?
Do you think that when we say flat Earth, you think it's like a disk floating in space? Third disk from the sun?
Well, it's kind of like a disk, isn't it? Flat.
The surface that we stand on measures flat, but
yes,
I can't tell you what is outside of this realm.
I see. So, what's below the flat Earth?
Well, just to
Yeah.
interject, we have the militaries all around the world that are keeping people from exploring more of our territory.
Yeah.
So you're saying the government knows the Earth is flat and they're basically trying to deny it?
Well, no, what I was saying is that you have militaries all around the world, like preventing people from going past certain points. So, I mean, you don't have unlimited freedom of exploration. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying that they necessarily know it's flat. That's not what I'm saying.
I see.
You don't have freedom of exploration to just go anywhere you want and explore that region.
Well, you need permit for that, from the
Well, yeah,
government.
the argument with like the Antarctic in particular is that it's what is it? It's the environmental argument. Oh, you need a permit, you need permission so we can protect the environment down there.
So if the Earth is flat, then what force is keeping the water in? That's the thing I'm saying. Like, where the water is coming from? If the water is going somewhere, it's like, is the water not spilling out from the disk?
Well, I'm not trying to dodge that. Give me a second to digest that. But it just reminded me of the other argument is that on a globe, you have the vacuum of space, and the atmosphere should be dissipating into the vacuum of space. So it kind of reminded me of that on the opposite end of the argument.
Wait, if the Earth was flat, doesn't that mean half of it is supposed to get sun and the other half should like never see it?
Well, the light doesn't propagate like an infinite amount through the atmosphere and molecules.
Oh, because Earth is the one moving, not the sun. So if Earth was flat, like half of the world
Oh, whoa,
would
whoa,
get
whoa.
sun and the other half wouldn't.
Earth is moving? I didn't know that.
Wait, what?
Hey, News Jedi, Earth is moving. Did you know that?
Which way? Is it spinning on this plane or is it moving up at 8 meters per second squared? What way are we going? Fuck that. Is there any direct measurement of the flat Earth moving? Wait, what?
I don't know. It's news to me, guys. How do you know it's moving? Crack and black.
Well, if it's not moving, how can like sea waves form and stuff like that?
What forms?
Sea waves,
Sea waves.
What's
Oh,
that got to do?
snap.
Sorry. Isn't that barometric pressure and fucking weather?
I didn't know it's because of the spin of the Earth. That's a new one.
No. The Coriolis ball, the Coriolis ball.
The Coriolis ball. No, I don't know what that is.
We're talking about hurricanes.
Oh, I see. Okay. So, are you saying the hurricane's spin is because of the Earth's spin?
Well, kinda like that, but what force is causing it? What force is causing them to move?
The hurricanes.
Yes, what force is causing them
That's
to move?
like Jedi say. It's like pressure and the weather, the temperature difference. It has nothing to do with the spin of the Earth. Because if that was the case, then wouldn't we have hurricanes every day, everywhere?
Yeah. And you wouldn't be able to have flat, calm lakes, for example.
Yeah.
So, like, you were saying, like the flat Earth stays still and the sun and moon spins around it.
Yeah.
What do you see when you look up? Is the sun moving?
Well, the thing I've seen about flat Earth is like sun and moon moving above the Earth and stuff like that.
But no, I'm asking you, when you look up, do you see the sun and the moon moving?
Sun and the moon moving. Well, if I record a video in a time lapse, I would see the sun and moon moving.
Oh, you don't see it with your eyes, like you never observed the moon.
Well, I would have been blind if I just stared at the sun,
Okay, the moon then.
The moon, yeah, the moon. I get very sleepy at night. That's the thing.
Oh, so you've never observed the moon or the sun moving. How about you, Black? Do you observe the sun and the moon moving?
Earth is the one that moves, not the sun.
No, I asked, do you see, like when you look up in the sky, do you see them moving?
Yeah, if you look for a very long time.
Oh, okay, cool.
I
At
mean,
least
that's denial, in my opinion. Sorry to interrupt you.
I know, right? It was such a simple question. I don't know why you guys were having a hard time answering that. So how do you know it's moving, Black? That the Earth.
I mean, didn't.
Hmm? Mm. Silence. Okay. I'll take that as you don't know.
I mean, it's basic physics.
Basic physics.
Okay, educate me. How is it? Like, what is?
I have got to respond to that because that is kind of hilarious when you go to university and you see like some of the courses, you know, are like way more difficult than others, and you know that's one of them. So I'm trying to remember the courses that are the hardest, that have the highest fail rates. I'm trying to remember back to my university days. I think it might be let's see, philosophy, organic chemistry, and physics. So, and you know, for him to sit there, oh, it's basic physics. Well, most students fail that class, or they need heavy tutoring to pass it.
So what causes the weather in the flat Earth? Like cold, hot, rain, etc.
Okay, I guess we'll move on from the Earth's movement because you guys don't know. What was your question? What causes what?
Well, what causes weather change and stuff like that?
What causes weather change? What?
Yeah. So basically, why is some place desert and some place like not desert? You know, some places forest. There are many biomes and stuff.
What would you expect it to be?
So like, if the Earth is flat, wouldn't be the like the sides more heated if the sun spins around it?
Okay. No, because then you have your night cycle, just like you see in reality. You know,
So like,
day and night.
so like the Earth is flat, and there is sun and moon spinning around. Then couldn't people see sun and the moon at the same time?
Some people do at times. The moon comes out in the daytime, so it depends on where you're on Earth. But
Yeah, but I never seen it.
you've never seen the sun and the moon at the same time.
No, I never seen it.
Oh,
The moon is
I've seen
actually
it.
up in the day more than it is at night.
Yeah.
In 2 days, watch right at sunset, and you'll be able to see the moon above the sun.
Yeah, Crack. I think you need to go out more. That might be the problem. You don't seem to observe a lot of things.
No, I observed it. I don't see like moon at daytime. That's the thing.
That's very unfortunate. That's a very normal occurrence. I don't know how you could miss it.
But that's the thing. I'm saying, like, why can't I see moon all of the time? If the sun and moon is spinning around this.
Why can't you see the moon all the
It goes
time?
back to your previous question about how you were asking about light propagation. You know, even like the sunlight, it doesn't propagate like an infinite distance through the atmosphere. I mean, just think of an extreme example like fog, you know, where the atmosphere is in the fog is going to quickly stop the light from propagating.
So, like, what about the other planets? Other planets are flat as well.
Fuck it. Yeah, all right, if you want.
What? Hmm. Are you in the voice text? Do you guys see what they've been posting in the voice text? Crack and Black.
Hmm.
Do you see what they've posted in the voice text?
Voice text.
Let me
Where?
tag you. I'll tag you. I just want to know what's in your head when you think about flat Earth. It's probably all wrong.
I mean, it's fine that you guys are multitasking and trying to play video games and have a fun conversation at the same time. But also, they're posting like images that are relevant to the conversation in the chat that you guys are missing.
Which one? Which one?
I tagged you. Is the room right above this
Oh yeah,
live
that one.
stream voice text?
Space is fake. That's
So no, I just want to know: is this? Do you see the like a picture of the flat Earth? Is this what you think we mean when we say flat Earth?
No.
no. I think more of the above picture. You know, like above that picture,
The
the
other
water
one.
spilling
Okay.
out.
It also the ice like around the okay cool. Yeah, we don't say this at all. This is the propaganda that they show in the mainstream, you know, to basically discredit us. I also think that picture is stupid, you know. Anybody that believes that, it's stupid.
So, like, I have a question. What is the point of all of this propaganda? Like, why couldn't the government say the Earth is flat?
Oh, deep question, man. Deep
Hmm.
question.
Probably it's great, you know, having NASA, you know, and that sweet NASA funding that you just get to collect all that money and you get to funnel it into black budget operations because like in the United States with the Republic and the way they have the government set up, you know, they have their appropriation bills that go through Congress that are itemized, and so you know anyone can see what they're itemizing the budget for. Well, that's not very convenient, you know, because then anyone in the world gets to see what you're budgeting your money for, even your enemies and your allies. So, you know, with black budget operations going through NASA, you know, you get to hide some of that spending.
Yeah, but it doesn't answer my question. Why couldn't NASA just say Earth is flat?
We would stop funding NASA then, and that would stop their black budget operations fundings.
Why would we stop funding NASA if the Earth is flat?
For me, I mean, there's a lot of reasons. We can't really know what's inside of their mind to give you like an accurate answer of that. But uh, for me, in my opinion, it's about control and hiding God. And it's very easy to, if you believe you're on a globe in the middle of the universe just spinning out of control without any purpose in life, to disregard a creator, right? Whereas if
I
you
see.
if you know the earth is flat, it's very irrational to say that there is no creator, you know.
I see. So if the Earth is flat, that means that somebody created it.
Yes.
Yeah, it would be the logical conclusion.
Yeah, and who created it then?
God.
God created it.
I have to object to that. I would say the creator.
All right,
And who
call
is
him
the
the
creator?
creator, designer, God. You know, he goes by many names. That's fine.
Yeah, how does it look like?
flat earthers don't have a consensus on who the creator is. They just
Yeah,
say
I
there's a creator.
yeah, it's my opinion. It's I'm a Christian. I go by the Christian ideology and worldview. So we have
I see. So
flat earthers that are Muslims, flat earthers that are agnostics, and maybe Hindus. I don't know. There's many flat earthers that have different beliefs, but the one thing that I would say 99% of us that have in common is that we know there is a creator.
And then I was gonna say along the same lines is that you could be glober or flat earther, and that's not gonna necessarily affect your religion because there are Christians who are also globers.
Most
Yeah, for
Christians are
sure.
globers.
For sure, yeah.
If the Earth is flat, you are saying that people would believe that somebody created it, and if it's round, that means that somebody didn't create it.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying it's easier to if the Earth is flat, it's the next logical conclusion would be there has to be a creator. There is no atheistic rational explanation for the Earth being flat. But if it's a ball, and the Big Bang evolution is attached to that as well, it's easier to hide God within all of those explanations that they give you.
Yeah, but why wouldn't the government say that the Earth is flat and it is created by some made up like atheistic science stuff? Like they did with the round globe.
Well, this is the thing about the creation story for the for the ball spinning in space, because it comes from a big bang, and you can argue all day long whether the Earth sprang itself into existence or God pressed some button to make the Big Bang happen.
Yeah. Then I can say like the Big Bang happened, then there was a flat Earth, then God just slapped it and made it into a flat.
Yeah. But this is kind of the understanding when you realise that the Earth isn't a spinning ball in a vacuum of space, and you understand it is a flat stationary plane. Your next question is how did that get here then? Because when we come off of the idea that the Earth is a spinning ball, we have all of the questions answered for us. How we got here, why we're here, where we came from, all of those types of things. And then we have evolution to deal with as well, which is fucking ridiculous. But ultimately, you can argue all day long until the cows come home about how God created the Earth. For example, within the Bible, the God of the Bible did not create a ball that spins in a vacuum of space. So some people like to point out, myself included, that the heliocentric Big Bang model is kind of to make God out to be a liar. So you can pour scorn upon the Bible because, God said he created one thing and obviously it's something else, right?
Most people who believe the Bible is true are also globers, however.
They don't read that Bible properly. And they're usually Christian apologetics.
Yeah, it doesn't mean that the Bible says it's a globe, Matthew, as well.
Yeah, I don't think it says either way.
I think it does.
It does. It does.
There's over 250 verses where God talks about his creation.
Yep.
In no way, shape, or form does he ever mention a ball that moves in the vacuum of space.
Mm-hmm.
So if it was about the control, about the government, why wouldn't the government just use the theocratic model and control us rather than hiding the truth?
And telling us lies and hiding the truth is a good way to control us, because then they get to give us their own narrative devoid of the truthful one. They get to control the paradigm, not God.
Yes, but what if they say like a theocratic government? Like they just say like we are the chosen of the gods to control him, stuff like that.
Listen, we can speculate about this all day long, and we might never come to an actual conclusion of why they lie to us, right? The question you should be asking is not why they lie to us. It's not about their motives. It's if they actually did lie to you. So you need to look for the actual evidence of there being a lie first, and then after, if there is a lie, then you can come to the conclusion of, or speculation of, what you think their reasoning might be behind it.
I see.
Mm-hmm. So this is what we do here, is we just present to you about the evidence or the lack of evidence for the globe, so there's no curvature, or maybe you know of somebody that has measured it, or let me ask you this: because I don't know, you guys sound young, maybe you guys are in high school or college, I don't know, but how do you think they came to the conclusion that the Earth is a globe?
Well, they researched it. Go to space and
Sunsets were the first thing historically that people.
No, come on, wait, Matthew, come on, no cheating. I'm asking the noobs here.
I actually want to hear what Matthew has to say.
No, hold on.
You guys can.
Matthew could answer after. Yeah, let them take a guess first.
Well, obviously they researched it, go to space and do maths and stuff,
But they must have known it's a globe before they went to space, right?
Because it really goes back to what Matthew was saying earlier, is that you can look at an observation and there can be multiple explanations for it. So it is kind of funny, watching really either side, try to explain an observation, and they'll be like, they'll couch their explanation, oh, it's a globe, and this is the reason why. So famous example is the geometric argument, which that's one perspective, but there is another perspective and another explanation.
Yeah. I think me and Black are going to be discussing stuff about it, so we are going to leave and discuss all of this stuff and figure out.
Yeah,
So nice
all,
talking to you, and
yep.
we will talk to you later about our discussion.
All right, have a good one, guys.
It's just beliefs after all.
Yeah, nice chatting with you.
See you.
All right, bye.
Day.
They were pleasant.
Yeah, I hadn't heard of them before, I don't think.
I just checked in Crack. I don't know where Black or when Black came in, but yeah, they're friends or cousins, or I don't know, something like that.
Yeah, it sounded like they may have been playing the game at the same time or something. That's fine.
Yeah. Yeah, and I don't mind some people do that, but as long as they don't disrupt the conversation, it's cool,
Right.
But Europea, I am curious about your comment about atheist flat earthers.
I think I said that belief in flat Earth requires belief in God.
Oh, no, not you, Matthew. Europea said that he knows. I think he put it in the chat. Let me reread what he said.
Because you're right, there's no naturalistic explanation for a flat Earth.
Yeah, he said there is a atheist explanation for. Yeah, go ahead.
I apologize. It's getting a little late for me, so I didn't really want to get into all of that like right now. But I mean, I was an atheist flat earther.
Yeah, that's yeah. You don't have to get into it right now, but in my opinion, that's the most irrational thought I've ever heard of. But maybe you have a better, at least from the previous atheists, flat earthers that I've encountered. But maybe you have a better explanation. I don't know.
I don't know if you want to get into the explanation that you've heard. You were referencing something that you've heard. I was asking about.
It was kind of difficult to get to the, I guess, actual point of it. Basically, their explanation was that, for the origin of the Earth was that it always existed, and there is no explanation to how the Earth got here, or they basically their explanation was that because they themselves weren't present at the time of creation, there isn't anything that they could make a conclusion of to say that it was created. Therefore, it's not created, it was always there. So because they were born into it, and it was here when they were born into it, it just was. That was the explanation I got. So I still have trouble wrapping my mind around it. I don't know what that means. So
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty late. I'm not sure how deep down the rabbit hole I want to get into this topic, but I mean, it just seems like, they're just two different topics. You just have to make your observations on each topic and come to your own conclusions personally.
That's fair enough. I think they are separate, but they influence each other. How's that?
yeah, I do agree with you, Matthew. But can I ask you before, I know you have to go to sleep or you can't talk, but can you just give me like a quick, maybe a 1-minute recap of maybe a quick summary of what you mean by like what your side of it was when you were an atheist flat earther?
That's deep, man.
Yeah, he said he had to go, so.
Yeah, that's fine. It's all good.
Lulu, who's AG? Who's AG?
I don't know. I tagged him if he wanted to get verified, but he never responded back. I don't know. He's been in here for a minute. Maybe you want to unmute him? Her?
Yeah, I guess so. We could try that out. Just hover over that mute another motherfucker button for a minute or two.
All right. AG, can you talk? AG, you there? AG.
Maybe not pronouncing it right. Maybe it's ag.
Ag. He typed, sorry, I don't have a mic right now. Okay. Just let us know when you do, and we shall talk to you whenever.
I can understand a broken mic, but not actually having a mic.
Yeah. Yeah, it's 2023, bro. Get with the times.
Matthew, you must have heard of Rob Skiba, right?
I have, yeah.
Have you ever watched his biblical cosmology series?
I've heard some clips and stuff, but I haven't watched the whole thing. No.
Okay, well, if you want, I've posted one in the live stream voice text. It is the first video that he did regarding the biblical cosmology. I think there's over 250 references, citations from the Bible, verses, and so on, in regards to God's creation. Obviously, it comes from the Hebrew cosmology, and they've already kind of given the same model, so to speak, of what the Earth is according to what God says. If you want to, mate, I mean, I'd encourage you to look at it, and maybe we could have a conversation about it another time.
Okay. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I have seen a list of 200 or 250 or something. I suppose there's probably different lists going around, but there was some list that I looked through at some point.
Cool. Well, when you get a chance to watch it, man, we'll have a conversation about it after.
Sure. I can tell you my general answer would be something like that I usually read those verses more figuratively than you guys do. So, but yeah, I'd be happy to talk about it in more detail sometime.
No worries about it.
What about Blood Sticker? I've seen him a few times in here. Blood Sticker, you there?
I've seen him around a few times. He doesn't have any determining roles, but just by going by his PFP, looks like a flat earther.
Oh, I didn't look at his. Okay, maybe he's a glober who's seen the curve from a plane.
Yeah, maybe he's one of those. I get you.
Oh, I see you're unmuted. Come on. Ah, I scared him away. No, he's back.
Maybe he's having some kind of connection issues or something.
Yeah, it's all good.
I had to do that just yesterday. I had to drop out and reconnect to be able to talk.
Yeah, I know. I have crap internet all the time, so I get it, man. Maybe you have to do a push to talk. Is that what it is? That's fine. Don't worry about it.
Who are you guys trying to get to talk?
Blood Sticker, right above you.
Hello?
Well, we can hear you.
Oh, there he is.
No, I can't hear you properly. 2 secs. Hello?
Hello, mate. Can you hear us?
Yeah, that's better. Hello there.
Hello, my friend. How are you?
Morning, Java. You alright? Good morning.
Good stuff, man. Just very quickly, you don't have any Earth-determining roles, so we're kind of wondering if you're a flat earther or if you're a globe earther.
Neither. I don't know what it is.
Awesome.
I make no claim.
Kind of Earth agnostic.
Yeah, I make no claims. I don't know what it is.
Please don't ambush him with a bunch of questions. I hate when that happens.
How long have you been jumping into this server, man? I've seen your name around before.
Don't know. Past couple of months, I suppose. Just every now and then, I kind of listen to it like a podcast sort of thing, or I'm at work most of the time. And it's quite noisy, so I've literally got headphones on and then ear defenders, but I've had to come to my office and take all that off and just speak through my phone. Can you hear me okay?
Also, I was gonna, because it seems like some of you guys have accents. I'm in United States, so I was curious where you guys are at.
London, England.
Southeast of England, just outside London.
Yeah, bruv.
London.
I'm in the Bible Belt.
What part of the belt? Lulu, where are you from?
I'm from London.
No, you're not, you lying piece of shit.
I'm from the United Kingdom, can't you tell?
Oh my goodness me. You remind me of that Politico woman who was on the politics the other day.
That was really good. She had me believing. She had me convinced.
If I sounded like that crazy lady, no way, dude. I'm in California, unfortunately.
Fair enough.
I think Matthew is in. Let me guess. He is in Minnesota.
Los Angeles County. That's why I saw
Oh,
70% of the eclipse this morning.
dang it! You're in LA. What?
Yeah.
No, I don't want you to dox yourself. Wait, you're on YouTube. What university do you teach at?
Biola University.
No way. The Christian school
Right.
in Orange County
Next to Orange County. It's in La
or in La Mirada.
That's right. Yep.
Oh snap, dude! I drove by there like every day when I worked. I used to work right near it.
Nice, nice.
Oh, I didn't know you were my neighbor all this time, Matthew.
Yeah,
Such a
it's a
small
great place.
world.
I like being there.
Nice, nice.
Wait, did you ever go to any of the flat Earth meetups at Renee's house in Huntington Beach? I went to some of them. Maybe.
Oh, you actually did. That's funny. Did they know you were a Glober?
Yeah, I wore my NASA shirt. They know me though.
No, I've never been to any flat Earth meetups, unfortunately.
I had one of my physics professors in college. He worked at NASA before he went to university. What subject do you teach?
Computer
Math.
science. Currently, I've taught mathematics before. Sometimes a business class.
Oh, hell yeah!
That's why he can't admit that he's a flat earther.
No, I've made a couple anti-flat Earth videos on my YouTube channel.
I know, I get it. You have to, Matthew. It's okay. It's okay.
I'm like racking my brain to try to think of how we can somehow incorporate like computer science into the relevancy of this channel to be able to talk about it. That's so cool.
Yeah, I think you could talk about it. I don't care. I don't know if Helio does.
I posted my the link to my flat Earth arguments video. It explains the 3 points. It's basically
Yeah.
for people who've never heard of flat Earth and want to know what the 3 points are, and then I explain my answers to them.
Hey, that's not fair. You should have a real flat earther on your flat earth videos.
I do. I actually quote a lot of people from the server.
No, not quote, but like actual interview or some sort of what their answers would be from their own perspective. You know, that would be interesting.
Well,
I think the quote's sufficient.
Yeah.
Hmm?
I think I characterize the beliefs fairly, and then I have been on Nathan Oakley's show, but he just yelled at me.
Yeah, you're one of the good ones. I don't think you actually strawman us though. So yeah, that's fine. You're not like what's his face, Professor Dave or whatever.
I've met him at some. There's these YouTube conferences I go to. I've met him. Dave Farina, you mean?
Professor Dave?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, I don't know his actual name. I don't know.
Yeah, that's his name. I mean, I'm not doxing him. It's in his YouTube channel.
Yeah.
It's Dustin that's just joined us. Good morning or good evening. It's Dustin. How you doing?
What's up, Dustin?
How are you?
Yeah, really well, thanks, man. Thanks for joining us again.
Absolutely. What are we talking about tonight?
Matthew was just explaining. Matthew's on the globe side of the argument, and he's done some videos with regards to some of the arguments that flat earthers bring out, and we were just talking about that.
And earlier, I was mentioning that I saw the eclipse because I'm in Southern California. There was an eclipse here Saturday morning.
So is this VC? Is it live 24/7 on YouTube
Yes.
and Rumble?
Yes.
Yeah, I was actually going to ask what the purpose of that is, because if it's to like try to expose other people to new ideas, because or if there's something else going on, because I was in another 24/7 live stream, and this one guy, he had opened the door up to a topic, but yet he refused to get into it and elaborate. You'd only kind of hint at it. It was like really frustrating, and his excuse was, oh, we're live on YouTube, so there's certain things we can't talk about, after he had just opened the door to it.
Well, Dustin, didn't you say you were listening on Rumble and you came here?
That is correct. Yes.
Yeah, so it's to reach other people, and there are people who don't have or don't want to make a Discord account or to join VC, and so it's just basically to reach out other people, expand our horizon, and
is this?
it brings
Sorry.
people here. Yeah, no worries. Go ahead.
Is this service or this server, is it supposed to be like a safe space for people to talk about flat Earth, or is it to spread some sort of
No.
message?
I wouldn't call it a safe space. No, that sounds horrible, man. No, it's not a safe space.
No, I'm just asking, like a community of like-minded individuals that can come together and freely speak of flat Earth without.
I always like kind of ask that question, when people come here, about what their purpose and intentions are. But from what I've seen of the Discord, it's welcoming to both sides to be able to put out honest arguments and opinions on both sides.
Well, I mean, Matthew is here. He's a globe earther, so I mean, I'm pretty sure he feels safe. So I guess you can call it a safe space for everybody. But this is just an area where we have a collective stack of information, I guess you can call it. Like, if you scroll down, I don't know if you've actually looked through the whole channel or the whole server, but if you scroll down, we have plenty of channels with different any topics that you can think of that is related to the flat Earth. It's in here, so it's a way for us to gather all of the information, kind of connect people, spread the information, and just have a chill conversation with people as well.
Gotcha. Okay.
At least that's how I take it. I don't know, but I'm just one person. I don't know how Jedi. Maybe you've been here longer than I have, so maybe
Me
there's
personally, I more enjoy the more chill conversations. Once the debates get more heated and toxic, it's hard to do.
Yeah, I mean, the other night I was in here and it was quite combative on several occasions. And I mean, I guess that makes for good entertainment, right? But
well, you have
live streams.
You have to understand, though, there's different personalities. Not everybody is, we have hot-headed people, we have impatient people, and that's from both sides, from the globe, from flat, whatever, right? So it's just who you encounter and how they're feeling that day. Right now, I'm feeling chill, but I have my moments where I have short fuse. But so it just depends on who you're talking to.
That makes perfect sense. Yeah. So, Jedi, are you in here fairly often? I mean, every time I've come in here, you've been in here.
Yeah, I'm kind of usually around 24/7, either in this server or I'm on the political server or one of our offshoots on another server somewhere. But I'm around quite a lot. Yeah.
Gotcha. Are you guys able to? And I know this might be kind of jumping over certain barriers that have been deliberately put in place, but are you able to unmute D? I brought him into this server. I just had him join from another server. I wanted him to check it out. Is he able to be unmuted and
Who is it?
D.
D, where's D? I don't see D. Is he in?
He's in VC right now.
Oh, I'll Dr. Golden? Is that him?
Dr. Golden. I don't know why it doesn't say D for you.
Oh, it's because you can't change your name here. I think you have to have a certain level of role to be able to change your name. But I could check him, or do you just want to do it here? Yeah, since you know him, we'll just do it in here. I'll unmute him.
Yeah, just do it in here. That's fine.
Yeah, we'll trust you, Justin, that he's...
Yeah, he said, just before I brought him over, he said he was about 50-50 undecided.
No. Trust him as he's not a troll. Not that he's a flat earther or anything. We don't care for that.
No, I think he might have some valuable input to add on certain topics.
All right. Hey, hi D. What's up?
Pretty good. How are you guys doing?
Yeah, really
we're
good.
good. What's up?
Really good.
It's good. Do you guys ever, you guys like Crow 777?
Sorry,
Yeah,
that
I've
again.
Crow
Sorry.
777. You know what Crow 777 is, Lulu?
What is it?
Crow
He's like,
777.
he's this radio dude that he makes like telescope videos and stuff, or he used to, and he used to make like lunar wave videos. He made some cool stuff. Yeah, I think a lot of you guys would probably like his show.
I don't think I know who that is. I'm sorry. I don't know him. 777?
Yeah, he used to make YouTube videos. I think he got banned a long time ago for making some sort of moon video.
Okay, I do not know. So, Dr. Gold, or D, I'll just call you D. Are you, your friend Dustin said you're 50-50?
Yeah, I mean, I believe that there's a firmament, and I think the Earth is. I don't know if it's necessarily round or flat, but I think the space is or space should be more referred to as like the heavens. I think what we see as space is mostly generated by Bryce 3D, but I'm really not sure. So
Yeah, there's a bunch of different theories. There's even a theory that Earth is concave and that light bends, and that we just see it as flat. But it's there's a lot of different theories.
yeah, it's very interesting. All right, I'm gonna hop off. It was nice meeting everybody.
Yeah, you as well. I'll give you the VC verified role. Just make sure you read the rules of the server, and you're good to go.
All right, sweet. Thank you.
You're welcome. Right. All right. So, Dustin, I think you're a Glober, right?
Oh, I would say that I am I would probably consider myself as a Glober, although I cannot deny that some of the points made here are very convincing, and I mean that coupled with my observations of the world around me, I can't deny that I live in an existence that seems to be mostly flat. So I don't know what I am.
Okay, that's honest. But why? What is it? I guess about the globe that convinces you that it is a globe?
Nothing convinces me really. I think it's just the restructuring of my thought process of the way that I've viewed the world for my entire life.
That is true. Yeah, it does take time to unindoctrinate. Is that a word? Yourself?
Yeah,
100%. Yeah, 100%.
absolutely. Because I heard about flat Earth like probably back in 2012 from a YouTuber called Red Pill Philosophy, and I was just surprised what he was talking about the subject, and I never really gave it much thought for a long time.
Yeah, and from what they put out in the mainstream media, when you first see it, it's like, oh my gosh, this is so stupid, So it kind of deters you to even look into it further. So yeah, it is what it is.
Yeah, I think a lot of the bombastic representatives that are more public about flat Earth give it a bad rap for sure, and I think they discourage thoughtful people from actually looking into it.
Yeah, for sure. And it's still going, even if, and that's another reason, Dustin, why we have this server, is because there's so much false information out there that I would say 90% of the people that come in here have that mindset of a disk in space flying a third from the sun, which is, and also it's accelerating upwards at 9.8 meters per second squared. So it's like some ridiculous stuff that they put out there, and so it's nice to come here and actually have real concrete information that makes sense. And a lot of people get surprised when they come here and we're telling them we're not stupid enough to believe in the disk in space theory or presentation. So so it's a lot to get through. It's a lot to get out of your head. So I get you.
Yeah, and I think it was refreshing for me too to hear that no one here is claiming to know anything. Right. I think that's a lot of the flat Earth believers or flat Earth knowers will couple that with claims to know, claims about our reality, or claims about what the flat Earth actually is, or what it means, or what it looks like, or how things are actually working around us that have no base in science or observation at all. Right. So I think it was refreshing to come in here and hear that people were actually, they're saying that, well, every measurable experiment that has been done really kind of points to flat Earth, but there are no claims of anything being made. There's no claims of what Antarctica is, or what the stars are, or what the moon is, what the sun is. I mean, there's theories, sure, but there's nothing that is actually there's no one definitively saying that they are anything.
Yeah, yep. And that kind of makes the Globers' head explode. Like, why do you not make claims? Or, why can't we know this or that? And it's just, there's no reason for us to know everything. So, and I believe in God, and I don't think there is there are certain things that we're not supposed to know. Just as simple as that. So some people just can't accept that.
Sure, and it's cool that not everyone here is on the same page either with their belief system.
Not at all.
Another point to it is that a lot of people do have big egos, and they like to always constantly win the debate. And one of the best way to do that is honestly don't make any claims and make the other side make all the claims. Now they have the burden of proof to prove it.
Right. Right. I think that was. I don't know if you remember Jedi or not. I know you said welcome back, so I know you remember me being in here. But you and I kind of got into a bit of an argument the other night.
Yeah. I remember.
Yeah. You remember? Okay. Cool. So that was one of the things about that was like frustrating to me because it was I couldn't believe, and it was exactly what she was just saying. It was like I couldn't believe that you guys were all just like okay with not knowing, and that was that was kind of blowing my mind. I was like, well, if you don't know, like, doesn't that bother you? And everybody was kind of like, no, doesn't really bother us. I mean, it just is what it is. And I couldn't wrap my mind around that. I'm like, well, I mean, in what I've been taught, I kind of know everything, right? Things have been spoon fed to me and explained to me, and there's an answer for every question that I have really about our existence and the globe Earth. So it was frustrating that everybody was just cool not knowing.
And if you want to investigate it, if you want to do investigations on globe, that's all hunky dory. You can go apply for a grant from the government, and they'll give you money to go out and investigate that. But if you want to investigate like flat Earth, you're shit out of luck. Pardon my French.
Sure. Yeah. It does. It has this crazy dogma to it. It's not taken seriously.
Mm-mm. Yeah, and about what you said about not knowing, it is it takes a huge, I guess, I don't know, like a change of heart to just be okay not knowing. You know?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
I think that comes with just age in general in life, right? I think with every passing year as I age, I realize how little I actually know about even my own, social interaction, the world around us, the things that happen, the the systems that have been set forward, like in economy and politics and culture. I realize just how much I don't actually know, and that just amplifies extraordinarily when you realize that you really don't know anything about the natural world around you.
Well, I don't necessarily think it's about the natural world around us, like the ground that we stand upon and the waters that we enjoy. It's primarily about the sun, moon, and stars, or how big the Earth is, for example. It's usually about those things that people have a problem with not knowing about. But we can explore the world underneath our feet, right? That's fine.
Well, it goes deeper than that, Jedi. I mean, it's if you were to, it goes like the layers of the Earth, right? Does Earth have a core? Does it have? I mean, if it's not a globe, then it probably doesn't, right?
Yeah, I go with that one. Yeah. But then again, these are all stories that we've always relied upon for an authority to give us the answers to, right? We haven't dug down into the floor. We don't know that there is exactly what they claim to be down there anyway. We just repeat the stories that we're told.
Sure. And furthermore, no one has ever dug down to the core.
No, of course not. The furthest we've dug down is about 8 miles, I think.
Right.
I think the worst thing is everything that we've been told primarily is a lie, which leaves us with lots of gaps within our knowledge. I think that's probably one of the things that makes us more angry than anything else. Not the fact that I don't know what the sun is or I don't know what the moon is, for example. It's the fact that we've been lied to and been given all of this false information to answer these questions so we think we have knowledge.
Sure. Well, then the natural question is why, right? And I think that there were some hypotheses around why. I believe that you said it was to remove God, right, or to eradicate God.
Well, to make from my opinion, to make the God of the Bible out to be a liar. So you can then read the Bible with poetic means or use allegory or metaphor, and you don't literally have to take God at his word.
Sure, and we're seeing examples of that all throughout Christianity.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Everyone else here agree or share the same hypothesis that, the reasoning behind the lie is to do with religion or to do with controlling people or making it to where
I'm not sure. I'm not sure I necessarily agree, but I mean, it's definitely an interesting question that makes you think about it. Sure.
I think a bit of historical research will show us that primarily this kind of idea that the Earth is a ball spinning from in the vacuum of space comes from the Catholic Church. The Catholic Church was the ruling kind of authority for a good 1,500 years, for example, and they had the majority of the money. They kind of produced the universities and the schools of learning, or gave funds for people to, educate themselves and the world around them. And when we look into history, we understand that the primary kind of movers within giving us this heliocentric model did come from the Catholic Church. And if we understand who the Catholic Church are, then we'll understand that really they're not necessarily Christian at all.
Sure. But I think it also brings a unique sense of unimportance, right? If we're able to say that we are among trillions of other planets, whom likely somewhere have intelligent life, then how are we to be, how are we to consider ourselves important whatsoever, right? Where in an existence where the Earth is flat, then we must be important. We must have been designed. There must be some sort of higher organization to all of this, and we are important beings. Yes.
Yeah, I would agree with that. There's now realms for speculation, right? Like you said, other planets with possible other beings on there, and then you have all types of questions when you kind of reference the God of the Bible, because obviously the God of the Bible doesn't mention any other planets, and what's his salvation plan for those other planets and the beings on those planets. This goes off into a huge kind of rabbit hole of different questions and so on, and it only comes around because we live in an ever expanding space.
Precisely. Yeah. It is interesting. I mean, so you say the globe theory, the globe lie, originated with the Catholic Church. Yeah.
Yeah, primarily. I mean, it comes a lot further back than that. So if you understand anything, well, again, I suppose it's the same, but it comes from the Hermetics, the Kabbalah, which is kind of a Jewish doctrine and teaching, and that comes straight out of Babylon. So we understand that Babylon existed. We still have some of the Sumerian texts and other texts that are around from that period. If we understand those stories, it's kind of biblical in nature for sure.
Sure. Now, do you think that the byproduct of the unimportance that I spoke of, do you think that was deliberate, or do you think that was just a unintended byproduct of that? And if it was deliberate, then what is the intent of causing this feeling of unimportance?
To distance God from us. Because if you've got when we look at the Hebrew cosmology or the Christian cosmology, with reference to the Bible, you look up into the sky and God is just there. That's where heaven is. But when we've got a spinning ball in the vacuum of space and that space is ever expanding, that pushes God out to wherever you think that God would be. So it really does distance ourselves from God. The idea that we've become unimportant, as in a mistake or some kind of intergalactic one-night stand type of thing, then again that removes our importance and our purpose.
Yeah, we were broaching this topic a little bit earlier. I was curious about Dustin if you wanted to share. I mean, you don't have to. It's up to you. I was curious if you were like Christian or Muslim, or if
I would consider myself. I mean, I've definitely been around Christianity. Was raised LDS actually, but I would consider myself Christian. Yes, I mean I'm not always a believer, but I think it's far more likely that there is a God than that there isn't. Sure. And if I'm going to accept that there is a God, then I'm definitely going to lean towards the Christian God. Why do you ask?
just in writing and in conversation, sometimes you want to couch your responses based on your audience and your purpose.
Are you talking about just how to speak to me or how to answer questions that I have? I'm confused by what you mean.
It just sometimes makes it easier to kind of know where someone else is coming from already, for rather than you don't know where they're coming from or you're just guessing. So
Sure. You want to know what lens I'm looking through.
yeah.
Gotcha. So is everyone here in VC right now? Are we all Christian, or do we have outliers?
I am. Grim, I don't know. I want to say he is. I don't know. And I don't know. Blood Sticker is new, so I don't know him either.
I think that fully accepting flat Earth is probably a far more pleasant experience, if you will. If you fully accept it and you are just okay with there not being answers for certain things, and that this is all creatively designed, not basically for us. I think it's probably a far more pleasant experience. Do you find that you, since you have discovered this, or since you have fully accepted that the Earth is flat, are you more content with with life, with your view on existence?
Personally, well, it was a kind of double-edged sword with that one for myself, and I'm not speaking for anybody else. So personally, yes, because I became a flat earther in 2015, and it was kind of the nail in the coffin for my personal quest to find out whether God was actually real, the God of the Bible, and all of these types of things. So that kind of helped me along with my own kind of spiritual growth and my understanding about that type of narrative, so to speak. On the other hand, it makes me quite angry that we've been lied and deceived for, the last X amount of thousands of, 1,500 years more or less, with regards to where we are. That makes me angry, and rightfully so, right? I understand that primarily our war is not necessarily of flesh and blood, but it is spiritual. So to understand that the deceivers are kind of from God's heavenly realm when we talk about the fallen angels and so on. So yeah, it makes me angry, but I'm a lot more at peace with the world. Because when I was on a spinning ball, I didn't necessarily know what was going on, where I was, my importance, who I was, if God existed. But yeah, now I've come to fully understand that we live within a created environment, and have done my own personal quest into biblical research and finding salvation through Jesus. Then yeah, I'm most definitely, a happier person because of that. But I do realise that we've been lied to and deceived, which is primarily why I'm here, because I'm trying to spread that news to other people. I don't necessarily talk about my own personal Christian beliefs so much because it's hard. Like I said to you the other day, there's two things that you can't really talk about, and talking about Jesus is definitely easier than talking about the flat earth, but we understand that Jesus is probably one of the most ridiculed personalities on the face of the earth. So, yeah, it kind of makes me angry sometimes. But like I said, it's why I'm here. I don't talk about it. I just try to get people to the understanding that the earth is flat and stationary. And our next question should be, well, how the hell did that get here then? And when they can answer that for themselves, then I think I've done my job.
Gotcha. So do you find that you struggle with the mental image of, you're thinking about Earth, for example, right? You're thinking about what you can conceptualize of a flat Earth. Is it difficult for you to visualize that? Like for the Globers, right? I mean, they can visualize Earth, they can visualize what that would look like, they can visualize the solar system, visualize the way that, the Earth rotates around the sun, the moon rotates around the Earth. They can visualize all that, right? So do you find that it's difficult for you, or do you just not try to visualize it? Do you just not care?
I've got images and visualizations in my head about what the Earth is. I mean, we've seen the kind of idea with like the AE map and certain other maps and certain other kind of cartoon projections of what the flat Earth could be like. So I don't necessarily have an issue with kind of having that image in my head. I still have an issue with like where the Earth actually is. We're told within the Bible that it rests on waters with pillars within those waters, keeping it flat and stable. Sorry, keeping it stable, not flat. And obviously, we have a dome above us, and beyond that dome, that's where God resides in heaven. I mean, it's quite hard to. No, actually, no, it's not quite hard for me to visualize it, but it's a speculation, and I can't necessarily prove it. Right? I don't have that God's eye view.
Yeah, maybe you're not supposed to, right?
Yeah, to go along with that. Yeah, maybe we're not supposed to.
Yeah. Yeah, it's fascinating because, and I think this would be the most difficult thing for me to kick, so to speak. I mean, if somebody were to tell me to visualize Earth, or close my eyes, imagine Earth, right now, I'm going to have a mental image of the Earth that I've seen, quote unquote, seen from NASA, right?
Yep.
Do you ever default to that? Because I'm sure that you were a glober for longer than you have been a flat earther, right?
There's also the opposite end of the spectrum.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. Yeah.
Do you find yourself defaulting to that mental image?
I wouldn't say defaulting to it. Like this is what I wouldn't say it was defaulting. I just still see that image every single day. If I was to turn on like YouTube or whatever, I still see it around. But I don't default to it.
Also, to flip it around, I'm not trying to ambush you here or anything.
No.
But as like putting yourself as a glober, and looking at nature from their perspective, if you think about the universe, well,
I think
so just think about it and try to visualize like the whole universe. So whether there's like an edge of the universe or there isn't an edge to the universe, and try to think about both perspectives.
Right, and that's where the glober's knowledge ends, right? It's like if we're going to go with the globe Earth, then do we go with the globe universe? Is it a globe within a globe within a globe? You know what I'm saying? There is a certain amount of not knowing, obviously, for the glober too, right? But I feel that, you know, science, again, quote unquote science, has an explanation for most of these things that you really don't get. You don't get anything beyond Earth as a flat earther, right? So in my mind, that will be the most difficult thing to conceptualize and to continue to conceptualize. Like, it's just that'll be difficult for me to wrap my head around.
This Discord VC might be a bad format for that. That's one of the questions I was wanting to get into earlier. Is that, you know, you have new people come here, and, you know, where are they getting their information? You know, like even me, you know, I'm also like seeking out new information. Where have I gotten my information? Well, I came here from a link from a flat Earth video. So I'm actually not familiar with all the different people in the community on both sides of each community. But so I was going to ask you guys, like, what are some of your favorite like personalities, and who do you guys like dislike? You know, as like recommendations for like new people, where they should go for new information, some places they might avoid. You know, me personally, one of the people that I've seen that I like a lot is Flat Earth Dave. I like his stuff a lot.
I like Flat Earth Dave. I haven't. Well, to be fair, I haven't really watched any personalities on YouTube from the Flat Earth for like maybe the last 2-3 years. I think most of us probably got involved. Well, I did back in 2015 from such personalities like Eric DeBay, for example. Rob Skeeper was a good one as well. He was around for the same time that I became a flat earther and was kind of going through the journey at the same time. He comes from a kind of biblical aspect. Unfortunately, Rob Skeeper's passed away now. The only people that I kind of really watch these days, Nathan Oakley, from time to time, I'll listen to some of his stuff. Quantum Eraser, but then again, I know Quantum Eraser John quite very well, so I do try and keep up with some of his YouTube stuff because he'll fucking kick me in the nuts if I don't. But yeah, I don't really follow anybody anymore. I have this idea that back in 2014-15, when the Flat Earth became kind of gaining in traction, become more popular on YouTube, it was kind of a released kind of thing. I don't necessarily trust people like Eric DeBay anymore. There was another guy, Mark Sargent, as well. He was, I think he came out of his Flat Earth Clues. I think it was like 2015 or 16. I tend not to follow anybody because you kind of get plastered with some of their additional claims as well. I think Eric DeBay released a couple of videos with regards to Jesus Christ and how he doesn't exist and those types of things. So, yeah, I would always be very cautious about the personalities that you follow.
Yeah, I have to agree with you, Jedi. For me, Rob Skiba was the guy that I really followed, right? But yeah, I mean, I watched Eric DeBay, Mark Sargent, all those earlier people, but Rob Skiba was the one that I actually kept up with, like his newer content and his other things about Christianity, the Nephilim, all of those things were very interesting, other than the flat Earth. So I liked his stuff. Again, like you said, unfortunately he passed away, so there's not much
Who did?
From him. Rob Skiba.
I have not seen anything of Rob Skiba or Mark Sargent. I've only seen a little bit of Eric Dubay, and actually, I've only seen a little bit of Flat Earth Dave too. I need to watch more.
I definitely recommend you check out Rob Skiba. He has great content, especially he comes from the biblical side, and it's amazing. I love all of his stuff, so definitely recommend him. The others, I just like you, Jedi. I don't even remember. I don't even know half of the newer people here, or not here, but in the flat Earth scene. So I can't tell you who's good or who's bad. After Rob Skiba, I kind of just was already convinced that it was flat, and I just did my own, tried to do my own research outside of the flat Earth community. Try to compare things of like what the Globers say and things like that. So I can't tell you who not to follow or follow.
There's some great individuals on YouTube. I wouldn't necessarily call them personalities, but these are just the people that go out and do their own like observations or do their quote unquote experiments and then just post them on YouTube. There's Sky Free is a great channel because they've tried to address like why things disappear from the bottom up and have shown some great demonstrations of those types of things on known flat surfaces. There's a few non-personalities around that I do catch up with from time to time, but personality-wise, I try and steer clear of people who have got huge followings and so on.
Because one of the things of Eric Dubé that I saw recently, I haven't seen much of him, only a little bit, but I think I saw him in a conversation with someone from either this live stream or another live stream, and he had like mentioned that there were like shills, and I guess there's like shills on both sides, but
Yeah,
he didn't really name names in that episode that I was watching, so I was curious about that. If you guys knew who he was referring to, and
yeah.
you think he might actually be one of them.
I think this is again a very good tactic by some people. Is they cast aspersions first of all, so they start pointing fingers, saying this person's a shield, this person's a shield, when they're actually the shield in the first place. I wouldn't necessarily trust Eric Dubé as far as I could throw him, to be honest with you. I mean, when you look at some of his earlier videos, he was just reading from books and so on. Some of the ones that were written in the 1900s, so the last over like 2 centuries ago now. My goodness! But yeah, he was just reading some of the books that people have put out with regards to the flat Earth, and then he kind of come up with his 200 proofs and so on. One of the things that bugs me about that though, as for example, he doesn't necessarily say anything different today than he did in 2015. I know, for example, that most flat earthers have changed the way that they bring points up, and their evidences have changed since 2015. For example, with regards to the horizon always rising to your eye level, that's probably like within the first 5 proofs that he gives on his 200 proofs. Now we understand that the horizon doesn't actually rise to the midpoint of your eye level, and it wouldn't do even if the Earth was flat. So it's his not changing with the times which has kind of bugged me a little bit. We've all come to understand that there's the better ways of the kind of arguing this or putting the point across, and he hasn't changed his argument really one iota since 2015. He just keeps repeating the same stuff.
Yeah, Eric was always odd to me. There was always something I couldn't really place my fingers on, like what it was, but he's just, yeah. I mean, he did make a good video, and a lot of people, he contributed a lot in the beginning, but yeah, as of today, I did forget, Mr. Allegedly Dave. I do like some of his content.
Actually, now that you bring his name up, yeah, allegedly Dave is pretty cool. I will back you up on that one.
Yeah. So, Allegedly Dave. I don't know who else. I can't think of anybody else. But I did want to say something about when you guys were talking about. I think Destiny, you asked if you visualize a globe when somebody brings up or talks about Earth. It's not necessarily visualizing a globe, but I had a lot of trouble when I first found out about the flat Earth, that when I was looking at the horizon, in my head I always thought, because it was a ball, like everything was kind of falling away from me behind the curve. So when I figured out it was flat, I could not. It took me, not that I couldn't, but it took me a long time to get out of that thinking that when I'm looking far away, nothing is happening. Like it's just my visual, it's perspective and how our eyes work. It's not necessarily that the Earth is actually falling away. Do you know what I mean? I don't know if that made sense, but in my head, I had a really hard time getting out of that out of my head.
Yeah. Yeah, I would imagine. I mean, how long have you been a flat earther?
Me?
Yeah. You.
Oh, 2017, so 6 years now.
Wow. Okay. Yeah, I would imagine it just gets easier with time, right? But do you guys know? Do we have a pilot in here by any chance?
We have had pilots in here before. I do know a couple of pilots. Yeah.
Yeah, my
Flat
brother is
earther
a.
pilots?
Yeah, my brother is a I should say student pilot, but he is also flat earther.
It'd be fascinating to have a conversation with a flat earther pilot.
That was actually the first time I ever heard of flat Earth theories. I like probably back in 2010ish. I had a roommate. He went to university and he was like aerospace engineering, and he like worked on planes, and that's what he did. And so he had broached the topic to me.
About flat Earth?
I mean, apparently he was getting into some online debates, and he was getting frustrated. I'm not sure what his point of view was exactly. He, because I never asked. He just asked me because I also had a heavy science background at the time, and he had happened to ask me about it, and he asked me about the globe and everything. I just flat out told him it's a belief, and you know, but I
Yeah.
mean, I've only been flat earther, relatively new for like a year or so. I'm still actually learning and looking into it.
Yeah. I don't know if you guys have seen that video of that guy that is boarding his plane and he kind of ambushes his pilot as he's boarding the plane and asks him if the Earth is flat or a globe, and the pilot responds, "Oh, it's 100% flat." And the guy's kind of taken off guard by by the pilot's response to that question. I just think it'd be fascinating to speak with someone who is, fairly regularly flying, because I'd have a lot of questions for them.
Well, I know for sure that they don't account for curvature or spin because I've asked this to my brother a lot, and they don't. And he's flown a few times as well, so.
Isn't it like flight control will do all the calculations for them, and they're thinking that flight control uses like whatever parabolic or spherical equations that they use, so they just assume that flight control is doing the calculations for them based on a globe Earth. I don't know.
I guess with some of the more modern kind of commercial jets, but they're not the only things that fly above the Earth. We can go back into aviation history where basically it was just your speedometer, your altitude, and your yaw and all of those types of things, and it was basically a navigational map. Go back to the Second World War when we talk about bombing runs from Europe to London and back again. There weren't computers on board then.
Yeah, but the point is that pilots aren't making the calculations; they're just getting the calculations from flight control.
I don't know if because when they're learning it, they have to know whether or not, as students, they have to make their own calculations. So I I don't think they actually account for curvature. And we've had in here pilots come through and talk to us, Globers, and whenever you ask them, they for sure do not account for any of it. At least from my brother's point, because if there's like equipment failure or the technology, whatever, doesn't work, they need to be able to know how to calculate their speed, all of that stuff, altitude or whatever, right? So curvature is not one of them that they have to account for.
Well, it's interesting because it's either they're having it routed out for them prior to the flight, or they're in on it, right? Because I would think that question would come up. I would think that they would wonder why they're not calculating for curvature, right?
But it's I think it's like any other profession. I don't think they, unless it's brought to your attention, that you would really think about it. I that's just my assumption, though.
Yeah. Yeah, because obviously all pilots are not in on it. So I don't know. Like I said, I think it'd be fascinating. It would be really fascinating to speak with a flat earther pilot, someone who, undoubtedly knows that the Earth is flat. Because I'm sure that they would have, someone like that would probably fairly regularly have conversations amongst other pilots in their circle about that topic. You know what I'm saying?
Generally in science, there's not just one way or one equation to calculate something. There's actually multiple different methods that you can use to arrive at the same result or similar result or equivalent result. It's just that some equations are bigger and more complex to give greater accuracy than others. Whereas what you'll do is you'll be able to eliminate some terms and you won't be 100% accurate in your calculation, but you'll get a really good approximation.
They were actually speaking about earlier about the same thing. There was I believe, I don't know, maybe Jedi knows more about this. The German pilot lady that supposedly she got fired because she was talking about flat Earth.
It rings a bell, but I can't really tell you any more than what you just said.
Oh, okay. Maybe you weren't here. I thought you were here. It was the other people that were here then. But I don't think there will be any pilots that would, because you have to understand that it is a risk for them to be speaking about flat Earth as a pilot.
Yeah, I mean that makes total sense. They'd be completely ostracized, and
yeah,
yeah, that makes. I didn't even think about that. Sure, I mean, I'm sure they probably have the thought, but they're not. They're definitely not going to speak up about it.
yeah, and it's like any other profession. That's why a lot of the people that are in the astrophysics field, the physics students, the people that have actually invested a lot of their lives into it, might have a problem accepting this more than any other people, just because we actually had a Glober the other day here that said he's like a satellite. I don't know what he does. He collects data or something to do with satellites, and he said if flat Earth was true, that all of his life would be wrong, all of his career would be wrong, and so with those kind of people, you're gonna have a harder time accepting the truth.
Also, it's the same thing with like doctors and nurses that they have a hard time like accepting other theories and opinions, and they have their licenses on their line, their whole livelihoods.
Yeah, exactly. If depending on the topic we're talking about, if you're in that field and you're involved in it, it's hard to say that everything that you've learned, everything that you know, everything that you've invested in has been a lie. So and if you do come out and say, yeah, it is a lie, then imagine all of the backlash you'll get.
Yeah, you can get canceled and lose your job. And with that instance, that the example that Dustin brought up, that one pilot, I'm actually not familiar with that instance, but so I don't know if he may have been joking, or if he got any flack from that, he could tell his supervisors, "Oh, I was just joking with that."
Are you talking about the German one?
No, he's talking about the example. I think I saw it on TikTok. There's this guy that just walked into. He was boarding his plane, and you know how the pilots are at the front greeting you as you're boarding the plane. As he was boarding the plane, he just flippantly asked the pilot if the Earth is a globe or if it's flat. The pilot responds, "It's 100% flat," and he's kind of shocked by his response. So he asked him again. And he confirmed. He doubled down on the answer and said, "Yeah, it's flat."
So
And
was
Oh
the
yeah, I've
pilot, was
seen
he
that.
joking,
Yeah.
or was he being serious in his response?
he certainly didn't seem like he was joking. I mean, he could play it off later on, presented with this evidence that he was joking. I'm sure, but
Yeah, exactly.
But the way that he responded was like very matter of fact.
Yeah, he did sound. I remember which one you're talking about now. He did sound like it was. He was serious about it. But I mean, if I was in his shoes and yeah, if my bosses came in and be like, "Look, you're on YouTube saying this. What's going on?" I'd be like, "Yo, that was a joke. He took it out of context. He edited it. It wasn't me. I would make up excuses not to get fired."
Sure, yeah. So I mean, it kind of self remedies itself, right? I mean, everybody kind of has to stay in line for fear of their profession.
We were talking about pilots and so on. I posted 2 videos in the live stream chat. They're relatively cool. Might be worth anybody having a watch if you want to look into them.
Oh yeah, this guy is another content creator that has good stuff. Taboo Conspiracies.
There was another one that I thought of earlier as well. Good Times for All. I don't know if anybody's heard of him, but he puts out some good content as well.
Good Times for All. Let me see if I'm subscribed. I'm subscribed to so many I don't even know.
And also, I didn't mention flat level Earth observer, but his videos. I mean, it's kind of embarrassing because he absolutely destroys NASA on a regular basis.
Yeah, now I think about it a little bit more deeply. There are some people on YouTube that put out some really good content. So yeah, not everyone's bad.
You guys remember when Logan Paul pretended to become a flat earther?
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Who?
Logan Paul.
Logan Paul. The name sounds familiar. Let me look him up. Logan Paul. Okay, this face does not look familiar. Professional wrestler? Is that him?
Yeah, that's what he's doing now. I mean, he's a super famous YouTuber, but he for weeks was announcing that he was, going to come out and basically announce that he was becoming a flat earther, and he was going to this. I think it was an Eric Dubay event or something like that, wasn't it? He's going to go to this event, and he was convinced at this event, and people were freaking out because he was, like I said, for weeks he was talking about how he was essentially converting to the flat earthers, and then it all ended up being just a huge mockery of the whole idea.
Oh, I think I remember that event. I must have blocked it from my memory.
I don't know anything about that specific instance, but I imagine he probably got so much backlash that he just, stayed in his lane.
Well, yes, that could be a case, but there have been, and I don't know, this could be also just a show, but there have been basketball players and even I think Shaq, did he say he was a flat earther? I don't know if that was a joke or not though. But there have been, the B.O.B., the rapper, said he's a flat earther, so if you're able to handle the backlash, yeah, it takes a lot, but you could definitely, I don't think just because you're famous or you I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, you admit that to somebody. Most people, I mean, they're just going to look at you like they're watching you eat glue.
That's true. It could happen even at a family level or friend level, coworker. Even just telling one person might be a huge risks people are taking.
Yeah, so that could potentially open up an interesting conversation. Have any of you had these conversations with your family, your friends, and if so, how has that gone?
What did you say, Europia? I didn't hear.
I was saying that have any of you had these conversations with your family or friends, telling them that you are a flat earther and this is what you know to be true about the world? If you have, if so, how has that gone for you? What has their response been?
I've had quite a few now, primarily because it's becoming really prevalent on YouTube and TikTok and this, that, and the other. Some of my friends, and I'm going back some years now, will kind of mock the flat Earth kind of in front of me, and that would kind of get my goat up. So I'd end up having conversations because they've seen stuff on YouTube. The conversations have gone okay. One of the first conversations I did have though, my friend Grant got really agitated. I literally saw his face turn red right in front of me, and yeah, he didn't necessarily speak to me for a long time after that. But some of the people that I've spoken to about it, yeah, we're still friends, but yeah, I don't think that they see me as the same person that they saw me before I brought up Flat Earth, or I kind of defended the Flat Earth point after they watched it on TikTok or whatever it was. People will look at you differently, for sure. And I don't really think I've quote unquote converted anybody that I've spoken to in like physical life.
Yeah, it's interesting because I've made a comment about it the other night, but you are a very well spoken person, and I mean I don't know what you do as as a profession, but I would assume that the people around you would kind of think of you as a intelligent individual, right? So it
Yeah.
would be extra worth looking into to me if I were to
Yeah.
hear about something like this from someone as well spoken and as, like I said, I don't know your life, I don't know what you do, but I'm assuming that you're probably not you're probably in one of maybe a more prestigious profession. If I had to guess, um, I would assume that would encourage them to look into it.
I mean, quite a few people that I've changed location and changed jobs recently, so I don't necessarily speak to the same people that I spoke to, say, 2-3 years ago. Maybe I have planted some seeds. Maybe they've looked into it more on YouTube and done their own kind of investigations or whatever. But yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. It's difficult. Like I said to you the other day, it's kind of easier bringing up Jesus than it is the flat Earth.
I mentioned it to a couple of older family members in my family, but they're older generation, boomer generation, and they're pretty dismissive for the most part about it. But I tried to tell them. They just didn't want to hear it.
Do you know what year Flat Earth was discontinued from school curriculum?
What wasn't it like the 1950s or maybe a little bit before that?
Yeah, kind of after the Second World War.
Was that recently?
Yeah. I'd have to find it for you. There were lots of court cases in the early 20th century, the 1900s, um, where the educational system was starting to bring in the globe Earth. But I think I think I remember seeing an interview with an old lady. I think she was in her late 90s, like maybe 97, 98 years old, and she remembers being taught flat Earth at school. So within the last century.
Wow, that's crazy. I didn't realize it was so recent, but I guess that makes sense because wasn't the airplane invented in the 1920s, I believe.
Yeah, around that era, yeah. When we look into the westernized school system as well, that primarily came from, I think it was the Rockefellers who invested all of the money into this westernized school system, which was perpetuated. Perpetuated by the Jesuit order as well. Again, this is hugely deep into in ancient kind of cosmologies and the proliferation of the Catholic Church, but that's where it started to come from when we started standardizing educational systems, curriculums, and so on. It's not as old as most people would think, right? And it really is after the Second World War and then the invention of NASA, where everything really took off. There were still people in the 50s and the 60s that thought the Earth was flat. There was the origination of the Flat Earth Society. There was on the Russian side of it, there was still quite a lot of documentation with regards to actually finding the firmament, not being able to surpass a certain area. Then the space race took off, and that kind of idea or that notion got kind of put to bed after that. There's lots of documentation around like old articles in newspaper that you can find. I did see quite a few of them, but I don't have them with me anymore.
So, with the introduction of, I mean, obviously, Elon Musk is a key example. What do you suppose? And I know this is just asking you to suppose, but what do you suppose Elon Musk's goal, or what is his role in all of this? Because I mean, he seems, when you hear him speak, he seems pretty genuine about wanting to, actually get to Mars, and he seems pretty genuine about all these things, right? What do you think his role in all of this is, if you had to speculate?
To take the idea of going to space outside of NASA and put it into the common man's type of hands and put it into our reach. We've primarily got about three people: Sir Richard Branson, Elon Musk, and Jeff Bezos. These are the three kind of guys, these multimillionaires, billionaires, that have privatized or tried to go to space themselves. I think Elon Musk actually knows that he's not going to Mars. He's not going into space. Those things aren't actually happening. But I think that he's kind of comfortable perpetuating the lie. I know he seems genuine. That's fine, fair enough. But actors are all around and they can always seem genuine, right? I don't know if you remember when, and this is going back some years, maybe 2017, 16, something like that, where they put a Tesla car in space. Obviously, one of his cars, they decided to stick it into a rocket.
Absolutely. And they had a live stream of all of that, right?
Yeah.
Supposedly,
So he even turned around and said the reason, was it something along the lines of, and I'm paraphrasing, I can't remember the exact quote, but the reason is it looks real is because it looks so fake. I mean, with regards to his Tesla car in space. So I don't know whether that was a tongue-in-cheek kind of comment that he made.
I remember him saying that, yeah. I do. Yeah.
I mean, you're asking about a specific example, but I think it's better to look at the general bigger picture and look at the history of some of this. Like, go back and look at some of the histories. Like, even, for example, like the government funded the internet technology, I believe, if I remember correctly. And I also think I heard something about like the CIA and the government like funding the creation of Facebook, and that's a great data collection tool for them. And that's one of the things that I heard about him is that he was also funded by them. I mean, I'm not sure if that's true or not.
I mean, he would undoubtedly need to know. He would have to know that the Earth is flat, right? I mean, at this point, he would. I don't think that he could carry on believing that the Earth is a globe, given where he's at, in development of all of this.
Do you mean Elon Musk?
Yeah.
I think he's a character, and I don't. We don't. This is gonna go into like a deeper conspiracy stuff.
Yeah, but I mean, he truly owns these companies, right? I mean, he truly owns Tesla. He truly owns SpaceX.
Exactly. Does he? How? That's the thing. Like, he's a character. He's a character on stage. The world is a stage, man.
He's the face man.
Yeah, I don't trust any of these people, man.
Kind of like the president is a face man. The president doesn't have any actual power. It's the people behind him controlling him.
That's what I mean. Like, it goes deeper than.
This is where it like kind of starts to lose me, because I just don't. It would just have to be such a coordinated effort. It would have to be so coordinated, That's. I mean, that makes it.
Listen, I'm gonna tell you this because let me ask you this: is flat Earth the first conspiracy that you've looked into?
Absolutely not.
Okay, what have you looked into? Just if you don't want to talk about it, it's fine. But just so I
love conspiracy theories. I mean, I've looked into them my entire life. I mean, I would say more recently, probably. I really enjoy the Mandela effect. A lot of that stuff is fascinating to me. But I'm
What about?
not like.
Mhm.
Sure, go ahead.
No, I was gonna, maybe I could help you, like 9/11, the moon landing, Kennedy assassination, all those. Have you looked into those?
Yes.
And do you, I'm not saying do you believe them, but do you think they hold any truths at all?
I think they hold truth. I think yeah, I mean, specifically, if you looked into Sandy Hook, I think is really sketchy. The Sandy Hook.
Okay, we won't go into detail because we're not allowed to go into detail about those. But you've looked into those.
Yes, I have.
Okay. So the reason I'm asking you all of these things is, like, if you have looked into those type of conspiracy theories, right, where the government, let's just say, certain people in power have done things that seem, and that are presented in the mainstream media as one thing, and we know that they have, it's like the complete opposite, right? They have their hands in it. They're the puppet masters. They
Yeah, but
control
you
everything.
could identify very clear motive there, right? I mean, these are just people acting in self-interest in all of these
Yeah.
situations.
That's exactly what I was going to say earlier.
There's a massive difference between a 9/11 conspiracy and being lied to about our entire existence. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, but that's the thing. It is on a grander scale, and people have trouble accepting that this type of lie could exist because it's so big. And I think it makes it even easier because it's so big. People are like, there's no way that they could lie about this because it's such a huge, crazy thing to lie about.
Well, in science, you have your specialty, and so you specialize in something, and so you have many different people at NASA that all focus on just one particular area, and they're not seeing the big picture of what everyone else is doing.
Like the military, for example, they work within a hierarchical structure. They have need to know basis. There's compartmentalization and departmentalization all across the board. It's not necessarily that hard to keep one person in one room, never speaking to the next person in the other room, but keep passing the watchamadoodles between them so they build upon it. Not everybody knows the lie, for example. They just carry on doing what they've been told to do.
I can see it. Yeah, I can see it. But when you say the Earth is flat, I mean that runs so deep and in every direction possible. You know what I'm saying? So it would. I can blind ignorance is one explanation for it, but when you dig into the nuance of what it would really mean for all of these actors to be either blindly ignorant or in on it, it just
It reminds me of that.
the nuance suggests that they would have to be in on it because it just runs so deep that on so many levels that they would have to know.
It reminds me of that famous question. I don't know if you guys are familiar with it. It's something along the lines of, "Do you know how to manufacture a pencil?"
Are you asking me that question?
Just everyone. Maybe you guys aren't familiar with that reference on how to manufacture a pencil, but there's so many different parts to it that actually, come to find out, no one actually knows because they just get hired into a job and they just get paid to do their one specific task.
Yeah, I mean, you could argue that, okay, Elon Musk is in on it, right? But as Jedi said earlier, it's one person, or Europea, the pencil example. One person is just focused on what they're doing. They're not focused on what the other person next to them is doing, as far as how things are run, right? So we see, as the audience, the big picture. Oh, did I cut out?
You're still coming through.
No.
Oh, okay. So we, as the audience, see the big picture, but there's so many people working in the backstage that are responsible for different things, that they're just focused on putting that thing together. So they don't need to know whether or not the Earth is flat, and or whether it's a globe, in order for them to do their job. They just do their job. So with Elon Musk, he possibly knows. I think there's a 99% chance that he does know. But it doesn't need to involve the whole people that work at NASA or SpaceX or the government and so on, you know?
There is also the possibility that he doesn't know, and that the whole operation is just like a front to launder money to other projects that are hidden. And that's one of their playbook strategies, is to hide what they're doing, to have a private corporation do it instead of a government agency do it.
In my opinion, I think he knows. I just feel like he's at a status where he is when you get to his level, there has to be some sort of I don't want to get into this weird conspiracy theory again, but there has to be some sort of deal you have to make in order to get to his level. So there are certain, like with the whole masonry stuff, there are certain levels where they reveal things to you. So I think there's a high possibility he's at the level where they do reveal it's flat.
Going back to the compartmentalization and departmentalization bit earlier, if we remember back in the 60s when the space race was going on, and for example, we had the moon mission. Now, in the control center, we'll say that there was about 200 people within the control room looking at computer screens and this, that, and the other. Now, they were trained for years with regards to what would happen on this day, how they would do it, the things that they would see on their computer screens. Their training was so good that they actually couldn't tell the difference between the training that they did and the real life event. Now, understanding that the real life event was them actually, quote unquote, going to the moon, and they'd done dummy runs maybe 20, 30 times. Obviously, the 20 to 30 times, nobody had actually left anywhere, but the things on the computer screen were exactly the same. And this is the thing with training, right? You train for the actual event. So when we look at those 200 people that are in Space Central or whatever the place was called in the control room, they could not tell the difference between that training program and the time that they went to the moon. It's kind of a really good trick to play on 200 people who are just sitting on computer screens waiting for their machines to go ping, or to have numbers like flash up in front of them with regards to what is happening out in a place that they can't see. The training's got an awful lot to do with this. But nobody could tell the difference between the training and the real life event. Nothing was different.
Have you? I mean, I'm assuming you did research on this. Did any of them come out and speak about? Because you got to remember, these are living, breathing, thinking people, right? I mean, they're not robots. They're not zombies.
It's been an illusion.
Did they connect the dots and say, wow, this is strikingly similar to our training? What the fuck?
I mean, possibly people did have bells go off in their heads, but everybody signs things like non-disclosure agreements before they take part in any of these programs. So whether they did kind of come to a realization, it's not like it's going to be broadcast on TV or by anybody, being as the news stations are all controlled by 6-7 different corporate organizations. No one's going to come out and it be plastered all over the news for everybody to see. Even if they did come to this realization, one, they would probably be under pain of death or treason, for example, as it would be called in this country. So yeah, I don't think anybody was going to cross over that line, and if they did, how would we know?
Also, I don't know if you guys are familiar with like body language and facial expressions as people talk, but I don't remember like the exact interview, but there was one of the interviews with the NASA astronauts, one of the earlier missions, and you could literally see it all over them how painful it was for them to lie about that. And so I think they kind of learned their lesson on that, and now they can just say to the astronauts, "Oh, well, we can only like show them like the training missions in the pool. It would be like a national security threat to show them the actual thing." And then the astronauts in training just go along with it, like, "Oh, okay, that makes sense."
Well, look what happened to Gus Grisham and crew.
Who's that?
And then the investigator that was assigned to investigate the tragedy as well.
I'm not familiar with this.
He was assigned to audit NASA and basically analyze their competency and the likelihood, the safety and like just a comprehensive audit, right? And
Can you type the name out in chat?
Came back with basically his conclusion was that they were far from being competent and safe and being able to get to the moon. And then he was mysteriously killed on, I think, crossing some railway tracks in his vehicle.
Wow. Can you per Europia's request, could you put the name in the chat?
I'm not sure who he's talking about. That's why I was asking him to type it out.
Yeah, I'd be fascinated to look into that. And the problem, with a lot of the newbies here, I'm sure, like myself, is we've not really ever had a reason to look into any of this stuff, right? So, and it's probably annoying to have to rehash a lot of these key examples over and over and over again for you guys, but I would assume that's partly why you're here anyway.
Mate, I talk about gravity 10 times a day, every day of the bloody week. Yeah, it sometimes does get a little bit frustrating, but hey, look, if I didn't enjoy it, I wouldn't have been doing it for this long.
Sure, yeah. I do assume that you find some enjoyment out of this because you commit a lot of your time to it. So
yeah, it's because occasionally in that haystack you find that needle, and that would be the penny dropping for one person out of 20. As long as the penny starts to drop for somebody else, then I think we've done our job. We have a lot of anti-flat earthers that we have to deal with half the time, and people that come into any server that we're on kind of ridiculing the flat earth. So we have to kind of negotiate that kind of element to it as well. Sometimes people come in and are just curious because they've seen something on YouTube or they've heard their friends talking about it, so they want to come and talk to flat earthers and understand why we say the things that we do. And those general conversations are primarily the ones that we're here for. although we feel like we're the sharp end of the sword, this server and maybe a couple of others, that we are kind of the front line within this argument. We have to take everything that comes at us, and those are genuine people and anti-flat earthers. It's it's a double-edged sword, man. But we stick around for that occasional one person, and we listen very intently for that penny to drop. It's been interesting. Sorry, just very quickly finish off. It's interesting being around on this server for 5-6 years now. Some of the people that did come in as trolls are now literally moderators on the server because they didn't troll for too long. The truth started to hit them between the eyes.
I saw a flat Earth video, and I got a link in the description to this server, so I just came to learn more and ask questions.
What video was that?
Oh shoot, some video a long time ago, and then I got banned here, so I got another link to here again, and I'm trying to remember what video it was. I'm not sure. It might have been the Eric Dubé video that had linked here on BitChute.
Oh wow!
So I've just gone ahead and I've just posted the link to Bart Sabrell's YouTube channel. Bart Sabrell has done extensive research into the Apollo missions from Apollo 1 upwards. He's interviewed, he's personally interviewed and become friends with basically Gus Grisham's family. So you can go through his material and find the information that you probably won't find with with an initial Google search. You'll be scrolling for pages and pages to find what you'll get from his research.
That's the problem too. Is a lot of this is buried, right? I mean, even to find any information on any conspiracy theory nowadays on YouTube or Google, it's all just buried. The top 3 pages are just news networks.
You'll probably notice as well when you look on YouTube and try and Google anything. Sorry, search for anything that's to do with flat Earth. Like you said, you have to go through the first 3 pages, which is propaganda and anti-flat earthers. But when you do get to something, it will even tell you there that the flat Earth is an archaic model. This happened in 2017-18 where they started censoring things. 2014, 15, 16, you searched for anything to do with flat Earth on YouTube, and you had Eric Dubé, you had all of these people jump up straight in front of you. It wasn't hard to find. Then obviously the popularity took off and they censored us, they shadow ban us, and they even put a little thing on the bottom that says the flat Earth's an archaic model.
They give you their YouTube approved public announcement that the
Pretty
flat
much,
Earth is an archaic model. Yeah.
Yeah, it's Professor Dave that has like freaking, I think, I don't know, maybe the first 10 videos you get is all Professor Dave, which is so annoying because he is so annoying. I wish they would have at least somebody else,
It wouldn't surprise me. Sorry, buddy. It wouldn't surprise me as well if you got a link to this server from ODD TV. Odd Reality TV was the first owner of this server. He set this Discord server up and then passed it on to a few others whilst he went and did other things. But ODD TV made some really good content back in 2015 and 16 and 17.
It is fascinating over the last couple of years, specifically, surrounding the pandemic. I think this is probably when it all really started. But it's interesting and fascinating to see search engines and social networks kind of become the arbiter of truth, in massive air quotes.
Yeah, and that anything that they try to censor is usually the truth. So, just like any topic, if Google, if YouTube, all of the social media, they're trying to censor it. You better start looking into it.
So does this server have, I mean, is there an official YouTube channel for this server?
Yeah, the live stream is on YouTube and on Rumble.
Okay, because it didn't seem to be, what's the name of the channel? Because it didn't seem to be, I'm trying to remember what it was now. I saw you guys on Rumble.
It's 24/7 Discord. I'll put the link in there.
And do you guys publish any like evidence videos? Is there anybody that's like behind the scenes actually editing and posting videos?
Just linked it.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Linked Helioskeptics channel.
Okay, there you go. I don't think he edits anything. I think he just has the live stream on, and I actually don't know. I know that when we had back in the days when we did Ladies' Night, he would clip that on a different video, but I don't think he does that anymore. So it's just a straight live stream video.
People make clips
Of the live stream. Yeah, it'd be an interesting undertaking maybe for you guys to start producing like uploaded content with evidence. I mean, I'm sure you know, just in this server alone, I mean, it's a gold mine of evidence and things that could be, you know, cohesively compiled into a video for easier viewing.
There is a lot of video out there if you're looking for it, but that's why we have these servers, because like the Jedi said, a lot of this stuff is harder to find now. So if you come here and we just have everything in one place, and not just videos, we have PDFs, articles, lectures, books, a whole bunch of things. So if you're trying to make videos of all of the information that's in here, it will take ages. It will take forever.
No, I'm just saying in general to grow the reach of the channel. You know, have something that's a little bit more digestible than, you know, a never-ending live stream.
Oh yeah, I do agree with that. T-Dub also posted the YouTube from the politics server, and I think Teos he does more clips and more editing than Helio does.
And Clipcord's done a few good ones too.
Oh yes, Clipcord is another one. Yes.
We've got content makers. Is it what is it? What's the channel? Content creators. We've got the content creators channel. But that could be from all different types of content creators, not just from this server. And we've also got social media links where you find some other ones, 24/7 live streams, websites. Just through the channels you might find what you're looking for there.
Cool. I mean, I appreciate you guys. This has been a good conversation. I appreciate the information, and I'm sure this is not going to be the last time I will come in here and talk with you guys. I am definitely just, very much a virgin to all of this. So, but I will say that my curiosity has been significantly piqued. But I'm gonna hop off.
Yeah, man, welcome, and we're here 24/7, so come back anytime.
Appreciate your cordiality.
Oh, was I cutting out?
Just said we appreciate his cordiality.
Oh, sorry.
Cordialness. he's he's pretty
Absolutely.
chill.
Yeah. Yeah. Thanks,
Talk to
guys. I will definitely be visiting in the days and weeks to come.
Yeah, for sure. It is my bedtime, so I probably will be just listening, you guys, if you, carry on, do what you need to do.
No problem. We'll catch you later.
Later.
I'm probably going to go quiet.
Yeah, I'm thinking about going to is a politics server. Do they have any good content? Anybody good speaking?
Dogs are Gods. I just left there a little while ago. Dogs are Gods is having it out with Larry.
Ugh. Ugh, that guy is so annoying. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't see him in there anymore. Okay. Maybe I'll go in there and just listen while I sleep.
Good idea.
Blood Sticker, did you want to say something, or was that just...
Oh no, I'm good. Thank you. Let's go something to talk about.
Oh, okay, sorry. I saw your mic lighting up. I thought you wanted to say something. Oh, okay, then I will see you guys later. I'm just gonna go there and listen in.
See you later.
Yeah, I'm heading there too.
Hi there, flat earth dude, Kenny D. Kenny, you there? Can you hear me? Flat earth dude? Kenny? Kenny D? Nope. He's not there.